lively. Winning deep all the sweet road up before the green. You had a temper like my jealousy, too hard to breathe. How could you leave me when I needed to? This test you, I hated you and loved you too. That dream in the night, they told me I was going to lose the fight. Leave behind my walking through the heights. It's the Kathy, I come home now. So long that the ending now. It's the Kathy, I come home now. So long that the ending now. Oh, it gets dark, it gets so bigger on the other side of you. I hide the knot, I find the lots, fall still in heaven. Caught it back now, full hit there, climb on the tree with my own little monster. Turn on that brown midnight. Coming back to his side to put it right. Coming home to walk the fruit, a 550. But still can't be a cop talk now. So that being only it's still can't be a cop talk now. So that being but how do that ready bending round is out of where I do. Then find me bending round is out of where I am down. Stay
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, it's me, I'm Kathy. Folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one on this beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. One day out from my birthday. That's tomorrow. That's right. It's Monday, 7/24/2023, 11:39 a.m., and I am a little late, and I apologize. That's because I wanted to get a shave in. I wanted to just, like, groom myself a little bit, you know what I mean? I'm an old man, and I have to take advantage of every aspect of, you know, I have to make sure that every part of this works, you know what I mean? But I'm live and alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and as always, it's quite uneventful. I'm about to close out the One Piece saga for Fishman Island. Watching it in Japanese has been a little bit more helpful. It's made it a lot more consumable for me. I'm going to give you guys a full-blown synopsis, my opinions on it, once I'm done. Read any books lately? Of course not. The only book I read... Actually, I have no clever comeback for that. I was going to say maybe like the Quran or something, but like not really. I don't read shit, man. I don't read shit. Let's be real. I don't have any time to read. I'm reading the news and posts. Bad. What happened there, little one? I do have some fun and very cute things to talk about. Also, it's a happy fear anniversary. That's right. It's the Fear and Diversary, ladies and gentlemen. 53 episodes, 52 episodes, that kind of situation, whatever. 1 year. Is it out already? I guess it's out. Yeah, we did it. We broke into the yard yesterday. That's why I was late yesterday. That's why I was late. Is we broke into the yard studios. They have literally no idea. I'm not even kidding. I don't even think that they had a single clue. Because March, the producers were producing. They were collaborating. We collaborated with the yard producers. And we no, not even a Shirley thing. Like, they lit it clueless. They were absolutely fucking clueless. Until I think Will might have spoiled it. Because he apparently chose to fucking he chose to why are people saying zipper? Easy zipper? Oh. Zipper's the name of the yard producer. Oh, I know him by his government name. Which never mind. Okay. Yeah, I don't anyway. All right. So regardless, I also don't know the yard lore anyway, because I don't watch the yard. Oh, ew. Did you guys see that? Oh, well, not you for the otter. The otter is incredible, but ew. It's X now. It's official. So what is this, a re-Xing? Are we re-Xing? It still says retweet. What the fuck? Anyway, whatever. We'll get to that in a second. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news for all the parasocialists out there, and here we are. Yeah, watched One Piece last night. I have not had some. I ate poorly yesterday, and honestly, sometimes you just gotta give up a little bit on your diet, and it's fine. It's all good. We're back at it, even though this week's gonna be a tough one overall. Alex, that was quick. Oh, okay. But yeah, it was. Wait, what was I talking about? Hold on one second. My grandma's sending me photos from the meal that we had. The birthday meal that we had. It isn't ExxonMobil. You were bragging about your junk food from yesterday. Yeah, I ate poorly, but it's okay. What is this? Riverside Painter's Mustard Pants? This is not. This is. I think this is supposed to be fire. I don't know. I just like it. Regardless, where was I? So yeah, I ate poorly yesterday, and it carried over to today. Well, not really. I haven't eaten poorly today, but I brought Kaya into the gym bright and early, and let me tell you, she had an incredible time. Friend of mine, who you will know if you watch like teenage dramas that you are too old to watch, like Love Victor. Michael Cimino accidentally had a litter with his two dogs that he has, and he brought them to the gym today, and it was fucking incredible. Here is Kaya running around with all the puppers. They were.
Kaya, you used to be a puppy not that long. You used to be that big. And look at you now.
She was born bigger than that.
Oh my god, this is incredible. They're all following her.
They were bullying her a little bit. Kaya is still a puppy as well. She's not even 5 months old yet, but she would go up to them. But this was the first time. I'll tell you like this. This was the first time that Kaya was around puppies. Oh no. Oh no, I just got a terrifying text message from Mike. Hold on. He just said the puppy said fleas. Finn and Hux both have them. Oh no. Well, that was a quick end to the beautiful saga there. But I mean, she was running around with him all morning. She's fucking done. This was how she was by the end of it. Make sure she's on her trio. Yeah, I mean, she's been taking like the preventative flea medication and stuff. So flea bash stream so they don't get them fixed or keep them bathed. What? Bro, they're literally, the puppies are like fucking literally fetuses, dude. What are you talking about? Anyway, yeah, Kaya is super vaccinated. If she's had her spot on medication, she'll be fine. The fleas just die when they bite her. Yeah, she needs to get groomed anyway. I feel like that chatter doesn't keep themselves bathed. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, it's fine. It's normal. Puppies and dogs get fleas sometimes. Are your mornings before 12 scheduled time to be outside? A little bit, yeah. But anyway, this is another thing I wanted to show you guys. This was me in 2021. My mom sent this to me. She always does this thing where she like will send me photos from previous birthdays of like both me and Marat. And I was so sad back then, like so incredibly sad. I was so depressed in 2021, turning 30. I was so fat. I couldn't walk around too much. This is right before I started working out again. You know? I mean, it's like almost 200. I was like 280 pounds. What made you feel better? Working out. That's what made me feel better. What do you mean? It wasn't because like I was turning 30 that was a bummer. I didn't give a shit about that. That's just, can't really change that. You know, you can't change the way it works, the way time works, right? But I was very depressed because I had gained a lot of weight. I'd lost a lot of muscle mass. It was really, really, really shitty. I wish you didn't have a negative relationship with being fat. My man, this is such a frustrating take. You can be fat and happy, okay? But like, the reason why I was sad was because I was literally inside all the fucking time, away from sunlight, not working out. Working out makes me happy. Being fit makes me happy. Being fit is good, okay? This is not fat shaming. It's such an odd thing to say. It's not the Swedish flag, dude. What are you talking about? It's the Great Indoors. It's my friend's brand, Satire. But anyway, oh fuck, my coffee's almost here. Anyway, yeah, it is my own personal experience, my man. Please. Okay, 1 second. Chatter taking your self-improvement as a personal insult. Hey fucker, maybe not tell people what to think even about yourself. I don't really understand it. Anyway, I'm at 247 now. Was being 280 not the reason you were depressed? I mean, it certainly factored into it. It was my sedentary lifestyle. It was the fact that like I 100%. Yeah, I was depressed as fuck because I was sedentary. I didn't do any sort of physical stuff, and I would get winded standing up for 10 minutes. That is no way to live, okay? Straight up. I was streaming 12 plus hours over the lockdowns and shit like that too. I mean, it was great for my career, but I was like fucking cooked. Was your diet the same? Of course not. My diet was terrible back then. I would eat whatever the fuck I wanted. And usually I just overate too. So I was an Italian man for far too long. Regardless, I'm here now. I'm in a lot better shape. I feel a lot better about myself. I feel a lot better about where I'm at in my fitness journey. Good. You guys can do it too. You just got to take it one day at a time. Okay? Remember that. I'm 211. I feel so big. We'll start going to the gym because things can change. Of course. What do you do when you eat order out? I find not ordering out helps weight loss. I mean, I order out every day, as you guys know. So I've just figured out how to do it. If you don't mind me asking, how much do you weigh now? Today, I mean, I ate poorly this weekend, but I'm 248 right now. But, you know, I'm around 246, 245 pounds. And that was one major step for me. The next step is going to be getting down to 235 pounds. I'm down 100 pounds since lockdown with muscle gain, and I'm infinitely happier than I was. Yeah. Jungkook blocked that One Country song from going #1. Thank God, dude. Yeah, we're going to cover the Jason Aldean tried that in a small town shit in a little bit today. What's your motivational advice for losing weight? I don't know. It's hard. Not easy. Until one day, because you've developed a good habit, it is. You don't even recognize it. But before you know it, your life has changed. And you can do it. How much did you weigh when you said your mom was skinny? A concern about how skinny you've gotten? 225 pounds. Advice for gaining weight? I'm not the right person to ask that, because I'm not the right person to ask that, because I gain weight real easy. Anyway, I'll post it one more time. Twitter can't change the name X in Japan because a J-Rock band owns the copyright. Twitter Japan apparently cannot change their rebranding to X Japan because the J-Rock band X Japan owns the rights to the name. How funny would it be if Yoshiki is the one who saves us all from this awful rebranding move, lol. For those of you who don't know, Japan goes crazy on Twitter. It's like completely isolated from the Western world, but ironically, Japan utilizes Twitter like crazy. Another hilarious moment for the patents is the X brand being owned by Microsoft in America, but we're going to get to all of that. This is the parasocial update. Okay. Well, actually, I guess we're done with the parasocial update. I'm just going to fucking blast off. It's not K-pop, it's J-Rock, technically, chatters. But yeah. Here, I'll show you guys a little sneak preview of the pod, or what we did yesterday and why I was late. Year-end has become 1 year old today. I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick.
All right, here we go.
525,000.
600 minutes.
52 weeks in a year.
That's right.
Talk about love.
Talk about love. Talk about. Right,
All right. What
I don't-
musical is that?
I have absolutely zero clue.
right.
I don't
Wait,
even
why
know.
did you know 525,600 minutes?
I just know that's the amount of.
It's a musical. It's a
That's
song.
the amount of minutes in a year. Like I just know
He's
that.
not a fan of musicals. He just has autism.
Yeah, yeah.
I just knew that, and I know that like everybody always says like there's a song that tells you how many minutes are in a year. Anyway, there's
Right.
also 52 weeks in a year, but 53 episodes if you want to get to an entire year. That's right. This is the 1 year anniversary of
We
Fear
made it.
and.
We made it a year.
podcast formerly known as Fear and Malding, now
That's
known
right.
as Fear and. We unveiled our first episode on top of a boat.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Amsterdam.
our 53rd episode on top of the yard. The
Yeah,
yard set.
so how did this go down? We broke in here. They have no idea.
Not even a joke.
No, not joking, not kidding at all. They have no idea we are recording this. They will be finding out that we are recording it on their set when this gets released on Monday, which is what, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Which
Tomorrow?
is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tomorrow is when they film too. So I'm gonna toilet paper their tree, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, somebody got up to some suspicious things."
Yeah, master marketing plan, by the way.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah.
job.
Very smart.
This way they have to talk about us on their
Yep. Oh.
relatively successful podcast that
Yeah.
that we're kind of destroying. I think.
Absolutely. No, I mean,
We're winning the hearts and minds.
It's not even close. I mean, I was at Cutie's midsummer concert, and I was talking to a lot of people about podcasts, and they said we were former Yard fans, now Fear and fans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Can't
I
be
look at
fans of
this
both.
set, and I'm like, the set is so good, they must be compensating for something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, right.
Lack of personality, lack
Yeah.
of character.
100%.
Yes.
No women. We do have that.
No women.
Yeah.
No women at all.
I'm always happy to.
Have you seen the Yard got nominated for the streamers? Did you see the Yard got nominated and they used the picture of only Elwig? That's kind of messed up. It's not even messed up that the Yard got nominated for the streamers, but the Fear and didn't? Like, what the fuck's going on? Oh, yeah, speaking of streamers, I got nominated for 3, I think, or at least that's what my manager said. All right, let's fucking blast off. Let me do this real quick. Where the hell is it? Okay. I wonder what new things are going to be broken today with Twitter being X. Did you see this on YouTube? Hassan Piker and Ethan Klein, Toxic Gossip Train? I did not, but that's awesome. All right, I'm Xing out. Twitter rebrands. DeSantis. Nazi imagery. I'm zeeting. I'm zeeting off, dude. Your queen talking about Oppenheimer?
This is democracy.
Oh. Like, well, my queen. That's right. She is my queen. See the X logo they went with as a public domain Unicode character and can't be copyrighted for that reason? Yeah, I don't really care. We'll talk about all that in a second. News, just chatting, and streamer of the year. Did you see that Will was in a music video directed by Ted? Yeah. I knew about it, but I haven't seen it. What was I going to say? You're in the Rolling Stone? Oh, shit. Nice. Keith Lee, Dylan Mulvaney, HasanAbi among nominees for the Streaming Awards 2023. The awards, which will take place in August, also picked Alex Earl, Kai Cenat, and Mr. Beast to potentially take home top honors. Yeah, it's happening. Did you see the $650,000 watch XU just bought? No. How would I have seen it? Why have you seen it? How do you guys know about these things? Like, what happens in the world that you're like? Anyway, where was I? Let me just this thing is like looking so weird on my tabs. Like I'm so used to seeing Twitter in my tabs. God damn it. Okay. Oh, he showed it on stream. Oh, he X'd it. Someone's just like, I just stalk him. I stalk him, so that's how I know. I'm in his walls. That's how I know. I rarely give myself anything, but I've been wanting it for a while and finally got it. Makes me really happy, so thought I'd share. It's great. Congratulations to XQC for watch. I'm not a big watch guy. I don't personally understand it, but a lot of people are. And I'm sure this is a really good one. If it's $650,000, it has to be good, right? Like, what does this watch do? Bro, I can't even... I mean, it's Audemars Piguet, which is a good brand. I know that. But, bro, I can't even fucking... You can't even see. You can't even see time. Does it let you rewind time? Why is it $650,000? Okay, I'm not going to say anything. Shit. AP Rainbow Bezel Skeleton Dial. Josh just says computer 85% of waking time needs a watch. I mean, I don't think people get it for seeing time. Because I'm going to keep it real. You can't fucking tell time with this. You can't. Like, it's already hard in the telephone era, in the iPhone era. It's already, like, kind of hard for me to, like, look at a watch and instantly see it in the same way that I would see it on an Apple Watch, right? But then this is like extra hard to see. Like, you got to do some work. Like, I'm not saying it's hard to read an analog clock, like, but it's not as easy as just like seeing the numbers, you know? Anyway, let me just blast off real quick. That's Zoomer brain if you can't read analog. Yeah, I think it's just jewelry, but he couldn't splurge for a Richard Mille. What a broke boy. Oh yeah, you're actually right. You know what? I congratulate XUC for not getting that ugly ass, big face fucking Richard Mille dog shit. I own a fucking racing car bed ass, looking ass, dumbass, purple ass, Lamborghini ass looking stupid fucking watches. And instead spending, a Lamborghini price on this instead of that bitch-ass bitch-ass Richard Mille watches. I fucking hate those watches. They're lame as shit. And one day, I hope to see the day where their value is zero. People just, like, collectively get together and decide, why the fuck were we doing this? This must have been the Ed Hardy era of watches. I've hated those fucking watches since day one. I've been shitting on those fucking watches since day one. They're ugly as fuck. They don't even have all the G-Shock customization options, okay? None of them got a calculator in it, and they look like G-Shock watches. It's so nasty. I hate it. All watches are pretty much worthless. I mean, it's a Veblen good, so... Here, this is the... fuck, I keep forgetting to blast off. God damn it. Give me a fuck... Someone send me a meme, please. I want to blast off. And then I'll get into my watch conversation. Anyone got a meme for me? This has to be some nouveau riche shit. I can't see it, dog. At least get some Bauhaus watch, man. No, Audemars is not nouveau riche at all, as a matter of fact. Richard Mille, on the other hand, is. No, Audemars is a classic staple. Even I know that. And I'm not even a watch guy, and I know that. Okay, I like this one. This is a good meme. Okay, let's use this the gray name meme. Okay, got it. Go to rebrands. Stop saying Richard is Richard. Is it? I don't know. They're genuinely so fucking dog shit. Rolex's A-piece protects everything, looks good and shines at least, but holy fuck, Richard Millie's are so bad. Yeah, get a Rolly, get a fucking Patek Philippe, get an Audemars, okay? Do not get a fucking... who am I speaking to? Like, I'm talking to this chat like, hey guys, if you're in the market for a $100,000 watch, do not get a Richard Mille one, even though those aren't even $100,000. I just like caught myself. I'm like, what am I saying right now? What, this is like broke, unemployed 30-year-olds. I'm like, bro, don't get this watch. No, but at least you know. At least you know. At least you know. You know better. So now you know better. In my opinion, this is very subjective, but I despise the Richard Mille watches. I think they are the Philip Plein, Ed Hardy era, like holdout, dumbass, ugly ass, bullshit ass, silly ass watches. Survey says 10% of us earn 100K. Yeah, but like even if you earn $100,000 a year, Sakura Gore says fuck you. I'm a flex on you. 50 gifted subs. But yeah, you need an affliction shirt if you buy a Richard Mille. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that is Hublot. I mean, that's fine too. That's another, like, we're talking like brands that have been around for like 300 years. You know what I mean? Like back when motherfuckers actually invented the watch. Versus, wait, Hublot? Am I thinking of something different? What am I talking about? What is a Hublot? Oh. Oh, some of these are gross, dude. Ugh, I hate this so much. This is immediately, I'm like, nope. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yikes, dude. Oh my God, I still haven't blasted off. This is crazy. It's been 41 minutes. I've been trying to blast off for like I've been trying to X off for like the last 20 minutes. Video talks about Philip Plein. I hate Philip Plein so fucking much. Oh my God, it's the most Alec Monopoly ass brand on the fucking planet. Anyway, it's rich people not having taste, not the first time. I could be Bezos rich, and you'd never catch me spending any thousand number on a watch. What the fuck? I'd sooner buy figurines. I don't even like anime. No, dude. If you're fucking Jeff Bezos rich, someone will gift it to you. And not only that, but also if you're Jeff Bezos rich, you don't even think about it. It's like, it's literally like you buying a burger and then not liking it and then throwing it out. You understand? Like for Jeff Bezos, buying a $600,000 watch is literally akin to you buying a burger and being like, oh, I don't really like this. I guess I'm going to throw it out. It's ridiculous. Get in now. Yeah, like I think a lot of people forget that, or are oblivious to that a little bit. Which, by the way, doesn't make it normal or good. I'm just saying that, like, from where they're standing, it doesn't feel like anything. They don't even think about it. You know what I mean? Here we go. We finally did it. This is a weak ass blast off, but you know, it's my birthday, so be nice to me. It's officially my okay. Apparently X is a $30 font on fonts.com. Rich people buy watches oftentimes to hide assets. People buy watches in many respects. People buy watches with cryptocurrency. A lot of watch and jewelry places will allow you to buy directly with cryptocurrency. You do that so you don't have to fucking, you know, pay taxes on that cryptocurrency and half it. It's basically like purchasing it with cash. Yeah, remember that episode we watched? The house dude looked at Rolexes and shit. So link it like this. Wait, what? Dude, that doesn't work. It also watches, at least for some people or some watches that you buy, they do appreciate. They're Veblen good. They are also very selective, very exclusive, depending on it's like buying it's the difference between buying a regular ass sports car versus like a limited sports car or something. But watches are even worse than that, because like most of the watches they appreciate. I'll give you a great example of this. For example, Rolexes originally, when they came out, were seen as like a bit of a working class watch. Definitely still need to treat it as taxable trade if you buy stuff with crypto in Canada, assuming that's where X files the taxes of the legality of staying in the U.S. It looks like you got straight up 8X videos, tabs open. Yeah, dude, I'm watching porn on stream. Let's go. Rollies used to be retirement gifts that accompanied a pension. Both of those things are not things that you will ever see. What is a pension? Many of you ask. It's a thing that used to happen when you worked for a company for like 30, 40 years. You might also ask, what is a retirement? It's what happens at the end of your career. It's just a thing that is not allowed for you. You will never see it. You will never experience it unless you're like, I don't know, unless you're on the older end of like the postal workers union. You know what I mean? Or a cop. So, you know, that's how it works. Bet finding out his Rollie is worth a fuck ton.
I brought in a Rolex watch that I had purchased while I was in military. I was stationed in Thailand from 1973 to 1975. And while I was there, I flew on Air America Airlines and Continental Airlines, and I noticed that most of the pilots that were flying those aircraft wore Rolex watches, and I was intrigued by them. I always wanted to purchase them, but they were very expensive.
XQC, time is literally free. Only dumb fucks buy watches. XQC buys watches anyways. Yeah, I mean, it probably isn't a lot of money for him, so why the fuck was he... he doesn't give a shit. That's my point.
Later, when I was transferred to another...
Dude, that kind of shit, people that buy watches like this, with the exception of the dude that we're currently watching, people that buy expensive watches are not, like, they don't think about it, okay? It's nothing. It's not a thing. Bro, he got a $100 million bag from fucking Kick. Why the fuck would he give a shit? I mean, good for him, whatever. At least he didn't get a fucking dumbass Richard Mille, like I said. Like I said, don't buy that bitch ass shit, that Richard Mille shit, dude. Oh my lord. Here, you want to see what I'm talking about, by the way? It's so nasty. The nastiness, dude. Oh my god, dude. The fucking awfulness, dude. Oh, caught me off guard, dude. Oh god, it's flashing at me. Oh no. Oh god, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. You guys know I've shit on this a lot on the broadcast. Old heads know. Oh, they're finally starting to make like normal looking watches, but like the iconic Richard Mille watch is like this. Their big face. You can see the skeletons. It's awful. It just sucks. It sucks so bad. It looks like shit. Like, dude, look at this. Look at this. Look at this one. Look at this one. Oh, sick. It's so bad. And every single celebrity has one, okay? Like every single rapper, every single athlete, they love this shit. It's so dumb. Oh my God, they have a pocket watch. Why are they worth any money? This might come as a surprise to you, but it's quite literally because of what I just mentioned. Because rich and famous people have decided it's worth money. Now, obviously, a lot of people, especially those in the chat who make watches, who have made watches for me, even, are going to get mad when I say this. But the reason why a lot of these watches, the reason why a lot of these watches are worth something is because they are an appreciating asset. People have decided that it's like very limited in supply. A lot of time, effort, and a lot of craftsmanship goes into it. A lot of time, effort, and craftsmanship goes into it. Originally, that's what it was for. However, I think Richard Mille, for example, is I don't think it's an old institution or anything like that. The brand is fucking new. Yeah, it's 2001. Like, it's so fucking new. It's new as fuck. And for some reason, people just decided, like, oh yeah, this is popping. I think they just gave it to, like, I think they basically gave it, I don't know. They gave it to, like, celebrities and shit. Buy a knockoff? No one knows except watch heads? I mean, why? Why do you need to buy a knockoff? Like, what's the goal? I think they just, like, gave it away to famous people, so they, like, made a name for themselves, and they're very limited in supply, so boom. They sold a couple, they marketed in the right places where rich people look at, like this, right? They probably, I assume they partnered up with, like, racing teams or some shit like that, and then they kept making these busted-ass, ugly-ass, fucking big-faced, dumbass watches that straight up look like, and I said this earlier, these are the racing car bed looking ass watches, okay? This watch accompanies your racing car bed, okay? Where you go into it and you go, wee, except the racing car bed is like even cooler than this, okay? It's awful. I hate this. I hate it so much. I actually hate these watches so much. No history associated with it. Don't give a fuck. Like, I'm a sucker for... Look, I spend money on clothes. You guys know this. No secret. People get mad at me. I mean, there's a thing that with respect to, like, watches and shit, at least, like, if it's, I don't know, something that you care about the craftsmanship on, something that has a lore, something that has, like a brand history, that makes a little bit more sense. Even then, I'm not a big watch guy, regardless. Is this someone making stuff intentionally against established beauty standards for a piece like this? Because it isn't only ugly, but it also looks like the design limits the functionality of it too. Yeah. Chatter's asking why something costs a certain amount. Learn about use value versus exchange value. Read a book. Okay, don't read that book though. Don't worry about that. The only value you need to know is the labor theory of value, okay? Marginal utility is not important. Don't worry about it. Also, like we talked about, this is the type of good that is expensive because there's limited amounts of it and people supposedly want it. But yeah, the reason why I talked so much about this is because at least he got an Audemars and not a fucking busted ass Richard Mille. So good for him. Not bashing the Gucci. Some of it is nice, but did you see the video where someone talked about the aspect of Gucci where middle class uses to appear rich? It's interesting. I think that people do that with more, I guess, relatively more accessible luxury brands. Yeah, ironic considering that the Gucci shirt is one of my most iconic moments, being canceled for buying like a super expensive shirt, but I think that Gucci and also especially Louis Vuitton are incredibly fucking trashy. I don't like I wear expensive shit all the time, but you will rarely see like an actual brand on the expensive shit that I wear because what am I, a fucking billboard for you? I don't want to do that. That's nasty. It's trashy. High-end brands know that. That's why they make things like t-shirts and such for people like us who sometimes want a piece but aren't their target demo. I do personally find it real trashy. Louis ain't trashy, bro. No, it is. It is. I've never been a fan. I've never been fond of shirts that just like plaster shirts that plaster their brand all over it. If it's for the craftsmanship, if something looks good, feels good, sits good on you, makes you feel nice, go after it. You have a Louis Vuitton bag? Come on, bro. Wait, no, I don't. No, I have a Gucci bag. Oh, also, that's entirely different. They do bang on bags. They're very good. That's kind of how they started. Yeah, no, their bags are actually pretty fire. Yeah, they're quality. Same with Louis Vuitton. Like their bags and luggage are actually good. But they're also a bag and luggage brand originally. Like Louis Vuitton historically was the first thing they made was those big ass boxes back in the day when rich people used to travel. Like they would go on cruises and shit, and they would get these massive fucking boxes, right? Trunks. That's what it is. That's the word I was looking for. And that was like the iconic the steamer trunks. That's what Louis Vuitton used to make. Feel those bags are overpriced? Touch one. I mean, I've gotten good use out of my bags. What's wrong with Ed Hardy? I never wore it, but I saw a lot of people wear it in high school. It's fucking gross. I hate it. Have you heard about the quiet luxury trend? Yes. It's stealth wealth or whatever. It's so dumb. I guess it's like the exact opposite of like gauche, debauchery, hedonism, and like consuming anything that like showing everybody like your insane consumption habits. $46K for a Louis Vuitton trunk, by the way. Holy fuck. Okay. The irony is where that's probably, I don't think they sell those as like actual travel items anymore. Cause like where the fuck would you put a Louis Vuitton trunk? Do you know how massive those are? I could fit in one. It's probably for like, they probably sell those as basically like a very expensive coffee table. Quiet luxury is more of a recession indicator than a real trend. I mean, this is so like, see, this is what I mean. Like, you don't need this. This logo is insane. I mean,
but what exactly does it mean? Quiet luxury, also known as stealth wealth, is a minimalist approach to fashion that emphasizes timeless elegance, refinement, and everyday versatility. It's the opposite of obvious logos and branding. It's neutral colors, smart tailoring, clean-cut lines, and elite craftsmanship. It's Kendall Roy in a $500
I hate that they basically look at this and go, oh, it's the succession. Like, no, dude, this has been around forever. There are a million fucking brands that you rarely ever hear about unless you're like really into fucking nerdy ass fashion shit that have been doing this for so long. Yeah, people in the chat are saying like Laura Piana, but like, yeah, exactly. Now it's significantly more popular with the masses because TikTok realized that, and they were like, oh man, it's so sick. Like, Here, you know what it is? It's when you get that fucking hat, and the hat is like made with cashmere assholes or something, okay? Like a chinchilla asshole. And it's like the nicest fitting, best feeling hat you've ever put on your fucking head, and that's why it's like $700.
Loro Piana baseball cap. It's brown and beige cashmere from Brunello Cucinelli. It's well-tailored basics and accessories that look like they could have been passed down as a family heirloom. Simply put, it's new age minimalism with a touch of the old money aesthetic.
What's the point of doing this when it looks like the same as something from Ross? That's a great question. I think it does look the same as something from Ross, just for less, which is why you shouldn't do it. Like, there's no reason to do it. For these people, the reason why they buy this shit is not because... The reason why they buy this shit is not to signal to other people that they're rich, dude. A lot of people think that it is. No, the real reason why they buy this shit is because they want a fucking high-quality product, and they already have so much fucking money that they don't care. Do you understand? Like, they don't give a shit. They don't want to show that they don't want to show that they're like, wearing some gaudy ass brand. Okay. They don't want to show that they're wearing some gaudy ass fucking brand, and they don't really give a shit. It's nothing. Like, spending $500 on a hat like that is unimaginable to most people in this chat. It's like you would spend, if you're going to spend $500, you want people to know that that shit was $500, like, in some respects. For those guys, they don't give a fuck. It's nothing. $500 is literally nothing.
But to really understand how and why this sudden rise of quiet luxury came about, we need to rewind it a few centuries. Throughout history, displays of wealth were often loud and ostentatious. You can observe this in architecture with buildings like the Palace of Versailles, arguably one of the most opulent residences in French history, and in fashion with the upper class distinguishing themselves through luxurious fabrics and expensive dyes, as was the color purple during the Middle Age. And the lower class have been emulating the rich
royal.
and powerful through their clothing choices.
With saying, yep, like you can relate, you peasants. I mean, there is no reason to relate to this. It doesn't even fucking matter. For new wealth, yes, but I feel like old wealth does know and care about that shit. Cares? Those guys suck, okay? I know a lot of people who are in the new wealth category. I know a lot of people now who are in the old wealth category. Who gives a shit? They're just still people. They take a shit in the bathroom just like you do, okay? And some of those dumbasses don't even use a bidet, which is ridiculous. What good is $1 billion if your asshole is not going on a fucking journey after you take a poop every time? Okay, can you imagine? Oh my Lord. Anyway, but can't you relate? You are of wealth. Yeah, no, not this kind.
For thousands of years, something the upper class has never been too fond of. So much so that there were times when they put in place something called sumptuary laws. Laws that dictate what colors and fabrics people were permitted to wear according to their social rank. For example, during the Roman Empire, the emperor was the only person allowed to wear the color purple. And during Elizabethan England, Queen Elizabeth I decreed that only people above certain noble ranks could wear velvet, satin, and silk. These laws were justified by the Queen by emphasizing...
Man, bro, no wonder they couldn't fucking read. What is this shit? This font's crazy, bro.
A fear of the rise in extravagant spending from the masses, which could potentially impact the nation's wealth. But in reality, the main reason behind these laws was an aversion to people dressing above their rank, which Queen Elizabeth complained was causing disorder and confusion. This tendency of people emulating the rich has remained a constant to this day. During the 20th century, we've seen various styles from the wealthy become mainstream.
You know, the Elon dick riders would be like, "My lord, I would like to wear purple on this day to feel your divine eminence. Just one day, my lord. Let me have it one day." And then he gets his fucking head chopped off. He's like, "Well, if you must wish it, then it must be done."
Such as the Ivy League look in the 50s, pastel preppy in the 80s, and now quiet luxury or stealth wealth as some would call it. But why is this particular style so popular today? After many hours of research,
because rich people still want to, in some respects, I think, distinguish themselves from nouveau riche people, or rather, the poors. So they just want to fucking. I'm never wearing that boring ass shit. I think that's probably what it is, right? I will cut my own head off, me lord. Save you the inconvenience of sullying your blade. Because too many poors are wearing luxury brands because poor people have become more vocal about how they would like the rich people to die. I think every single thing that you're mentioning is true, including what I said early on, which is that like they just don't give a shit and they probably don't want to. I don't know. This is one aspect that I totally fucking understand, not wanting to have like fat ass fucking logos everywhere. And it's ironic because people will like, I'm sure some of my interlocutors in the chat are going to go and like find one fucking photo of me wearing something where you can like see a logo and be like, haha, I fucking got him. But in the overwhelming majority of shit that I wear, some of which is expensive, you will rarely ever see like a fat ass fucking logo on it. Yeah, the Gucci shirt, but like even that Gucci shirt, you can't really tell it's Gucci. It says Gucci, I think, in a part of it, but it's not like the regular ass Gucci shit. You know what I mean? Where most of the Gucci shit that you see is like this. If you go to Gucci right now, look. Most of it is like this. You can't say that the shirt that I'm wearing is similar to that. I think your Rude shorts are the most in-your-face logo you own. Yeah, I really like the design and the color pattern on it. I'm a bit of a bitch for that. You're right. I wish it didn't say Rude on it. That's it. You're right, though. Teddy Fresh? Okay, we're not talking about Teddy Fresh. We're talking about like luxury high fashion brands. That's entirely different. No, Teddy Fresh is not a luxury a high-end fashion house, guys. No, Teddy Fresh does have high quality shit, but ultimately it's not Louis Vuitton, and it's not Louis Vuitton prices either. You know you're going over heads now, dudes. Stop it. All right, let's
I have
keep
come
going.
to the conclusion that there are 4 main factors that have led to the massive popularity of the quiet luxury trend. Number 1, it is a counter movement to the new money aesthetic. With the advent of the internet and social media, this has created a lot of new millionaires that have joined the ranks of the wealthy. And with this new money in the system and the boom of Instagram, flex culture has been rampant in the 2010s. It is no coincidence that some of the best-selling products for high-end fashion houses like Gucci and Hermes are their infamous gaudy belts. This surge of new money, along with people's desire to flex, means trends like logomania and maximalism were at the forefront of fashion. But this generation is tired of the flex culture and influencers flaunting their wealth with designer logos.
I really like Gucci polos. Every time they come out with one, I pretty much just get them tailored. Super subtle too, right? You know?
And quiet luxury is a direct counter to that. So what's happening now more than ever is people seem to be putting this old money aesthetic.
You have good vibes about this shit? I don't see you buying shit because of the brand. No, I definitely have brands that I like. 100%. I mean, I'm currently wearing the Yohji Yamamoto pants that they're so fucking flowy, they're so comfy. Like there are definitely brands that I like, but they're not like, you can't tell what the fuck it is. You know what I mean? It's not like, what watches do you like? I have an Apple Watch that I just recently got, and I don't even know if I like it all that much, if we're being real. I'm not like a big watch guy at all.
aesthetic and lifestyle on a pedestal, which has been apparent with countless videos on social media comparing new money versus old money, women voicing their desire for an old money husband, and in more recent events, the wedding of public figure Sophia Richie has driven millions to praise her new quiet luxury style. Number 2, the rise in popularity of TV series about the 1%, with shows like Succession, Industry, Billions, White Lotus, and Bling Empire, just to name a few topping the charts that are about the lives of the upper class. It is no surprise that a rise of the interest in what the 1% are wearing would happen hand in hand. Number 3, economic downturn. With the economy going downwards, we've seen many public figures dress in a more understated manner in order to lessen criticism directed to their financial privilege. We've seen this happen on red carpets, for example, where many celebrities have stopped wearing necklaces. It is a common occurrence during times of wider economic downturn for the affluent to shy away from wealth signifiers, hence the shift towards more muted luxury. Number 4, it's easy to emulate. As opposed to new money and its loud displays of wealth where you would actually need to spend exorbitant amounts to have those designer logos, it is far easier and more attainable for someone to emulate the quiet luxury style without the price tag. So it's no surprise that many people would flock to this aesthetic. But you might be wondering, how can you actually recreate this style without spending $5,000 on a jacket or $1,000 on trousers?
Were those pearls?
Step 1. Understand the
talking
mindset. Quiet luxury is all about conveying class, sophistication, and
Those chrome heart glasses are fire. Is he wearing chrome heart glasses? Is that what you're saying? How can you tell? Someone said steel. Yeah, that's how you do it. $1,000 on a trouser. So Yoji Yamamoto. That's ironic that you say that because this was not $1,000 on a trouser. This was incredibly cheap because I, 1, got it tax-free in Japan, and 2, got it at a fucking secondhand store. So suck my dick. But yeah, I think retail is expensive.
Simplicity.
Yeah.
It's a style that comes from families who have had wealth for generations and have developed a refined, understated taste that does not aim to boast or show off with flashy logos. There's a scene in the TV show Succession that epitomizes what quiet luxury and old money are about.
Who the fuck is this now?
Cousin Greg makes the grave mistake of bringing a date to Logan's birthday party, who is very visibly nouveau riche. Loud, practical, and clearly looks like she doesn't belong, which Tom doesn't hesitate to make Greg.
I think one thing that's like really funny about this is like for America, pretty much everyone is nouveau riche, man. The reality is that like nouveau riche means new wealth, new money, which is gaudy, loud, abrasive, okay? Is supposed to be like a post monarchy era, people that don't descend directly from nobles distinction among the wealthy, the super wealthy, okay? So technically every single person in America that's wealthy is like kind of nouveau riche in many respects. It just depends on who you are comparing your old money wealth to, I guess. Like there are certainly families that would be considered old money, but the irony is, yes, Logan and Alda Roys in Succession are literally new money. Logan Roy is supposed to be like, you know, he's wealthy for the first time. Anderson Cooper is old money, okay? Anderson Cooper is old money. That's as old money as it gets. Okay? He's Vanderbilt. That's old money. Logan Roy, absolutely new money. Nouveau riche is you're not old money if you're like 3 generations deep. Okay? We're talking like nobility. We're talking like descendants of nobility, descendants of like maybe oil barons. I feel like that's when you start getting into like American old money territory.
Aware of.
So, I hear you've made an enormous faux pas, and everyone's laughing up their sleeves about your date.
What? Why?
Why? Because she's brought a ludicrously capacious bag.
Quiet luxury is rooted in tradition and heritage, and the clothing worn is more of the if you know, you know type of clothing, rather than statement pieces that shout the brand name. You want to exude quiet confidence and class without needing to say much.
What's even in?
Old money is the Forbes family owning a private island next to Martha's Vineyard that you've never heard of and you are not allowed to go. I did not even know that that existed.
There. Huh? Flat shoes for the subway? Her lunch pail? I mean, Greg, it's monstrous. It's gargantuan. You could take it camping. You could slide it across the floor after a bank job.
Yoji shit goes hard for $350, but it's still anti-big boy sizes. That's not true. That's why I love Yoji Yamamoto. They 100p have fucking big boy sizes. I'm currently wearing a size 3. The pants I'm wearing right now are flowy as a motherfucker, and they're size 3. Okay? You're wrong. I'm telling you. You're wrong. Anyway. But you're in your skinny era? No, I'm not a medium by any metric.
Step 2, know the color palette. Quiet luxury is not about bright, bold colors that instantly draw the attention in a room. Instead, you want to lean towards a neutral color palette. Think shades of white, black, grays, tans, cream tones, navy blues, and olive greens. When these colors dominate an outfit, they can give off an effortless, luxurious vibe. Step 3, buy or thrift the essentials. Quiet luxury is not about reinventing the wheel. You want the bulk of your wardrobe to consist of timeless wardrobe staples in high quality fabrics. Some of the pieces that most give off that quiet luxury vibe are crisp tailoring, especially when worn casually without a tie or even without a dress shirt. For example, you could replace the shirt with a polo or a t-shirt. White or cream polo shirt.
So fucking boring, dude. It's so insanely boring. Okay? That's it. It's just like, what the fuck? I mean, oh God. Anything cashmere in winter. Wait, what are the brands he says?
The real old money quiet luxury people will get these essentials at brands such as Loro Piana, Barreau, or Brunello Cucinelli. But if you're just trying to emulate the aesthetic without the hefty price tag, you can get very similar looking pieces from high street brands like Zara, COS, H&M, or Abercrombie. Granted, you might not get the same quality of fabrics, but you can still put together similar looking outfits. Step 4, if you can, invest in a nice timepiece.
Oh God, okay, I'm skipping this part. Okay. Should you participate in the quiet luxury trend? I think like the historical relevance to this was interesting and unique, but then when it goes into like how you can do quiet luxury shit, I mean, it's like whatever. The row, everything is like 3,000% up mark. Yeah. Old money fashion is a peak of boring and in uninventive fashion. Yeah. Why would you want to dress like this? I like my vintage oversized t-shirts and short shorts. Sounds like you're not there yet, bud. Hater? Says Pineapple Smuggler. Which one is it? Am I actually the wealthiest person on the planet? Or am I aspiring to be wealthy and I'm just jealous? What am I doing? Am I the wealthiest person on the planet and hiding my wealth in an evil, conveniently evil and cynical way? Or am I jealous because I'm not there yet? Okay, this guy, this new hater says I'm jealous. Got it. Okay, thanks. This is all fast fashion. Zara is the way to go. Why spend a bunch on brand name stuff when it'll be last year's model next year? The answer to that is yes. I didn't even realize Bruno Cucinelli was like that. I thought it was like kind of a whack-ass brand. I didn't realize that, or Brunello Cucinelli, sorry. I am surprised. My idea of humanistic capitalism and human sustainability. Thanks, Brunello Cucinelli. That's fire. Beauty is the symbol of the morally good. Frugal, ripped, quiet, rich kids, rich fits in his video.
Hat over here. Billionaire cosplay is the 1% dress up, consisting of very subtle, unbranded, minimalist cuts and designs. This style was kind of really made popular.
Look, I'm a silhouette guy, okay? Maybe because it's unattainable for someone of my size and stature. Did you see people canceling you for causing sorbet to break up, lol? Yeah, those people are literally all lolly-loving pedophiles, okay? I'm sorry. It's like not even worth discussing. These people have fucking brain worms, dude. They have worms in their goddamn brains. In the video, people have already doxed sorbet, and I'm criticizing the people that are doxing sorbet by saying, you people are fucking crazy. Why would you go after someone randomly and dox them? Holy fucking shit. But of course, because people have actual legitimate brain worms, they've substituted their brain for worms, okay? That's the only wrinkle they will ever see inside of their brains. They think this community is the reason why we fucking... this community is the reason why they broke up and got doxxed or whatever the fuck. They're dumb. They're dumb as fuck. There's no reason to talk about it. Okay. Sorbet. Those motherfuckers that call you out for misogyny in their bio would literally say white nationalist, Western chauvinist. Yeah. I like Levi's because it has working class origin, being worn by the first gold and silver miners following the gold rush out to California in 1848, but then it's a massive fucking corporation, so either way it's bullshit. Without disclosing too much, how do you find things that are your size thrifted? I'm triple XL now, down from a 7XL, and I can't seem to find anything. You don't. You just get lucky. You try really hard. That's it. Oh, also, the best part is my life changed dramatically when everybody started wearing like oversized, like the skater fashion, the skater brands and athleisure legitimately changed the game for me. Why? Because everybody started making massive fucking clothing, and all these brands started making like big ass t-shirts and shit. And it's great because then I can wear it and it's not big, but still, I can still wear it. You know what I mean? Cool. There's also disdevelopment to the racist memes.
Hi, guys.
What is this?
Oh, is the lighting weird?
What the fuck is, what am I looking at?
I'm doing my makeup, but I have to talk about something that I should have talked about, or really.
What is this? Hashtag, please don't use my pics to spread hate. Hashtag random cashier. Oh, wait. Is this the fucking, the random cashier meme that like psychopaths on Twitter were using? They were like, look how ugly Zendaya is in comparison to this white cashier. Is that what that is? Nazis used their face to symbol the perfect Aryan girl. God. Yeah, I saw that so much. Even Turks got involved in it. I saw some like Turkish ass Nazis being like, oh, look, this is our version of the cashier girl versus, you know, ugly black women. Like that was what that was the meme. The meme is like black women are ugly and white Aryans are beautiful or some shit, which is so odd because like Zendaya is objectively beautiful. It's such a weird thing to be like, look how ugly Zendaya is. That's such a weird, like you've lost the plot so much. Like there is no better representation of your own personal racism than pointing to someone that is like universally recognized as a beautiful person and going, well, she's black, so she's ugly. Okay? It's so fucking funny. Like, you're just showing your ass. You're revealing your cards immediately. Okay? Imagine being so insecure of your Aryan race that you don't even use your own pics to show instead of using random beautiful Nazi uglies. Yeah. So this was the meme. Just leave black folks out of your business. Black folk be minding their business, and here come Timmy to start beef for no reason. Was there another? Was there? Can you guys give me one? Can you give me an example of this on Twitter so I can show it to people? Oh, here it is. Here it is. So this is the OG, right? Random Midwest minimum wage cashier who Hollywood is trying to sell as new beauty symbols, fully dedicated makeup teams, fashion, surgery, etc. And it's basically just like, I mean, both of these women are fucking beautiful, okay? All three of these women are attractive. It's just ridiculous to point to two very attractive women in like one fucking snapshot and go, oh my God, look how ugly they are. This is brave of you, Hasan. Wait, what? I mean, I'm not saying anything ridiculous. It's just like so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid. You're basically just saying, I'm a racist person. Vogue model / Swedish girl at the Metro. But of course, because now Twitter is like full-blown 4chan, none of these fucking losers are getting bullied enough to like hide themselves and are very openly talking about it in public. Like Vogue model versus, imagine taking a photo of a random person at the fucking subway to be like, I'm going to do a racism here, okay? I'm going to go on Twitter and do a racism. So I'm going to take a fucking random creep shot of a person on the subway, if this is even a real circumstance, if this is like a person who just like took a photo. When I'm in a desperately seeking validation through providing an unwilling example, challenge of my opponent is a Nazi. It's so fucking strange. Who definitely appears to be a minor. It's just so weird. It's so weird. It's worse. The blind girl photo is an old 4chan photo. It's been used for racism for a decade now. Which blind girl? Also, picking a pic from where she's literally playing a drug addict in a show too, and she still slays. Yeah, it's like, wow, look at how ugly Zendaya looks in the show where she's like supposed to be playing a drug, like someone who's severely addicted to fucking drugs. Wow, that's crazy. My new favorite tweet from this dumbass meme, Hitler. That's good. That's a good quote tweet. Zendaya, sorry. Meanwhile, Zendaya actually modeling. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, she even looks good there. Like she looks fine. Like she looks great. No one is always like 100%, especially when they're like personally getting makeup done to look like they're disheveled. You're fucking so stupid. You're so dumb. You're the type of person who thinks villains in movies are actually bad people in real life at that point. You literally look at a snapshot from a fucking TV show and you go, she don't look good here, when she's not even supposed to look good, and yet she still does. And you're like, I mean, I've made my point clear. Imagine being a Nazi, a nonce, and seeking validation on Twitter. Pick a struggle at this point. First of all, being a nonce and a Nazi, Twitter is your best platform to do that on right now. It's like unfiltered, unadulterated Nazi pedophilia on the platform. It is the platform for being a white supremacist pedophile. Straight up. Straight up. This is just blue check manufactured engagement discourse. It's such garbage. I know. It is so, it's just so stupid. I saw it briefly. I think this was the only one I saw. Okay. And immediately I was like, wow, this is really fucking stupid and racist. You know, I wish you a horrible life that is as horrible as it was every single day. I hope it just keeps getting worse and worse. Okay. Which it probably will if you keep going down this route. Incredibly fucking stupid. Anyway, of course they choose to use a pic of her when she's depicting a character who's addicted to heroin. Yeah. Also, look at this hashtag. Trans women are con men. Nice. Love Twitter, dude. Love X. Love X. Great stuff overall. Just wonderful platform, dude. Just great. Fucking great. Anyway, apparently, this is the cashier from the meme that originally started. Here's what she had to say about this meme.
Hi, guys. Oh, is the lighting weird? I'm doing my makeup, but
It's like people who lose their shit about like blue-eyed people. Like they're such weirdos. I've never cared about that. I've never understood it. I don't personally get it. I will never get it. It's just like people who are like, oh, we found, there was another tweet like from, again, dumbass Nazi groiper LARPers who were like, we found someone with ice blue eyes. And it's like that girl is attractive, right? Like that was a pretty girl. Okay. But the perfect A10. It's just like, how fucking psychotic are you?
I have to talk about something that I should have talked about a really long time ago. Because this morning I searched up my name, which I don't recommend at all. The internet can be a really mean place, but I found some memes that were damaging and hateful, comparing me to just other women of different backgrounds, different careers, different skin types.
She's trying to not say black women, but that's what it is. It's just everybody comparing her to black women without her knowledge or consent. It's just like such a wild thing. Okay. Don't avoid it. Just say it. Like at the top of the hour, I tell you there's a 3-minute ad break. You know what I mean? I don't avoid it. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one that must be done. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You know what I mean? Hard conversations to be had, but also a productive one overall. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Wonder what they'll say about this black dude. No, they don't give a fuck about eye color in that situation. They're racist. Come on. They're racist.
And I feel like it's so unnecessary, because I don't know why we can't just let girls be pretty without thinking they're in a competition. A lot of these memes are straight up racist. And it really hurts my heart that my image is being used. I thought I could do my makeup and talk at the same time. It's not gonna happen. I just wanna make it super clear that I'm not okay with my picture being used to be racist or pit girls against one another, because it's so incredibly unnecessary. And that being said, I really appreciate you guys for giving me this platform to talk about things that mean a lot to me, and this does mean a lot to me, so just be nice.
But
and have
please
a really
stop
good day.
using me for racism. That dude that brought the meme quote, tweet this, by the way. Nazis' only interaction with beautiful is virtual. They've never actually been around beautiful people because they're fucking creepy. That's why they think individual pics with bad angles are proof that people are ugly. Yeah, it's so weird. I legit feel bad for this girl. She's like 19 getting shared around by groypers. Yeah, it's like that one. What was she like? There was that other girl that was like Italian, and I think she was a minor, but I don't know if she was. I think she was either 19 or a minor. But everyone was like literally saying that she is actually a sexy towel boy that is a child that you would want to fuck in like ancient Rome. Okay, that's how fucking brain broken these losers are, dude. They're so insane. You're saying, huh? But that's real. They found these fucking weirdos. They found some girl, okay, on TikTok who's like a model in Italy, okay? Not sure if she's a minor or if she's 19 or but just like close to being underage or whatever. But like they found photos of her and they were just like sharing it by being like, remember what the liberals took away from you. You know, back in the day, they used to fuck towel boys that looked like this. Extremely mid, every woman in 3rd century Rome looked like this. Well, now they've switched over to saying that she is a woman. But before, they literally were saying that she was actually a man. This is what the towel boy... Oh, here it is. Yeah. It's still up, by the way, which is crazy. This is what the towel boys ancient Roman warriors had sex with look like. This is what they took from us. Like, seeing a woman on TikTok and then imagining, what if... and then imagining, what if she wasn't a woman at all? What if she was a young boy that you would have sex with? No, that person's not a real elementary school teacher. That's like a psychotic pedophile fucking memer. There's no way that person is a real elementary school teacher. Their name is Schizofrequency. Get the fuck out of here. Sees beautiful woman. I am a gay pedophile. Exactly. It's just like fucking so weird. It's such a weird thing to just say. It's why? Why do you feel like this is a thing that you can say? Anyway. Another tweet by the same person. Oh, yeah. This is so funny. She isn't mad about this at all. She can't stop smirking. She's dancing on their grave. She's pretending to cry while she beheads them. Total victory. 7,000 likes. Bro, these people are, I mean, they, I don't know. They need lobotomies, dude. I feel like they do. They need lobotomies. There's no saving some of these motherfuckers. These are the same people now calling you a trafficker over sorbet, by the way. Yeah. Some of those people, some of those fucking losers, got mad at me last week, and they were like, he must be a pedophile sex trafficker. Why? Because he made fun of the sound of freedom. Okay? This is what our political discourse is now. If you make fun of a movie, like if you made like a Taken joke, okay? If you made like a joke about Taken, that means you must like it when children are getting sex trafficked, okay? I'm using a different example and not Sound of Freedom so people just like don't get so brain broken over it. Okay? Twitter even added a community note to your haters. A reminder, Hasan slept with a trafficked women and most likely underage ones. This community note perfectly summarizes any online discourse related to Hasan on Twitter. The original tweet got 16K likes because the truth doesn't matter. Yeah. I don't think that post actually got a community noted, though, did it? I saw the tweet. Literally everyone involved is a Nazi. Even the person they're quoting has 88 in the bio. Yeah. Hasan is a harasser and a direct participant of human trafficking. Like, there were so many instances where I was never in my life did I ever think that people would be like actually just being like typical Turk. But I've heard it so much online now that like, goddamn, maybe it is fucked up. Maybe motherfuckers are being racist. Like I have a pretty pasty skin overall, so I like didn't even realize. But like the esoteric racism against the Turkish ethnic background is legitimately shocking. You're literally looking at the community note? No, that's a screenshot. Twitter is now officially just straight up 4chan though. Community note was real, bro. I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter. Ultimately, 16,000 people still liked it. But yeah, the guy that fucking tweeted this, Young Crowdly, proud POC, person of cracker, alpha mage, expert in necromancy. And then you click on their profile and they're just straight up Nazis. They're just straight up fucking Nazis. They're very... You don't quote tweet these losers anymore. You screenshot it. Yeah, he's got Father of Witchcraft 88. I wonder why he has 88 in the bio. Very interesting. I've seen so much Islamophobia and Turkish slurs in the replies of this tweet. Yeah. Hasan is not a good dude. He's quite cringe. Sources for anyone wanted to verify that Hasan is legitimately a creep. I love the sources, dude. And this just still goes. Like, it just still goes. And you click on their fucking profile. You click on their profile, and they're, like, not only a Nazi, but also a pedophile. Pick a struggle, dude. Pick a fucking struggle, my man. Just do the world a favor. You know what to do. You know what to do. Now, the other thing that happened in this saga, which comes from an identical background as well, was the sorbet situation. Why do they keep intentionally misspelling your name? Come on, you know why. That's to make me more ethnic. Here's the other thing that was, blasted onto my fucking timeline yesterday. Where the fuck is it? Of course, the only sane reply in that entire thread has only 32 likes. This fucking loser. Just a reminder that Hasan the Harun harasses women online and IRL. 8,000 likes. Why? Because apparently Sorbet, the fan-made idol group, disbanded. For a lot of you, you probably have no idea what this is because it was a one-off on a Saturday when me and Nick is Not Green were looking at random cringe shit online, as we do on TikTok. And this was a Sorbet was like an idol group. This was a idol group that a lot of people were yelling at, and they got doxxed and harassed, right? Before we even covered the story. And while the story was ongoing, okay, while this story was ongoing, and while we were covering it, because they were doxxed before I even found out about them, okay, their lolly on profile, do not click. Yeah, I'm not clicking on their profile. They're fucking weirdos. Here, this is me finding out about Sorbet.
Go through the other Sorbet ones before you watch her
Where is Sorbet, though? This is Katsusu.
Go down where you see Bay official.
Hey
Yeah.
everyone, this is Barry.
So this is the apology, but I think you should
No, we're not watching the apology
yeah,
yet.
we
No,
need to-
no. That's on the back burner. Wait, hold up. So
We gotta build up
So they
to
only
it.
have 29,000 followers. So it does seem like pre-debut California-based indie idols. Oh my God, we're currently being doxxed. Jesus Christ, dude. Plus, you literally said the opposite. What I do think is like really funny about this is that like they're just cringe. Like they didn't do anything illegal. They didn't even do anything hateful. Let's be fucking real. Like yeah, it's like cultural appropriation, but like it's so cringe that it's not like they're not. I don't know how to describe it. Like they're not exactly like who are they hurting? Like
Their actions aren't affecting.
who did Bidichan hurt? Okay, explain to me. Explain to me how she did the hurt and who she hurted. Okay. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like I literally defended them. Okay. Yeah, I made fun of them for being cringe. Okay, which they are. But who gives a fuck? Not only did I talk about how ridiculous it is that they got fucking doxxed, how could I have participated in a harassment and doxing campaign when it happened before I even found out about what they were? The only reason why we were covering this story as a story is because of all the shit that happened beforehand. But it doesn't stop a lolly pedophile on Twitter from just lying about it. I can't even click on their profile because it has, they're posting about how, like, you know, what are the ethical ways to draw lolly or whatever the fuck. They're almost always pedophiles, dude. It is fucking crazy. Oh, this is the guy. Here it is. My fantasy about wanting to F 11-year-old mentally unwell Pokemon characters. Holy shit, I get it now. With all that being said, I would 100% mating press and breed Penny and Zinnia from Pokemon. They're both correct types of Menhara to trigger my lizard brain. Anyway, why did I talk about all this? Well, because this is just how the fucking internet works, okay? There it is. I find this bizarre, but I haven't done anatomy in years. I don't believe you'd have to study a child's anatomy to be able to draw a lolly, especially given that that's not really how anatomy works. To share an example, you used Megumin has far wider hips than a child would. So, did you see this thread of you defending sorbet? Hasan defending sorbet, a thread. Let's be fucking real. Like, yeah, it's like cultural appropriation, but like, but this is what's really frustrating to me about this situation is that, like, I covered the harassment campaign in and of itself, and I was very critical of the people who were harassing them. Okay, but that doesn't matter because you can just fucking lie. You can just fucking lie. You don't even need to clip something out of context in many respects. You could just say Hasan harassed and doxed sorbet, and like thousands of people will believe it. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because obviously you're in here, so you have a little bit better media literacy, but please look at your sources. Look at where this information is coming from. Because I see so many motherfuckers that get caught up in this frenzy and go, wow, it's crazy that Hasan doxed and harassed random women online. He's done this before. Yeah, I mean, this is the real reason. When discourse or drama or problematic events take place online, it's always Hasan Piker's rule, the Piker principle. It's very frustrating to see it, especially when it's just like it's just completely made up. Yeah, there was a chat I went into and jokingly said something about protect Barry Chan, and Chalk got all fucking riled up about it, and I was like, y'all chill, I'm fucking memeing. Anyway, we're going to get into the DeSantis ad in a second. Honestly, some of these crazies deserve to have you sick your entire fan base on them, Paragon style. It won't change anything. Dude, when these are people who defend pedophilia, are you joking? You think it fucking matters, dude? Got a roach simp in my mentions. Exactly. Like, you think it matters, dude? They're fucking losers. Like, a lot of these people are very close to ending it all, okay? This is the only string that keeps them around. This kind of like engagement online. Their life is pain. Their life is pain. It's always a struggle. They're very sick puppies in many respects. And the only way that they can like take it one day at a time is by getting other people to be outraged about dumb shit or getting people mad at them. How do you know that? I mean, come on, dude. I've been around for long enough. Remember that hater who then a few posts later posted, I am a bad person? Yeah. Wait, hold up. So,
We gotta build up
so they
to
only
it.
have 29,000 followers. So it does seem like pre-debut California-based indie idols. Oh my God. We're currently being doxxed. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck, man. Yo, people need to stop, dude. People need to fucking stop. Wait. Yeah.
There's a couple of things. The two girls, the way this happened is that after this video, everybody, like TikTok's idea of this is that Barry is this like evil leader of the group who's like a racist piece of shit, but they love the other two friends.
Wait, no, they don't.
I'm not kidding. Everyone hypes the other
What's
two girls up
wrong
as
with-
if they're not all friends with each other. So like, there's a couple of things. The two girls, the way this happened is that after this video,
I would like to say I'm lending my full support behind this initiative, this movement. Betty-chan, keep leaning into it, okay?
yeah, I fully want to be back next week with her.
Because because if she apologizes for it, like then she leaves it like halfway, so she's still doing like J-pop idol shit, but like doing it in English, like no more katakana. Like what the fuck's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I would like.
This is
It's not
crazy.
you, it's Barry. Queen, stop. You didn't do anything wrong. Sis, you don't have to apologize at all. Like, you're 100% good. Your call, amazing. Your response eats every
See,
time.
like,
We love
what
you.
the fuck?
And she, like, put the fucking call sign in there, too. The Mahjong call-out is cool as hell, by the way. You're cool. I like Mahjong concept. It's just Barry. Ash is my bias. What is going on?
It doesn't stop. It's every single one. Look.
But
Just
this is not
every single
real.
one.
But this is not, like, she shouldn't be apologizing, but, like, neither should fucking Barry. Like, what is happening?
She has a Japanese boyfriend.
Yeah,
How many
that's why.
times?
Kaya's
I'm
little
so-
baby voice. I'm so fucking confused as to why like there is even any like real drama. The reason, anyway, can we move on to something that's interesting now? Yeah, the reason why I talked about this is like this is baby media literacy. The reason why I mentioned this is because I said the exact opposite things at a time when these guys were like being fucking harassed nonstop. I said the exact opposite things that they claim I said, and it didn't even fucking matter. Hundreds of thousands of fucking impressions were created and cultivated off of it. And I think that that is really interesting to analyze. Like, what does that say about our collective consciousness? What does that say about Twitter? What does that say about how we operate as a society? Like, it literally doesn't matter. What does that say about truth? Okay? Because if you can look at a situation where, like, I have been on the other side defending someone, and someone could just turn around and be like, he actually wasn't. He harassed them and doxed them, and thousands of people turn around and go, yeah, actually, that's true. Well, what the fuck am I doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? The same exact circumstance happened with another fan base, with the One Piece fan base. But luckily, I had a bunch of very viral posts go with respect to my opinion on Luffy and Oda. So like most people were like, oh no, you just clipped this out of context to like make Hasan look bad. But in reality, he was just like saying something entirely different. So the only way to get ahead of this kind of misinformation is if the information that you're putting out there is more viral than the misinformation. And of course, lies always spread faster than the truth. So it is a very weird circumstance that I find myself in all the time. What you said wasn't even that objectionable. I said nothing wrong about it. Why the fuck is it always you that gets misinfoed? Because at this point, when you have someone who's like easy to fucking yell about and slander, people will do it because they care about, they absolutely care about impressions. That's it. And a lot of pedophile Nazis who spend all of their fucking time online, all of their time on like weird ass, random ass groups, okay? They do this. This is all they do. They get their kicks off of this shit. It's just manufactured outrage, but lol, it's literally the same as Fox News, just with randoms and freaks farming you. Exactly. Anyway, they're celebrating a Hasan has been talking about it for over an hour. I mean, it doesn't matter. I want to like correct the record when it's something gross, like I fucking harassed and doxed some random girls over fucking something that I do all the time, which is speak in loan words, like or try to speak Japanese. You know what I mean? It's fucking so stupid. The irony is if those guys actually watch me, then they could hit me with the Hasan is a hypocrite. Look at him speaking Japanese here, something he doxed someone else for. Will it correct the record if they never see your response, though? I think community notes, just, you know, pushing for community notes is the best thing you can do in that circumstance. You know? But yeah, no charitability whatsoever. And also my interlocutors, my enemies will never actually, they're not capable of making jokes. They're not capable of enjoying life, obviously. So I will take my enemies out of context. I don't know what the best way to combat this is. I look at other online communities and think they would put this down quickly, but this community is way more normie to combat the brain rot of 4chan posters and their misinformation campaigns. No, I don't. I think what you don't realize is that a lot of no other influencer gets this level of fucking mass hate, with the exceptions of like Pokimane. You know what I mean? There isn't really anyone else that gets like this much slander. Probably, yeah, I mean, Dylan Mulvaney, obviously. Yes. I'm talking about people who are otherwise from a non-marginalized background. Ethan is the other person who gets like this level of like targeted bullshit. Why does Pokemon get slandered? She's so chill. She is a woman in a very male-dominated space full of gamers. Are you kidding me? Of white cishet men, then yeah, you receive some of the most I've seen. Yeah. But it's mostly because I defend people who are not white or cishet. That's oftentimes where this anger and animosity comes from. Like, I didn't cultivate a fucking hater base out of nowhere. It came because, you know, I speak out on a lot of issues, oftentimes very passionately, and defend those who are marginalized. It is the unfortunate reality. It's if it's bad for me, it's infinitely worse. If it's bad for me, it's infinitely worse for those people. You know what I mean? I just hate that, like, that kind of stuff, that kind of slander does reach a broader audience that doesn't really know me that well, and only it impacts me in a negative way because people just think that, like, that's actually who I am and what I represent. It's very frustrating. It's also because they know their audiences won't watch your content to fact check, where other creators might have more crossover audience, so it's harder to lie about them because of that. Yeah. I saw Chatter say it, and it's true. A ton of freaks also have very similar interactions with AOC. Yeah, her fucking... Oh my god, dude. Her replies are like a minefield. Like, you... The planet would be a better place if most people that replied in a negative way to AOC's tweets were lobotomized, okay? Mass lobotomized. Holy shit. It's so fucking gross, dude. Anyway. And on top of that, because she's a woman in politics, a leftist woman in politics, she also gets an extra... And a brown woman, she gets additional unhinged bullshit, like when they're shipping her with Elon Musk, and then Elon leans into it too because he's fucking gross, disgusting pig fuck. It's just so nasty.
It was the weekend of Barbenheimer as two of Hollywood's most highly anticipated summer films far surpassed expectations at the box office. Barbie has made a whopping $155 million domestically since its debut Friday, the biggest opening of the year. Oppenheimer earned more than $80 million, and you could tell who was seeing Barbie by their outfits. A lot of people got all dolled up in that bubblegum pink, but it does all come at a tense time for Hollywood.
This is something magical. It never ever happens like this.
It was a magical weekend for Hollywood.
The world will remember this day.
As moviegoers hit the theaters in numbers not seen since before the pandemic, many in costumes, to celebrate the unlikely partnership between two very different films. A biopic about the father of the atomic bomb, and a playful take on one of the world's most famous toys.
We saw Barbie at 3, and then we're doing Oppenheimer at 6.
Barbenheimer.
It's the best day ever. It is the best day ever.
With Barbie's $155 million opening in North America, filmmaker Greta Gerwig broke the first weekend box office record for a female director.
It does feel like this movies are back kind of moment.
Justin Chang.
Yeah, movies are back only for like this weekend though, because now they're not back. Movies are back, but also not really back because guess what? You know, the strikes are happening.
As a film critic for the Los Angeles Times.
It's also why it's very bittersweet, of course, because in the midst of the writers and now actors strike, this could be the first great news and the last great news for Hollywood in a while.
The Writers Guild has been on strike since May, and earlier this month, the Actors Guild joined them to lobby for better pay and job security in the streaming era of content.
Is it wrong of us to support these movies, to go see these movies? Is that being a scab if you go and I think the answer has been resounding clear. No, do go and enjoy movies. It's worth noting both Barbie and Oppenheimer are the movies they are because of writers and actors.
There is a lot of excitement about.
You know why they're not what they are though? The motherfucking studio executives, okay? Studio executives are not the ones acting in front of the fucking cameras. Studio executives are not the ones that are also writing the fucking plots. Studio executives are not on the editing floor. They're not on the set putting the fucking lighting together. They're not doing shit, okay? They ain't doing shit. All they're doing is basically trying to find new and creative and unique ways to stop. You said they finance it? No, they don't even finance it. You're wrong. Studio executives don't even fucking finance movies, dumbass. What are you talking about? No, their entire job is to find new creative and unique ways to literally undermine the product. That's all they do. No, studio executives aren't the ones who are fucking financing the movies. They're producers. That's a producer. It's a different term. Executives sit atop an ivory fucking throne and basically say, well, this movie's about to make $500 million. Let's somehow find a way to claim that it actually lost $1 billion. Okay? That's all a studio executive is doing. And they're not even doing it themselves. They're directing accountants to do that.
About this, I love the people who did the double feature in one day.
Well, I want to check in with
Angel Studios are independent, complying to SAG-AFTRA's demands, so they're being allowed to produce stuff through the strike. Expect Sound of Freedom 2 and a bunch of Jesus stuff being pumped out still. I love that. Angel Studios is my favorite studio. So.
Twitter's iconic blue bird.
All right, let's get to Twitter, which is now an X logo. And all of the fucking idiotic things that accompany this idiotic decision from Elon Musk. I covered it briefly yesterday. Well, maybe not so briefly. I'm going to talk about it again. I have to pee first. I'll be back in a second.
Cold. Owner Elon Musk has said it's going to be replaced with a logo depicting the letter X. That's the name that he wants to use for the so-called everything app that he's trying to build on the foundations of Twitter. The rebranding comes as Musk recently admitted that advertising revenue on the platform was at half of what it was before he bought it. Let's not forget that Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter when he bought it last October. Let's cross live now to Justin Urquhart-Stewart, who's founder of the investment platform Regionally. Justin, ditching the logo, perhaps also ditching the Twitter name and its brand, it's beginning to feel like Musk only really wanted Twitter for its user base. What are your thoughts?
Well, I have to say he's creating some significant damage to it, because if you should think about what Twitter is, it's a relatively limited operation. It's of communications compared with, say, some of the competitors we can see in India and China who broadened it out to actually provide more services. So that's one of his problems. He wants to actually bring it out into a broader area. But, of course, the brand itself has its quite loyal base, but an aging base of aging people like me. Whereas, of course, the younger generation have gone off to other areas. So Twitter really does look a bit old-fashioned, but he's got to be careful. All very well changing the brand and then actually changing the services. But if you've actually got a selection of aging people who actually quite like it as it is, that means you're starting from scratch and damaging the original value of it. And of course, these days, there are now more competitors coming through. And of course, only a few weeks ago, we had Threads being launched with a seemingly record number of people signing up for that. But would it take old people like me to join that? Good heavens, I mean, I have to try and learn to do something else. And that's probably quite unlikely.
Heaven forbid. I mean, what we saw with Threads was Meta, its owner, using Instagram, one of its biggest products right now, as a launch pad. It simply took the whatever followers you had on Instagram and people that you followed and transposed it onto Threads. Elon Musk seems to be trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater. He wants it to become this... Sorry, he wants it to become this kind of everything app. A bit like...
She's so fucking passed out. You can't tell from this angle, but this is my favorite type of thing that happens. You can't tell from this angle, but her tongue is out. Do you see? Can you tell? Her tongue is out of her mouth. It's rolled out of her mouth and it's like touching the ground. That's how fucking passed out she is. It's the cutest thing, dude. Like, The reason why she's so tuckered out is because she spent the entire morning playing with puppies, other puppies that are younger than her, smaller and tinier than her. However, for that, unfortunately, she might have also gotten, fleas. I don't know how to check for fleas yet, but at least she's not currently itching herself, so I assume they're not like, you know. They gave her mom treatment, now she's tired. With Kaya being around, I noticed unlocks have been, yeah.
In China's WeChat, which facilitates payments and as well as that. But I just wonder what evidence is there of him actually doing anything to push it in that direction?
Well, nothing so far that we can actually see. Of course, maybe developing things behind it, or maybe he's going to buy something else. But having spent, as you said, £44 billion, dollars rather, I mean, that's hugely expensive for that business, which is not making any money. And of course, the advertising has already probably halved, and if not more. It's got limited things it can do. So yes, he could try and develop it, but the likes of Meta could, as you said, just link into other existing services. He can't exactly link it into, say, a Tesla or a rocket or something like that. It doesn't make any sense. So he's got a problem here. He's got a brand which is still quite strong, but looking weaker. He needs to develop another brand and actually try and make that as interesting and as sexy and attractive to people. And in this market, that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, he's a busy man, obviously, with all those other ventures such as Tesla and SpaceX. He has installed a new CEO at Twitter, even though it feels very much as if he's still in the driving seat. I wonder what has to happen before we'll decide whether he's succeeded or failed.
Well, I get the distinct impression, when you actually look back at what happened last year, he really didn't want to buy this thing too much. He wanted to be involved in it, but ending up having to buy it because he didn't understand the rules of the stock exchange as to actually what you can do in terms of adjusting the price or influencing it. So I think he probably regrets what he's done. What it has to show now is that there is a credible plan for the development of the business, for it to be profitable, but above all, in this particular sector, attractive, that people want to participate in it. And what are we going to be able to do on this new X that we couldn't do elsewhere? And why is that going to be something actually that is going to be attractive? So X, Y, and you're going to know probably Z, which will be 0.
Okay, Justin Urquhart Stewart there. We'll have to leave it. Thank you very much for joining us.
I wanted to bring your attention to that director of Sound of Freedom's next movie is very U-coded. Cabrini. Cabrini charts the rise of a poor, audacious woman who became one of the great entrepreneurs of the 19th century through her willpower, courage, and business skill, overcame sexism and violent anti-Italian bigotry in 19th century New York. That's awesome. That's finally someone is making a movie about the violent anti-Italian bigotry, dude. Breaking: Elon Musk is now censoring this photo of him standing next to the noted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell when posted on Twitter. I mean, I don't think that's happening, but funny. Good meme. Like, another one. This is another one. American girl is interested in Japanese idol culture, joins idol group. Hasan says it's racist. His fans harass the group. God, I hate Hasan. If it wasn't for the fact that his uncle runs a media group, he would literally be a nobody. It doesn't matter. 6K likes, dude. Washington Hoja. Imam George Washington. Dumbass fucking... Just another one, baby. Mbappe got offered $700 million to just play 1 year in Saudi Arabia. Oil money goes crazy. All right, where was I? All right, let's continue. I went to the Atlantic City Margaritaville yesterday. I wore a very Jimmy Buffett coated outfit. It was reservation only though, so I got Mexican food. Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? It being reservation only. This man just loves sexual harassment suits, I guess. Wait, what? Conference rooms at Twitter headquarters are now being renamed to words with X in them, including exposure, exalt, and sexy. I mean, no one would ever... First of all, we live in a deeply misogynistic society. So absolutely zero people are getting canceled for being misogynistic, okay? So there is that part of the thing. So, like, I don't know why these fucking dumbass Nazis think that that's going to be a valid way to do it, especially when, like, they themselves are misogynistic actually on a daily fucking basis, and they never get canceled. So I don't know why they thought that this would be a good avenue, okay? Very, very stupid. Anyway, getting back to Twitter, though, Elon Musk has officially rebranded Twitter as X, even though he hasn't officially been able to do so. One, Twitter Japan apparently legally cannot change their rebranding to X Japan because the J-Rock band X Japan owns the rights to the name. How funny would it be if Yoshiki is the one who saved us all from this awful rebranding move? Lol. Now, for those of you who don't know, I said this already. I said this earlier, but Twitter is massive in Japan. And so whenever Elon makes these like weird decisions, I feel like a lot of people in Japan get very frustrated, extra frustrated. You know what I mean? They're removing the name but didn't get a permit, so it got shut down. Yeah, here it is. Twitter name was coming off the building, but Elon Musk didn't get a permit for the equipment on the street, so the San Francisco Police Department shut it down. How can you behave like this? How can you be like this? I will never understand it. I do not understand it. Like, why don't you just get a fucking permit? Big dog, what's happening? Like, there no one running the show over there? Like, did you fire every single person? This seems like such a dumbass oversight problem. Like, how? How is like such a basic thing? It's such a basic component that like every single person uses and takes advantage of on a daily fucking basis. I don't really understand it. I guess I assume it's because Elon is so wealthy that he's just like, I don't give a fuck. I'll pay the fine. You know what I mean? Also, yeah, weird new logo, but okay. Elon sexually harassed a woman and tried to pay her off with a horse. Yeah, the font is very roaring 20s, which I think is a nice touch. One of these is Twitter. 3 of them are porn sites. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50, get the subs. There are more logo mania problems happening with Elon Musk's Twitter. The icing on the cake, Microsoft owns a trademark for X. So Musk has destroyed a loved and strong brand for potential years of litigation and potentially no brand. So there's that as well. This is related to Xbox, right? It is. That would explain the Unicode character, perhaps. It will be fun to see how this develops. Okay. So there's that issue there in the United States of America. They can't even change the handle because it's already being used. Genius move again from Elon Musk. I suspect, though, that they will probably take it, laughing at how many people work at Twitter still. Since Elon Musk took over the reins at Twitter as the CEO in October 2022, its workforce dropped 80% and reportedly hovers at around 1,300 employees. Among the remaining staffers, less than 550 are full-time engineers, the network found following a review of the website's internal records. Trust and safety team, which monitors content, recommends policies, and makes changes to the website design, is down to fewer than 20 people. So if you're wondering why this happens, if you're wondering how, like, oh, why didn't Elon Musk get a fucking permit, for example, for something as simple as taking down the Twitter logo to put a fucking X logo there? Why didn't he get a permit? It's because so many teams are just They're done. They're out. He's trying to run the operation with a skeleton crew. And technically, he is able to get away with running an operation with a skeleton crew because the remaining people are desperate for having a job. A lot of their immigration status relies, a lot of them staying in the United States of America basically relies on them working for Elon Musk.
Essentially.
So here is also Elon Musk also going absolute bananas mode on what his goals are for Twitter. Now, of course, his goals are one that has been done many times over. His goals are not new. They're not unique. They're not interesting. It works very successfully in China, obviously. It works very successfully in China. And Meta, Facebook, has tried to do it here in the United States of America before Elon and has failed. Okay? What he wants to do is make Twitter into a one-stop shop, a payment processor on top of everything else. But why in the ever-loving fuck would you put your social security number or your credit card on a website like this that's run by 12 people? It is so profoundly fucking stupid that he thinks Twitter would ever do this. But I also don't think Elon is all that hard on the copium. I don't even think he personally thinks he has a capacity to do this. I think that Elon Musk knows that dumb idiots listen to every single word he says and believe him and will promote him. And this is his modus operandi. He's always, he's always lied about whatever the fuck he's going to do. And then when he overpromises and underdelivers, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't get punished in the stock market for it. That's ultimately what he cares about. So that's precisely the reason why he's just like lying.
Essentially, if done right, the X would serve people's financial needs to such a degree that over time it would become, I don't know, maybe half of the global financial system.
Wow.
Or some big number.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the number is, but pretty big.
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, this is wish casting, but even then, it's just bullshit.
So it would be by far the biggest sort of financial institution, but like I said, not really in the way that people are used to thinking about banks.
Mm-hmm.
Just the most efficient database for the thing that is money. Like I said, like least amount of fraud, everything's real time, and if it involves money in any way, it can be dealt with seamlessly on one location.
Like, this is already a fucking pipe dream. It's never going to happen. But it's also, once again, in the most Elon way possible, has been an abject failure. But also, it's not even new. It's not even novel. This is a thing that, like, Meta tried to do for years. And it's a thing that, like, Chinese social media companies have done successfully, obviously, in China, where there are a lot more limits to new social media companies coming to fruition and being utilized by the masses. So, very, very, very stupid. New Twitter logo is so opium. Bat, wilted flower, vampire, tone 1. We talked about this already. Elon has been obsessed with the name X for ages. I'm not going to go full-blown into it, but this was the website that he founded, X.com, originally. When they merged with PayPal, he wanted to try and change PayPal to X.com and then was pushed out by the board. And the new CEO, Peter Thiel, was the one who successfully marketed PayPal. And Elon still made out like a bandit due to other people running the show in his stead. The problem is when it's a fucking billionaire, it becomes your problem. Okay, it's not just like he can't have a midlife crisis quietly on the side.
Elon.
It becomes your problem. He will take away your toys and he will ruin them. Like the kid who takes the basketball away and goes, actually, fuck you. If you don't let me play, I know my team lost, but if you don't let me play, I'm leaving and I'm taking the ball with me. That's Elon Musk. More on the bird sign thread. Yeah, we already covered it. The Twitter sign change isn't going well. Building management called cops. Sign company is arguing they should continue removing the sign for safety reasons. Says they're exposed wires. That's awesome. That's so fucking stupid. Zero safety precautions while the sign was being taken down with people walking directly underneath. Exposed wires? Yeah. So let's hear what? The cult of Elon Musk. Here's the Jobbery segment on it.
So this is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry.
Yeah, we watched this before. A friend of the show, Jobbery, covers this very well.
It's a matter of making a series of phone calls.
This is where Elon's story gets even more convoluted and dishonest. When going through his list of accomplishments, many incorrectly credit Elon for founding PayPal, when in fact, he didn't. His company X.com merged with another company that had already created and been using PayPal for up to a year prior. While he promised to revolutionize online banking by throwing $12 million at X.com, all he actually managed to do was talk up a big game and make up a bunch of false promises about an online banking software in order to woo investors. The truth was, their technology was faulty at best, with one glaring flaw even allowing users to transfer money from any account in the nation.
Oh, this part was awesome. I forgot about this. Yeah. There were so many issues with the aspects that Elon touched, especially with respect to coding, because a lot of people will go, when is the last time Elon Musk did something? Well, the last time Elon Musk did something was X.com. And the something he did was such a massive fuck up and such a massive failure that like the one thing that you shouldn't ever be able to do with a payment processor / online bank, you were able to do.
Nation's banking system using only an account number. Employees felt as though Elon had promised the moon and the stars, but had in return delivered nothing close to it. So they were leaving in droves along with one of the co-founders. Struggling to support itself, X.com merged with a competing payment company called Confinity, owned by fellow billionaire and enjoyer of young people's blood, Peter Thiel. He and Confinity received widespread press coverage in
It also doesn't make sense because, like, currently I think X.com is, it's back on Twitter. Okay, never mind. There was a point yesterday where if you went to X.com, it was just GoDaddy. Like, the domain was still available, which I don't really understand because I thought it still, X.com was going to Twitter and then it wasn't going to Twitter and it's going to Twitter again as of now.
1999 with the launch of PayPal. But despite misconceptions, PayPal was ultimately a product of Confinity, only adopting the name X.com because it was thought to have more marketability than the names Confinity or even PayPal, which was abandoned when early consumers thought it was a porn thing. So they went with PayPal.
Well, good thing. Wait, whoa. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that they originally abandoned Elon Musk's dumbass idea because people thought it was a porn thing, only to have Elon Musk come back with multiple millions of dollars, get forced to purchase Twitter for $44 billion, and then run it to the fucking ground while simultaneously changing it into the porn thing again?
PayPal. And it didn't help that Elon was suspected by executive Roelof Botha of not disclosing important financial details to the board, and with the company losing so much money under Elon, more and more people there were questioning his decision-making. So they organized a coup to overthrow him as CEO and replace him with Bloodman Thiel. It worked, and Elon was removed from his executive position at PayPal while on his way to Australia Australia, cutting his honeymoon a little short. As for PayPal, both of these nuts justify the decision by claiming it would have killed the company if Elon stayed on as CEO for 6 more months.
See, yet another instance in Elon Musk's life where we could have all been saved. Okay? That runs into the fucking ground. It's awesome. You know, it's fire. There are so many circumstances. There are so many circumstances like this where like when he got into that fucking car accident, when he took his like first million and immediately bought a McLaren because he's a dumb fucking fail son, idiotic nouveau riche piece of shit. And then immediately crashed it. It's like a very real Greg Abbott tree situation. You know what I mean?
Months. Though Elon still kept his stake in PayPal and made about $180 million when it sold to eBay in 2002. He cashed out.
Bro, I almost clicked on that, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, we can't do X. Please don't write xvideos.com in the chat.
But I cannot emphasize enough how little he actually had to do with making the company a success. And he certainly wasn't a founder despite going to extreme lengths to make you think he was. But at least Elon only did this once, right? Right?
He wasn't.
Yep, he did it with fucking Tesla too. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, that's Elon Musk's PayPal situation. But of course, let's hear it from some real intelligent people. You know what I mean? Like Piers Morgan. I would love to hear from Piers Morgan on what's going on, what his take is on Elon Musk and this saga.
Musk officially changing Twitter's logo in the social media giant's latest brand overhaul. Twitter's official account posting the message, what's happening to its million of users while updating its header and avatar with the new company logo. And joining us now, host of Piers Morgan Uncensored on Fox Nation, Piers Morgan. Hey, Piers.
Good morning, AZ. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. What do you think of this?
I actually like it. I never liked that little damn bird anyway, did you? I mean, it was a very annoying-looking bird, and now we've got a very cool-looking X. I also like the fact it's annoying all the right people. You know the type. It's the type who every time Elon Musk does anything on this platform, they immediately go nuts. And
as opposed to myself, who's here on television defending Elon Musk. Yes, very nice. Those simpletons, they are getting mad anytime Elon Musk ruins something that they enjoy and utilize. I, on the other hand, am so big-brained that I do the exact opposite. When Elon Musk is ruining something due to sheer incompetence, I turn around and defend it.
and then announce, I am leaving the platform with immediate effect. And then you check about 2 days later, and they've come back, or they never left at all.
When are you going to stop using it? This is my job, man. It's my job. The reason why I criticize it too much, the reason why I fucking shit on it all the goddamn time is because it's my fucking job. Twitter was a very important resource for someone like myself, especially as I used it so frequently for journalism purposes. Okay? It's not just like drama. It's not just serving you the top of the hour ad break. A big part of what my fucking job was to see what journalists were working on, what stories they were working on. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, a lot of you are going to be working on seeing that 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour unless you worked on getting a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or maybe you'll get lucky and get gifted a sub. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Eating is Zeeting now? Oh no, there's no fucking way, dog. There is no way. This is a joke, right? Please, it's not real. There's no fucking way this is real. No shot, dude. Dude, what? This is... I saw a tweet the other day from someone who was like, oh, they're going to be... It's not real. Yeah, how to tweet. It's still how to tweet. Okay. Someone was like, they're going to be teaching this in business school. Like the Twitter failure is going to be taught in business class. Right? And someone was like, why would they teach this as like a valuable lesson? Like alienating the main fucking market of consumers and then turning it and shutting off like a lot of important parts that people relied on, and then destroying a brand with like 20 years of brand recognition overnight is always going to be a bad move. You don't need to like study it in business school to understand that that is bad and dumb. You know what I mean? Like every random Tom, Dick, and Harry knows that that is a profoundly dumb idea. The rebrand is great because on PC I can just click the X logo on the top right of the window and it closes Twitter. Wow. What? Here it is. What is this? This rebrand is beyond dumb. Name recognition is so important. Back in the day, SBC Global bought AT&T while it was the most hated company in America just for the name. Jason Aldean decries cancel culture while snagging best performing single of his career. A lot of butterfly effect moments happen in the world. I'm going to talk about Jason Aldean in a little bit. But another butterfly effect is, you know who was singing? You know who was on stage at the time Stephen Paddock started opening fire from the MGM Casino floor 36 down directly at the Country Music Festival? It was Jason Aldean. Just another, you know, we talked about all these other things, okay? Including this one, you know, like the Greg Abbott. Elon is live on YouTube. No, he's not. This is not real. Is it? It's got to be like a fucking another one of those like fake. Elon Musk has so many scam. Like every scammer uses his. Every scammer loves using Elon Musk to shield their cryptocurrencies, and they're kind of smart to do so because a lot of dumb people love Elon Musk. And who are the most susceptible to get caught up in scams? Dumb people.
So I think on every level, I like this.
Can we still call it a tweet then if the Tweety Bird's gone?
I don't know. He's asking Elon Musk, isn't he? What are we going to call it? I don't actually know. I don't mind tweeting, but even tweeting does sound, if you think about it, a bit silly, doesn't it? Are we really reduced to a bunch of little birds running around trees tweeting?
Yeah,
so I quite like the idea of a cool new description.
Yeah, it's not macho, that's for sure. All right, I'm dying to talk to you about this. Harry and Meghan, there are reports that are out there that Hollywood, all the royalty, all the Hollywood celebrities are avoiding them because they want their plays and they want their movies to premiere in London and they don't want to upset William and Kate. Is this true?
I can quite believe it. When was the last time you saw either of them with an A-list star? You know, they're apparently neighbours with Oprah Winfrey, but don't even get invited to her birthday party 500 yards down the road. So I think we can assume the A-list has disappeared from them.
All right, so this is what the New York Post is writing. Celebrities, including their high-profile neighbors, Steven Spielberg, Julie Louis-Dreyfus, and Rob Lowe, are staying away from the exiled royals in fear that they will spill their secrets and alienate them from Prince William and Kate Middleton. Your reaction?
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to make a choice, haven't you? If you're an A-lister and you've got all these big movies or big shows or whatever, do you want to have the two classiest royals out there, William and Kate, who never put a foot wrong, never moan in public, they just do their duty and everyone loves them? Or do you want to have the two renegade royals down in Montecito who trash their family every 2 minutes, trash the monarchy, trash the royal family, now can't buy a meal ticket from any company because they've been such a disaster?
I can't believe this level of racism. See a British man and you ask them about the monarchy. Wow, Fox News. How racist.
For Spotify and Netflix and so on. That's the choice. And if you're George Clooney or Oprah, it ain't going to take too long to work it out, is it?
Piers, thank you so much. Always great to talk to you.
We begin this morning with America's record-setting heat wave, which will likely grow.
Twitter thinks Oppenheimer is a great comedy film. Trending in comedy films. I mean, the trending tab is so busted. Piers Morgan's weird obsession with Harry and Meghan is creepy as fuck. Okay, you're now being culturally and ethnically insensitive. Piers Morgan's obsession with Meghan and Harry directly stem from him being British, okay? He literally cannot help himself. He is a British conservative. There's just like that's all he knows. That's what he lives and breathes. That's a product of social conditioning for many, many years, okay? Have you seen Oppenheimer? I haven't seen shit yet. I want to see Oppenheimer. I want to see Barbie. I wanted to do the Barbenheimer double feature. Haven't been able to do so. Let's get to the record-setting heat wave, which is, of course, the norm. And will be the norm next year, and will be the norm the year after that.
In the days ahead, by the middle of the week, it's expected more than 230 million Americans will be affected. Nicole Skanga is in Phoenix, Arizona, which is seeing its 25th.
Wait, what do you mean? Simu Liu is promoting Barbie? I love the chatter who said, Simu Liu is promoting Barbie during the strike.
Hi, Ken. Hi, Barbie.
That's what you think is promoting Barbie? Sad, sooner than expected. Bro, he literally, it's a joke on some random person who was filming him while he responded in a joking way. What the fuck? He's at a Taylor Swift concert. What the fuck does this have to do with promoting the movie? Chat, you're missing the point. Yes, he's in the movie, but you're not supposed to promo during the actor strike. Megaphonics, you're missing the point. Do you think this is a real promo? Like, he didn't go to Comic-Con dressed up as Ken and sit on a panel dressed up as Ken and then promote the movie and tell people to go watch it. He's at the fucking Taylor Swift concert. Some random fan comes up to him, is filming him, and says, "Hi, Ken," and he says, "Hi, Barbie." That is not a promo for the movie. You can make a reference to Barbie in the movie Barbie that you're in. He didn't even post this on his... It is technically against the union orders as a public appearance. As a technicality, it is, but I don't think they'll be harsh to him. What? This is not a public appearance as Ken. What are you saying? No. No, this is not a... Guys, when a public figure is appearing in public, that doesn't automatically mean that is a public appearance. Please, are you taking it super literally? Like, what's happening? Like, I don't know if you know this, but he's a human being. This is a bit, chat, aka a joke, you silly billies. Like, so why did he say hi, Barbie? There's no way you think. Okay, you're being sarcastic. Fuck you. God damn it. Holy fuck. Yeah, he's not there in a work capacity. He's just interacting with a fan at the Taylor Swift Seattle Eras Tour concert. Anyway, can you congratulate Germany on their first Street View update in 15 years being published today? Big day for a GeoGuessr, guys, including MHUD. Congratulations to Germany. Yeah, when Cillian Murphy is seen out and about in public with a suit on, he's technically promoting Oppenheimer. Someone said, "Hey, you were great in Oppenheimer," and Cillian Murphy responded, "Thank you. It was bomb." I see that as a violation of the fucking strike rules. Only if he has the hat? True. Okay, he didn't have the hat. He was just Peaky fucking Blinders. Correct, and it's scab behavior. Fuck that shit, bro. Yeah. If Cillian Murphy ever makes a sad expression outside, he's promoting Oppenheimer. Them's the rules. Rami Malek wearing a black hoodie equals scabbing for Mr. Robot. Anyway, silliness. Let's get back to some real stuff.
Consecutive day with temperatures of at least 110 degrees. Nicole, good warm morning.
Good warm morning, John. It is just after 4 a.m. here in Phoenix, and it is 90 degrees. Current forecasts show we could potentially see the entire month of July with highs above 110 degrees. And it's not just in Arizona where the heat is threatening lives.
A TikTok user captured this frantic scene in South Texas. Bystanders breaking through the windshield of an SUV to rescue a baby from a hot car. The family accidentally left their keys in the car, and a number of people there jumped into action.
Oh, shit. Thank fucking... Holy fuck. How does that happen? Jesus, Lord mercy, dude. How the fuck does that even happen, dude? Also, I don't know why they broke the windshield and not, like, the side window. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's normal. It probably would hit the baby. That would be one of my worst nightmares. It could happen so easily. Accidentally left the keys in the car. Nah, bitch, you left a child in the car. I mean, it doesn't seem like it was on purpose, chatter. Like, they literally probably accidentally locked themselves out of the car and immediately, like, they asked for help and came in and broke the windshield.
The baby up.
Like, it's not like one of those situations where they, like, left the baby in the car deliberately and locked it The parent is right there. You know what I mean? They noticed it. They're at a gas station. Like, this is not one of those circumstances where they like left the baby in the car for an extended period of time or anything. They seemingly legitimately just left it.
Appeared to be okay. The potentially deadly heat will remain an unrelenting health hazard for much of the South, including Miami, which was placed under an excessive heat warning for the third time in a week. In nearby Homestead, Florida, a vigil was held Friday for 29-year-old Efrain Lopez Garcia, a farm worker who died of heat exhaustion earlier this month.
So we are hearing of more deaths.
In Texas, the governor has signed a law eliminating mandatory water breaks for construction workers in Austin and Dallas.
How are these people supposed to work in these types of conditions?
Velma Infante's 24-year-old son Gabriel died of heat stroke while laying fiber optic cables during last summer's Texas heat wave. She's filed a lawsuit seeking more than $1 million against his construction company, claiming it didn't do enough to protect him.
He was a good son. He was an excellent son. He never got in trouble. A part of me is gone.
You feel this is a preventable tragedy?
Yes, it should have been prevented.
We reached out to that Texas.
I started going to the office because they keep it cold and I don't have to use my own AC. Jesus Christ. Situation is fucked up, dude.
This construction company and have not yet heard back. Here in Phoenix, as temperature records continue to break, Arizona's power grid operator could see their 8th day in a row of the highest customer electricity use ever. Dana?
Okay,
Welcome back to CBS Mornings.
Let's hear from a fucking nerd about why this is happening due to climate change when we all know it's just weather, dude. Fuck.
Scorching heat wave in this country is part of an alarming global trend. As Phoenix marks its 25th straight day of temperatures above 110 degrees, research shows the entire planet is warming at an accelerated pace. In fact, the 10 warmest years on record have all happened since 2010, including 9 years in a row.
Experts say this month is on track to become the hottest month since records started. To help us understand all this, we're joined by climate scientist Michael Mann, author of the upcoming book, Our Fragile Moment: How Lessons from Earth's Past Can Help Us Survive the Climate Crisis. Michael Mann is director of the Penn Center for Science, Sustainability, and the Media at the University of Pennsylvania. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. Great to be with you guys.
A framing way of looking at this summer that has struck me is people saying it's a hot summer and it's likely to be the coolest summer that we experience going forward. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, well, it means that's the trajectory we're on right now. As we continue to burn fossil fuels, put carbon pollution into the atmosphere, we're warming the planet. We're getting a little bit of an extra kick this year from an El Nino event. It's a natural warming in the Pacific Ocean that actually warms up the whole planet a little bit. So you can think of that as a little extra octane, added to the fuel of human-caused warming. And that's part of why we're seeing such extreme temperatures. But a big part of it is the fact that the planet is warming, and it will continue to warm until we stop dumping carbon pollution into the atmosphere.
It's more than just it's summer and it's hot. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, it's our new normal. We're just going to get used to it. You say it's not the new normal. It's the new abnormal.
Yeah, we call it the new abnormal to convey the fact that, first of all, this isn't normal. If you turn on your television set, read the headlines, we're seeing unprecedented floods and heat waves and wildfires that, are doing real damage now. So dangerous climate change has arrived. And here's the reason it's not a new normal. New normal makes it sound like we've arrived in a new situation. We just have to figure out how to...
This should have happened anyway, yeah.
Exactly. We can adapt to it, figure out what to do. But it continues to it's a moving baseline. It will continue to get warmer, and we'll continue to see more extreme weather events if we continue to burn fossil fuels and pollute the atmosphere with carbon.
And as alarming as this all is, it's not unexpected. Climate scientists have been warning about this for quite some time, but there is such new urgency for this moment right now. How would you describe where we are right now?
Yeah, so amazingly, climate scientists, including James Hansen here in New York City, NASA Goddard Institute for Space
I call him James Handsome.
Which sits on top of Tom's Diner of Seinfeld fame. Decades ago, he made a prediction of how much warming we would see if we continued to burn fossil fuels at historical rates. And his prediction was right on. The predictions were right on. So here's what I say to people. The truth is bad enough. We're not in a runaway warming scenario. We're not at a tipping point with the climate. We're pretty much where the models said we should be when it comes to the overall warming of the planet. But we're seeing the impacts of that warming, and some of those impacts are exceeding what the models predicted.
Let me grab that from you. Something like the jet stream, which we all thought worked a certain way, maybe doesn't work the same way it used to because of climate change.
Yeah, and it's something that our group has actually done some research on. It turns out to solve, this problem, to figure out how global warming influences the jet stream, it involves some of the same math that was developed in the early 1900s to solve problems in quantum mechanics, the behavior of matter at the smallest scale. But what we're talking about is the behavior of the atmosphere at the global scale. And without going into the details, the pattern of warming of the planet slows down the jet stream. So you get more of these stuck weather patterns that just sit in place day after day over Phoenix, Arizona, or raining in the eastern U.S. And it's that stuck nature that gives you these extreme, heat events, wildfires, floods. And that's part of the problem. And the climate models haven't done a great job in capturing that. So some of those impacts are actually worse than the models predicted.
Real quickly, you've said that this doesn't mean there is nothing we can do. And some people are saying it's over, I can't worry about it. What can...
The chatter keeps asking, Hasan, what do you think about going vegan personally, reduce your emissions? I think you literally do not understand. It's no different than I don't know, reducing the amount of showers you take personally, okay? This needs to be done at a systemic level. I am perfectly in tune and on board with making limitations on our consumption choices, especially as long as it's done at the level of government, okay? The notion of personal responsibility makes you feel good. Maybe you feel like you're contributing less to the ecological disasters that are coming our way. And that's fine and dandy. But if we're talking about genuine systemic solutions, it still has to be done at the government level. What that means is straight up, and I do believe this, if they legitimately were to get people on board, or even without getting people on board, maybe reduce the amount of subsidies offered to poultry to make it more difficult to produce, I would be on board with it.
Just let me know.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the Lemmino. Obviously, it's right up there. It's the JFK assassination. It's perfectly on board with everything I love. You just need 100 more vegans and EV drivers who are in the clear. If millions went vegan, it would objectively help. Listen, vegans, I love you all. Okay, millions are not going vegan on their own. Okay, it needs to be done at the systemic level. Okay. Especially when our entire economy at the global level is still heavily reliant on oil and gas. You are on the right side of history. I understand where you're coming from, and it's well-intentioned. And I know that people are just going to get mad at me because I'm just responding to this now, rather than think about shared goals that we have. Okay? But even if you want people to eat less meat, okay, which is an understandable desire, even if you want people to eat less meat, you cannot accomplish that through a personal pact that you have with a bunch of other people where you decide to not eat chicken and beef. You get it? I mean, there are so many other sides of this story that still contribute. Like, there's a tremendous amount of food waste, for example. And also, every dumbass that sends me shit like this, for the record, every dumbass that sends me shit like this is the same kind of dumbass that probably reads articles about how you don't need to take a shower every day, as a matter of fact, and not even think twice about it. Okay? Like, dude, why do I cover liberalism and personal responsibility politics and how it is a Exxon created initiative to weaponize liberalism and radical individualism against genuine, adequate, and necessary initiatives that would actually hurt their bottom lines? Why do I talk about that ever if you don't recognize what you're seeing in front of you? This was cooked up, not this personally, not this aspect of it, but every single climate change initiative that goes back to the individual single-handedly saving the planet, which surprisingly, maybe for some of you, okay, are probably the only allowed initiatives that have happened. Like, sorry, you have to pay more for a plastic bag, or no more fucking plastic straws at your favorite eatery. Like, these are the only initiatives that have actually happened that are supposed to reduce carbon and reduce our personal carbon footprint and our pollution in general. Why is it that this doesn't trigger any... Why does this not ring any alarm bells in your mind? Big Oil coined the carbon footprints to blame us for their greed. Keep them on the hook. Climate-conscious individual choices are good, but not nearly enough to save the planet. More than personal virtue, we need collective action. Collective action in the form of dramatically redefining the way that we operate. Okay? There are so many small initiatives that would work perfectly well, but it would actually harm entire industries. So no one will ever push for it. 1, no more cruises. 2, no more private jets. 99.9% of the public would agree to that. Okay? At the global stage. No more private jets and no more cruisers almost single-handedly take a fat-ass fucking dent. Its impact is marginal. And yet we will never have that happen. Why? Because it's rich people that do that shit. Not just cruises, but like rich people that utilize private jets, even though private jets, which have skyrocketed in popularity, especially due to the K-shaped recovery during COVID, especially with the rich getting infinitely more rich and finding new ways to avoid the average everyday person. There are manageable ways to start off. There are successful and manageable ways to like start putting a dent in this, and they're an easy ass fucking ban, and yet we still don't do this. Private jets are an easy ban, sure, but they're like 0.1% of total emissions. Personal light duty vehicles are 1/6 of US total emissions. I agree. But 0.1% of total emissions is still significantly more than what could be achieved by people just being like, I'm going on a pact to become vegan. That's my point. And not only that, but also there are successful alternatives to that. The successful alternatives to this, personal light duty vehicles, is still a fuck ton of infrastructural support in the form of public transit, which I'm on board with. You guys already know this. A billionaire is responsible for 1 million times more greenhouse gas emissions than the average person. Billionaire investments in polluting industries such as fossil fuels and cement doubled the average for the S&P 500. The investments of just 125 billionaires emit 393 million tons of CO2 each year. This isn't billionaires in their own personal consumption, though. This is more so about billionaires and where they're, what stocks they're paying into. This muddies the water a little bit. So, as I was stating, a climate scientist once described the necessary changes to me as mass mobilization on the scale of World War II. The reason why I mentioned the private jet thing is because, where was it? You've already shown us this video, but here's your point in video form. Yeah, we'll do this in a second. But one thing I wanted to... Oh my God, Kai's being so fucking cute right now without even realizing it. She has no idea that thousands of people are watching her be the cutest. What was I going to say? Oh, here. Private jets emitted a total of 5.3 million tons of CO2 in the last 3 years, with the number of flights skyrocketing from nearly 119,000 in 2020 to 573,000 in 2022. That amount of carbon dioxide is more than Uganda, a country of 46 million people, produces in a year. Tell me that that's insignificant. Tell me that that's fucking insignificant, dude. Private jets make up, I think, Private jets, I forget what the statistic is, and I don't want to butcher it, but I'm pretty sure private jets now emit almost 30% of all carbon dioxide in comparison to the entire travel. That's very wrong. Total world emissions is 371 billion tons per year. 2 million tons per year is pretty small there. Okay. Overall, you have to compare it to other methods of travel. You have to compare it to other methods of travel. When you look at it, when you look at the usage of private jets in comparison to every single initiative you make, you have to look at the opportunity costs, because that's what people are going to be looking at. You have to look at what the other reasonable alternatives are. Okay? And, here, this is what I was thinking of. Here it is. The jets are the 1% of global warmers. According to the Institute for Policy Studies, private jets emit at least 10 times more pollutants than a commercial plane per passenger. As a result, 1% of the population is responsible for generating half of the greenhouse gases emitted by aviation. Do you get it? Is encouraging veganism, abolition of animal agriculture subsidies part of your political fight the same way transit is? You're willing to fight change for people's transportation methods, but not their diets, even though they're equally individualized? No, the reason why I'm fighting for... Okay, I don't like having this conversation with vegans because there's two separate arguments at play here. Vegans are not vegan in usual circumstances, in most circumstances, because they care about the environment. That's just an additional benefit. Vegans are vegans because they personally believe that it's animal agriculture or just any kind of animal consumption is done without consent, and it's fucked up because these are organisms that have feelings and they're beautiful and wonderful, and we should just not eat them, especially when alternatives exist that does not harm animals. Okay? If we're talking about it from the perspective of climate change and the environmental impact, we're having an entirely different conversation. The reason why I don't have that same exact energy for pushing for veganism in the same way that I do for public transit is because I personally think that public transit is a perfectly viable alternative for every single person to take advantage of. Walkable cities and public transit is not only good for the environment, significantly better for the environment, it's good for the population in general. The only reason why we don't have it is because of money, because of moneyed interests, okay? The reason why I don't have a similar take on veganism is because in a perfect world, I do not have an issue with the consumption of animals in general. I am a speciesist and also personally believe that that raising animals specifically for eating is a normal thing that humans engage in. That's how I believe. That's what I believe. I've also regularly maintained the position that if there were meat alternative substitutes that were readily affordable and had the exact same texture and taste, I would be the first to swap to it. I have tried all of the other alternatives. The macronutrient breakdown, for the most part, is not good for my daily caloric needs. I eat a lot more salads than the average fucking American person, but I also happen to have a lot of poultry on the side of it. Okay? In a perfect world, we do not have private jets. Okay? In a perfect world, we do not have such a car-reliant infrastructure. But in my perfect world, at the very least, and that might be different than yours, we can still have some meat. You know? It's all about actual alternatives. Not just the moneyed interest in general, but actual alternatives that are readily available. No private jet for thee, but one for me? No, I am not in favor of private jet travel at all. I have hitched a ride on a private jet, but you guys are fucking delusional if you think that, like, I myself have chartered this. I'm not saying you, dude, relax. Oh, sorry. Well, thought you were... Like, there was that one guy on Twitter who was like, I'm a private jet salesperson. Well, he wasn't even British. He lives in Britland. You guys know what I'm talking about? And for the record, okay, I am not stating... I forgot what I was going to say. Holy fuck. I have lost my mind. For the record, I don't think that it's a bad thing to go vegan. I am supportive of you in your decisions. Vegans' attitude are the main blockade to keep others from going vegan. That is not true even remotely. That's insane. It is a profound amount of social conditioning. It's also the fact that we are carnivores or omnivores. It has nothing to do with vegans being fucking annoying. Vegans being fucking annoying don't help, but that's not the real reason. The real reason is because, I think the main reason is because meat is fucking delicious. That's it. But if you are going to come to me and say individual actions are actually going to change the ecological disaster that is anthropogenic climate change, then no, I will tell you that you are actually just simply repeating propaganda created by the very same polluters.
You're waking up every night at 3 a.m. because you're so worried about your friggin'
carbon footprint.
We're talking bolt up, cold sweat, neck whiplash like you're in a trailer for a Harry Potter movie. My carbon footprint! Well, I gotta shrink that thing down or else the whole world is gonna die.
Yeah,
like
we'll
Harry
talk about
Potter's
this guy in a
parents,
second.
Or Dumbledore, or J.K. Rowling's reputation as a beloved author and not someone with weirdly draconian ideas about gender. What are you doing, J.K.? It doesn't matter. Everyone's personal carbon footprint is the key to solving climate change, right? No, not right. I might go so far as to say wrong. Hello and welcome to Climate Town. My name is Raleigh Williams. I'm a citizen, complainer, Dracula apologist, and climate science grad student, and I'm here to tell you that your carbon footprint is bullshit. Okay, we didn't all just start spontaneously saying carbon footprint. Somebody invented the term as a way to define the amount of CO2 a person generates based on their personal actions. And it seems reasonable enough. I mean, it's genuinely a good idea to consider ways you can lessen your personal impact on the planet, only that's not what a carbon footprint is for. Oh, that's what they want you to think it's for, but they're lying to you. And the way I know this is because the they I keep tantalizingly referring to, the people who both created and popularized the term carbon footprint, are none other than BP.
What size is your carbon footprint?
Say again?
Size of what?
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 No idea. What are you meaning?
What is that?
Not environmentalists, not the Democrats, not even my God King Al Gore. The carbon footprint was strategically crafted by fossil fuel companies, ? Now you may remember
What?
BP as the company that checks notes.
What? What? Okay, what's next, Climate Town? Are you going to tell me that anthropogenic climate change was predicted by another oil and gas producer approximately 30, 40 years prior to like the scientific community trying to desperately mainstreamify it? Oh, come on. There is no fucking way, Climate Town. Get out of here. That's gotta be a lie, right? There's no fucking shot that they would have known about the impact on the environment due to the oil and gas industry's impact on the environment could not have been foreseen by the internal scientists at Exxon, for example, and then purposely shielded from the public and then actually utilized so that they could have a mass strategy once this became publicly available information. They certainly didn't just use that as an opportunity to figure out how to effectively create counter propaganda against the thing that they're responsible for. No shot.
Dumped 200 million gallons of crude oil into the Gulf of Mexico. So why was a fossil fuel company sinking millions of dollars trying to publicize the term carbon footprint? Because they knew they had a genius marketing campaign on their hands.
Okay, what's next? British Petroleum is responsible for the fucking Iranian coup, and perhaps like most responsible for modern day Iran and all of its current political issues. Come on! I don't believe you. No way, dude. That would be crazy. If some guy in Iran decided to, I don't know, nationalize its own extraction industry, but then America and the UK were given, and America and UK were like, hey, well, you can't do that because that's British Petroleum property. You can't actually take it over. Oh no, please don't do that. Anyway, let's continue.
But unlike other genius marketing ideas like Got Milk or singing Chili's baby back ribs or Budweiser's hilarious dilly dilly thing.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
Dilly dilly. Well, unlike dilly dilly, BP crafted the carbon footprint as a way to get people to blame themselves for climate change instead of oil companies.
The fact that my living has on the earth in terms of the products I consume.
So if they jammed the idea of the carbon footprint, jam the idea of the carbon footprint down our throats hard enough, and enough people bought in, they could reframe climate change and fossil fuel use as a personal problem. BP could then continue to burn, according to their own website, 12 million times more fossil fuels than the average person, without any significant repercussions. I mean, how can you have a carbon footprint if you don't even have feet? Excuse me, sir, we're trying to shoot a thing here. I don't know where this cat came from. Cat. Hey, I'm doing a thing about how BP invented the carbon footprint. Oh, you already knew about that? This whole thing started as a way for BP to deal with that phony little PR nightmare. You might know it as climate change. And if you don't believe in climate change, first of all, thank you so much for watching. I thank you. But regardless of whether you do or don't believe in climate change, it's irrelevant because BP officially does.
Vegans, handshake emoji anarchists, unintentionally falling for expertly crafted big corporate propaganda that hyper focuses on individual reliance to systemic problems. Sometimes the vegans are anarchists, in many respects, but I'm just saying. Oh, come on, man. There are valid reasons to separate from the propaganda. Yeah, those valid reasons are about the moral considerations of consuming animals as food. Okay? That's it. And there is, you're correct. The moral considerations, oh my God, vegans literally are only 3% of the community right now. The moral considerations are correct. If you consider animals to be something that you shouldn't consume, that human beings know better and they shouldn't eat animals, then yeah, I get it. I don't think so.
Does believe in climate change, and not just internally. In a 2005 advertisement, they proudly exclaimed, "We became the first major energy company to publicly acknowledge the need to take steps against global warming." And with a serious statement like that, I mean, oh boy, I think we can really expect BP to divest from oil and invest in renewable energy. And what do you mean that didn't happen at all? Like, at all?
Wait. Climate Town is wrong. On one account. Well, he's not wrong, but it doesn't really do anything for this video. But BP does invest in renewable energy, just like every other oil and gas producer. Except they don't do it because they want to save the planet. They do it because they want to hedge. And in other instances, they do it because they want to stop progress from happening in the renewable energy side. No, it's not even for PR. The PR is just icing on the cake. They absolutely do purchase these oil and gas companies 100% do purchase renewable energy companies because they want to keep being like the main guys that produce the energy, and they see the writing on the wall, as they have for hundreds or almost 100 years. Sorry, not hundreds. But they also do it specifically so they can like keep pushing, keep stalling the actual progress that could be made in the renewable energy side.
What do you mean I shouldn't be surprised? What do you mean, who am I talking to?
What do we fucking do? This shit sucks. Megaphonics. First step is not to listen to Hasan telling 30,000 people that individual action does nothing for a broader society. I mean, you're here. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I talk about that literally all the time. Megaphonics. I talk about that pretty much every day. Blazing over the impact of plant-based diets on the environment and watching a video about oil interests is insane. Well, this is perhaps the best video to watch because I just told you that your carbon footprint and your individual impact on climate change is a direct British Petroleum created PR initiative to move the conversation away from systemic solutions. And the only time when there are actual systemic solutions like ordinances or any kind of fucking law being passed, it's almost always shit that doesn't actually help. Okay? It's always like, oh, we made it so that it's illegal to have a plastic straw. Or we made it so that, you know, your Ralph's, your local Ralph's is going to charge you 50 cents for a fucking plastic bag. They're not doing actual public transportation. They're not doing any actual meaningful ways of addressing factory farming and agricultural production that yields a ton of fucking waste. They're not doing any of that shit. It's just greenwashing.
Too. What do you mean the whole what do you mean section's gonna get cut? Okay, it's gone. What do you mean who am I? But you can't just fake it, right? I mean, you gotta have a little thing called showmanship. And that's why BP hired marketing superstars Ogilvy and Mather.
Ogilvy and Mather.
And they gave them the paltry sum of $250 million to make them appear environmentally conscious without the obvious downside of actually having to care about the environment. It's a good script. It's a good...
And a very real consequence of that, is in the chat. It's money well spent. That's how you can still go in a leftist chat. You can still go, hey, whoa, hold on now. Because he's not just talking about fucking people believing that British Petroleum is going to go and like legitimately try to change the planet for the better. There are other shit that they did in that marketing campaign, like carbon footprint and individualizing the responsibility on issues that pertain to on issues that require systemic solutions. And you're repeating that in here. And then when I say, well, that's just propaganda, you go, fuck you. What do you mean? You technically could literally save the planet by going vegan. Here's the fucking stupid argument laid out in a way that you personally understand it. Hasan, why don't you give away all of your money, or why don't you actually open your house up to homeless people if you care about homelessness? People say this all the time to me. What do I tell them? Well, one, I do give a lot of my money away, but that still doesn't change the reality that like homelessness is directly caused by the housing market. Okay? When people say that to me, you guys understand and recognize that hyper-individualizing systemic problems is an idiotic way to solve them. Okay? But when it comes down to that exact same argument, but from a liberal perspective, you all jump on board. This does not mean that I'm stating that like your individual actions will not actually put a dent, I guess, especially if it is mass adopted. But the same could be said for people who open their homes up to homeless people. If everybody opened their houses up to homeless people, then there would be less people that are homeless. Right? Technically, you're doing something smart. You're doing something good. Why don't you save the world like this? Or whenever people say, Hasan, give all your money away to the government, or give all your money away right now. Do it. What will I save in that regard? Who will I save in that regard? Perhaps that money will be very helpful to a couple people, but it will not put a dent in these systemic problems, especially when the systems are still churning out more pollution, as we talk about the oil and gas industry, as we talk about how reliant we are on fossil fuels as an entire global economy. It won't put a dent in any of these issues when we're talking about me opening up my house to a homeless person. So if you can understand at the fundamental level why hyper-individualizing problems that require systemic solutions in that regard, and consumer activism being silly in that regard, and you can understand it here as well, right? Oh, not a fair comparison. If the masses stop eating meat, that would make a huge difference. It's a lot easier to stop eating meat than to have a homeless, mentally ill, or substance abusing strangers living in your house. To you, perhaps if you have already stopped eating meat. That's it. You're also living in la la land when you say that the masses are going to just automatically stop eating meat, including myself. Anyway.
Good script. And these Ogilvy and Mather guys are good. Okay, they're like Don Draper from Mad Men good. And not to belabor this whole Mad Men thing, but do you remember that episode of Mad Men where Don Draper is trying to make the whole Kodak slide wheel cool and everyone's like, we can't do it, we can't make it cool. And Don Draper's like, it's not a wheel, it's a carousel. And everyone's like, oh, Don Draper, this is why you're the greatest.
In Greek, nostalgia literally means the pain from an old wound.
Wow, that's good television. I mean, I don't care who you are, you gotta watch Mad Men. Sorry. Anyway, apparently this whole blank is Greek for
34
other
MKD
blank
50.
thing,
Thank you for the 50
is an
subs.
old advertising standby because the Ogilvy and Mather boys named the BP rebrand the Helios campaign, which is of course Greek for sun. They actually spent more money telling people about their solar energy projects than they did on their solar energy projects. This guy gets it. You get it, right? I'm sorry, it's too hot outside, I couldn't do it anymore. Even actual environmentalists adopted the concept and pushed the idea of lowering your carbon footprint as the way to solve climate change. To be clear, you can and should reduce the amount of fossil fuels you use, and you can and should feel good when you do that. But the problem is that it is physically impossible for an American citizen to reduce their carbon footprint to even double the global average, because built into your carbon footprint are all sorts of things that are outside of your control. We're talking highways, bridges, ramps, both on and off, the military, and a whole bunch of other services that the—
Wait, what? Dude, stop. No.
government, in part, uses fossil fuels that are supplied, in part, by BP. And it's not a small fraction. The majority of your carbon footprint is made up of fossil fuels burned on your behalf. It's kind of like when your mom sends her friend Nancy a birthday card, but then she signs it also from you. I was not involved in that card, Nancy, and I do not endorse the role model pun, nor would I have chosen a Cars 2 novelty stamp. Now you might be thinking to yourself, hey, come on, man, corporations gotta corporate, okay? It's not BP's job to save the world, all right? They're not doing anything illegal. Basically, I'm hating the player and not the game. Well, if I could continue that metaphor a little bit, I would say that this is a scenario where the players have gotten so rich and so powerful that they've either bribed or bullied the referees into making whatever they want to do legal. And they've also set the stadium on fire, and they've blamed it on the hot dog salesman, or the fans. Blamed it on the fans, whatever. BP regularly lobbies against regulations that would force them to make fuel cleaner. They tell people they want a carbon tax, and then they spend millions making sure a carbon tax gets shot down. They've actually conspired with other fossil fuel companies to slow down electric cars and more fuel-efficient modes of transportation. It just leads us to the inescapable conclusion that we as consumers are not free to choose between fossil fuels and a cleaner alternative because fossil fuel companies have rigged the system. It would be a lot like if Michael Jordan was allowed to be the producer on that Michael Jordan documentary, Save the Last Dance. So if there is a conclusion, and there is, and it's this: we can't shrink our personal carbon footprints down enough to stop climate change if we let fossil fuel companies just crank it right back out. Oh, they'll preach the gospel of carbon offsets or low carbon fuels or net zero by 2050, but these are the exact same companies who have spread misinformation and lied and generally dodged all responsibility on global warming for 60 years. And I am not saying the consumer is blameless here, okay? BP may have provided the oil, but we used it. Both BP and the consumers are to blame here. But in order for us to get anything done, BP and other fossil fuel companies have to admit some real culpability here and make some genuine moves to help shrink their own massive carbon footprint. This is the part of the video where I would normally tell you just to vote for people who believe in climate change and leave it at that. But ironically, the real solution is a little more victim blaming. We all have to be super goddamn annoying about climate change for the next 10 years. We have to talk about it all the time. We have to read about it. We have to tweet about it, J.K. Rowling. We've got to make TikTok dances, Instagram memes, t-shirts, novelty stamps, the whole 9 yards. Force our corporations and our institutions and our governments to stop burning fossil fuels. Now, it is partially our fault that we got here, but it is also majorly the fault of BP and Exxon and Shell and these fossil fuel companies that got us addicted to these fuels in the first place. So let's get to twerking about it. Thank you so much for watching. This has been Climate Town. I'll see you.
You get it? Meat consumption literally has to be reduced, not just for climatic and land use reasons, for little food production to be possible in the future. It's not a question. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Bro, I don't disagree with you. But leaving it at fucking... I said all of these things. Okay? It's one aspect. Stop dox people, Hasan. You ruin people's lives. Oh, what do I do about this? What do I do about a person who's been following since 2022, 10/7/2022? What do I do about this fucking guy? Oh. Watch the earlier part of the broadcast to know that you're fucking wrong and that you're an idiot. I am anti-doxing always. Why don't you start now if you agree to meat consumption being reduced? Thank you. You're doing it again. You're doing it again and again and again and again because it's a fucking marginal part of our actual overall consumption. And even then, it cannot be curved by individual actions. It has to be done at the systemic level. You are doing it over and over again. You are literally doing the exact same thing that Republicans do on a daily fucking basis. My own individual meat consumption or my carbon footprint is always going to be higher than the average person's because I live in the United States of America. Okay? On top of that, I'm also Twitch streaming. You know what I mean? I'm on a fucking platform that is basic. I'm delivering profits for Jeff fucking Bezos by serving the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, which is a 3-minute ad break. All of that is requiring a tremendous amount of fucking energy. Okay? I've talked often about a selfish reason for socialism. I've talked about this before. You can make a selfish argument for solving the homelessness crisis, for example. Okay? Part of the reason why we live in a society, part of the reason why we live in a societal formation, part of the reason why we give money to the government is so that we don't have to fucking deal with a homeless person having a mental health crisis or an episode right in front of our eyes. There are people who are professional, who have studied how to deal with this, who know the best ways to deal with it, who should be hired to specifically fucking deal with it. You shouldn't have to do that. You are not a fucking social worker. Okay? You're not. That's why you pay taxes. The same principle goes for this. Okay? The same exact principle goes for this. You can argue about this till the cows come home, proverbially. Okay? Okay, so why do you eat cheese, Hasan? So are we just going to assume our government has no outside intervention from animal agriculture? Of course they do. There are still meaningful changes that you can make to agricultural output as well from the systemic level. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, I'm never responding to a vegan ever again. I'm never, ever responding to you motherfuckers. You're literally 2% of the chat. We already know. You are 2% of the fucking chat. Okay? And you're making up 98% of the idiotic arguments in here currently. Okay? Fuck. Also, I sneaked in that fucking top of the hour ad break so goddamn hard. Many of you didn't even recognize it. I myself forgot about it. Okay? Like, if I was hyper libbed up, I would just say, oh, I have an electric vehicle, okay? That reduces emissions, carbon emissions. I don't drive around that much. I stay in one fucking place. Suck my dick, okay? What have you done? Where's your electric vehicle? But I'm not, so shut the fuck up. Anyway. What is this? Hasan sets the standard. Let's go W streamer. Oh yeah, this was fire. Hasan reacted to a video and replied to chat. For this, we've chained to a stun lock into eternity. I think this was a very informative fucking stun lock, so shut the fuck up. There are plenty of people who, like, don't even... You don't have an EV... Huh? Why do I do this? Like, why do I do anything? When I'm in the whims of people who are schizophrenic, who already make up their minds about me and what I do in my own personal life, including, like, something that I got very publicly canceled for purchasing. You know what I mean? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing at this point? What am I fucking doing? Why? Why do I talk about anything? This morning, I spent like 2 hours fucking literally talking about how something that I said the exact opposite of was completely fucking misrepresented. Not even misrepresented, really, just lied about. And online. And people are going along with it, saying Hasan mass harassed and doxxed and fucking canceled sorbet and blah, blah, blah. It's like, I covered it after people harassed them, and I shit on the people harassing them and doxing them, and yet it doesn't matter. Why do I do anything when people already have their preconceived notions about what I'm doing and what I'm saying at any given moment? Anyway, watch this and get mad at this guy instead.
Day in the life of a private jet broker. I get into the office at 6 a.m., 3 hours before my team. I like getting in early to catch up on work and establish my plan of action for the rest of the day. I then call my clients in Asia, do emails, and take more calls. Yeah, the price is $49.8 million. Later that morning, I met this 21-year-old entrepreneur with ambitious plans in the aviation industry. His name is Xander Futunek. He wants to revolutionize luxury air travel. I then took Xander through this app that I built to help people buy their dream jet. Before I knew it, it was the afternoon, and I jumped in the car and headed down to Davie Street. One thing most people never really get to see is that I'm on a phone 24/7. Clients, brokers, lawyers, buyers, sellers from all over the world. It never stops. I just had time to squeeze in a haircut with Chris. Great guy, always good to see him. Haircut done, straight back to the office. Non-stop, 12-hour days are common. That's what it takes to make it in this business. As I arrived back, I bumped into
Electricity is 60% of U.S. energy source. Your EV is not green as you think. I thought you would know this. I'm going to kiss myself by literally throwing a fucking toaster in a bathtub to see electricity firsthand. What the fuck are you saying? I already know that. I literally... You're making my argument for me! Fuck! That's my argument! Not yours! That's mine! That's my argument! That's what I said! Shut the fuck up! God damn it! I'm sick and tired of how fucking stupid long-term community members are in this goddamn chat. Fuck you! Also, what you're saying is literally incorrect, okay? It's not even correct, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter because I recognize that individual consumptions like me buying a fucking electric vehicle is not actually moving the goddamn needle. That was the entire point of this fucking stun lock, you stupid fuck. Oh! You're so fucking annoying. And not only are you annoying, you're not even right on the fucking issues. You're not right in analyzing what I'm saying because clearly you misheard what I was saying, I think. You're falling for the same fallacy that you just warned us against. You think you can convince people with logic rather than focusing on pushing systemic change. If you disagree, please don't ban me. What? Kindestein, you're one of the worst chatters in here. I've never banned you, okay? So I don't know why you're like in parentheses going, please don't ban me. You literally chirp at me about all the dumbest shit all the fucking time, especially as it pertains to black issues. Oh my fucking God. And I don't ban you. Why the fuck would I ban you over this? Motherfuckers arguing with your takes you explicitly qualified as if I were libbed up, I'd say. I know.
Fabio, a man I've known for 30 years. Back in the office and straight into another meeting. These guys also have...
After watching for reviewers, most of your haters seem to be the dumbest former fans. They're just right-wingers. Yeah, I have a lot of fucking haters that are just like straight up from this community because I fucking scorched earth their assholes because they literally purposely and annoyingly in the most smarmy way misrepresent a fucking point that I'm making, or rather take my fucking point against me and then literally say it and repeat my point in a smarmy way as though like we're fucking arguing against one another. And that is some of the most frustrating things that I have to endure on a regular basis. I ban them while screaming at them, calling them a fucking loser, and they become permanent haters for the rest of their lives. Some of which have even built media careers off of this.
Have very ambitious plans in the industry. They have a lot of jets now, but they need more. Lots of them.
Of course, I'll buy a few planes from you.
I then took them through the app and shared my recent findings in the market. Time to say goodbye, and you guessed it, straight into another meeting. This time, it's into a sales meeting with my team. We're simultaneously working on 4 deals, all over $50 million each. It's important to sit down as a unit, bounce ideas off to each other, nudge the guys the right direction for any problems they may be facing, and let the other guys share each other's inputs.
And everything else tells me that he can afford it.
After the meeting, straight to the office, back on more emails, answer more phone calls. It's around 6 p.m. Most of the team leaves around now, but I stay until...
My internet went in and out. Holy shit. Did you guys see that? Did you notice that? No. I'm saying like the light went out for a brief moment. You didn't see it on the chat? No, my internet didn't. Sorry, my electricity went in and out. But my computer and my computer and my internet is on a generator. Yeah. That's why the electricity went in and out, but it still was fine. You couldn't see like the lights went off and on? I have a UPS. Is your internet also connected to the UPS? Because that's a boss move if you did. Yeah, it is.
Around 9 o'clock at night, pick up a lot more of the calls from America, reading some extra contracts that I haven't been able to get through during the day, and some miscellaneous email cleanup. That was a day in the life of me, Steve Arsano. Make sure to follow for more.
Why did I cover this? Why? Because industries that almost entirely serve the 1% are getting more and more popular because a lot of people see no reason to serve the middle class even anymore. Okay? And one aspect of that is private jets. It went from, like we saw, 119 charters to 500,000 over the course of 3 years. Like the yearly charters went up 5 times since COVID. The rich got richer. They have more money. They have more opportunity to fly private. It is a marginal, tiny sliver of the overall problem, for sure. But it's one that you could easily fucking ban. Oh, here.
It's around 6 p.m. Most of the team leaves around that.
But you see that? Chat, did you see that? Look. You see that flicker, right? Look. Look at the light change.
Leaves around now, but I stay until.
Yeah. Isn't that scary? So it's going back to a form of feudalism to now 1% corporate feudalism where all of industries will now cater to them only? Yeah. Anyway, the reason why I showed it to you is because this is going to become more of a problem. It already is a problem, but it's going to be an even larger problem. Okay? Things like this are clear indicators of such.
People do, because it isn't the end of the road here. There are steps people can take.
That's right. You know, there's the urgency. We all see the urgency. It's playing out in real time now. But there's agency. We can still act in time to avert the worst impacts. And there's a little bit of good news in the science. Over the last decade or so, we've learned that if we bring our carbon emissions to zero, the planet actually stops warming up very quickly. So there's an immediate and direct impact of our efforts to decarbonize our civilization. But, you know, let's not be Pollyannish about this. We've got to bring carbon emissions down by 50% by 2030, all the way down to zero by the end of this, by the middle of this century, if we are to avert a catastrophic 3 degrees Fahrenheit warming. What's the most important thing we can do? Use our voice, vote for climate advocates, do everything we can to put pressure on policymakers to make the decisions, to do the things that we can't do ourselves,
Right.
that will help decarbonize.
And still take some of those small steps you say that you can do on your own.
Absolutely.
Michael, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate the insight.
You will not observe an immediate change, Lemafayette. I mean, you don't. Humanity has the capacity to adapt, which in this circumstance is kind of harming us. Because no matter what happens, like, human beings will adapt. They'll also push aside the most awful consequences, because the most awful consequences are always happening to poor people, the poorest people that don't have fucking cameras on them because they're not seen as, like, important enough to care by the first world. So that's it. I mean, what you just experienced with respect to my power going in and out is part of it. 87 degrees here today in Los Angeles, California. It's gotten hotter and hotter year over year, even in Los Angeles, California, over the course of the time period that I've lived here. I haven't lived here that long. I've only lived here for 10 years, right? A little bit longer than that now. Well, yeah, 10 years. Exactly. Now, 87 ain't shit, but the LA infrastructure is not used to it. That's why my fucking electricity goes in and out randomly. Happens all the time now. But you adapt to it. What have I done? Now I have a generator, okay, which is ironically polluting more technically. You know what I mean? I've experienced one power outage in my 29 years of life. Dude, here's a fun thing. America, historically, did not used to have power outages, at least like New Jersey. It was actually one of the things that I thought was really strange. Until there was one super hot summer, I remember New Jersey having a fucking massive power outage, or New York having a massive power outage. Like, it's really, really, really interesting to think, because power outages are super normal in a country like Turkey. They're super normal. It happens all the fucking time. Like, super frequently. I don't know what it's like now, but I've lived in Turkey till 2009, and they used to happen all the fucking time. Now, in America, it's happening quite frequently as well. Interesting to think about. All right, I'm going to skip the Trump special counsel. All right, you know what? Let's watch.
Spokesperson for Georgia Governor Brian Kemp confirms
things
that
are not
Jack
looking too
Smith's
good for
office
our boy.
Has contacted Kemp but declined to release any further details. You'll recall Trump pushed Kemp to overturn Georgia's 2020 presidential election results after he narrowly lost the state to Joe Biden. CNN's Marshall Cohen joins us now. Marshall, the target letter has already gone out to the former president. That means an indictment could come at any time. We thought there was a possibility it could happen late this past week, like yesterday, for example, so maybe in the coming days here very shortly. Is it a surprise? Should it be a surprise that the special counsel is still talking to people like the governor of Georgia as part of this case?
You know, I'm not too surprised, because there were so many people, Jim, that were the target of Donald Trump's efforts in 2020 to overturn this election. So there's a lot of people to talk to. Who they want to interview first, who they want to interview last, that's up to the prosecutors. But Brian Kemp is a big name. Don't forget that during that critical period in 2020, after Trump lost the state of Georgia, but before the inauguration in January 21, Donald Trump spoke repeatedly with Brian Kemp. In public and in private, Trump tried to twist Kemp's arm to get him to basically violate his oath of office and step in to overturn the results in Georgia. So those conversations between Kemp and Trump, I can imagine that's what the prosecutors are going to be asking once they eventually get him maybe in front of the grand jury, perhaps an FBI interview. We're not quite sure at this time. But as you mentioned, with that target letter going out to former President Trump, an indictment really could come at any minute. That's typically the next step.
And in the classified documents case, the judge in this case, Judge Elon Cannon, set the trial date for May 20.
My husband and I are thinking about whether you have a generator running constantly or not. What? No. Of course my fucking generator doesn't constantly run. It's a backup. It's a UPS, man. It's a power supply. What are you guys saying? the fuck would I run a generator for no reason, just for the funsies? Yeah.
20th, 2024, assuming that it happens on that date, and of course it could slip beyond that. That will be in the thick, or actually it'll be sort of after the presidential Republican primary elections have kind of wrapped up. Trump could have this thing wrapped up, the primary process, before this trial even starts.
He could. He may be the presumptive nominee by the time this trial kicks off. If the trial schedule, I mean, it's not going to get earlier. It might go later.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it holds, he might be the presumptive nominee. At that point in time in 2016, he already was. Everyone else had dropped.
It's because he's a generator, which implies a gas-powered generator. A UPS battery backup makes sense. Oh my God, whatever. Who cares, dude? Well, who cares?
Out. But this decision from Judge Cannon, who is a Trump appointee, she did not give Trump everything he wanted here. He asked for, frankly, he asked her not even to put a date on the calendar yet. And if you really, really had to, make it in 2025. She did not go there. She put it in May 24, but it's a lot later than what special counsel Jack Smith wanted. He wanted this trial to take place in December of this year. Presumably, there would have been a verdict before the end of the year, before anyone cast a ballot, because, of course, Jim, the Iowa caucuses are in January.
Yeah, coming very soon. All right, Marshall Cohen, thank you very much. Joining me now is the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Madam Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Great to talk to you again on this program. You were also interviewed by Justice Department prosecutors as part of the special counsel probe. It seems though there is a focus on what took place at the state level in places like Michigan and in Georgia and so on. We were just talking with our Marshall Cohen a few moments ago that there has been some interest at the special counsel's office in Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. Can you talk about the importance of what took place at the state level between the 2020 election and January 6th and why that might be critical?
Not only that, but also today, Donald Trump, there was a final conclusion on the Georgia State Supreme Court on Donald Trump's separate attempts to subvert and try to stop this RICO charge from being hit. And the Supreme Court denied it. So there's another. This is the last investigation into Donald Trump, who has done everything right, and they indicted him, and a possible indictment might come out of this as well.
Critically important to the special counsel.
Yeah, and thanks for having me. I think what this really reveals is the multifaceted, nationally coordinated effort we were facing in the states like Georgia and Michigan and Arizona in 2020 that really did take place on the ground. I mean, people who were claiming falsely to be electors of the state showed up at our state capitol. People showed up outside my home. And I think a lot of the investigation at the federal level should focus not just, and needs to focus not just on the effort to undo the election results, but on the violence that followed and the threats that came towards our election officials, because that was the precursor for the tragedy that unfolded at our Capitol on January 6th.
And let's talk about the case in Michigan. The new charging documents are revealing the Attorney General's case against 16 Republicans accused of trying to subvert the 2020 election process by falsely claiming that Donald Trump won the presidency. The fake electors are charged with forgery and conspiracy to commit election forgery. If convicted, they face up to 14 years in prison. Your reaction to these charges being filed and what I guess some of them are saying, which is they don't think they did anything wrong in this case.
Well, first, I'm gratified that the felony charges were filed. I think it reflects the gravity of what was attempted in 2020 in Michigan and, frankly, in other states as well. And it wasn't just a wish and a ceremonial attempt to sign some things and say symbolically these are our electors. This was an actionable attempt to physically disrupt the Electoral College and the transmission of the Electoral College votes from Michigan to the United States government. And, you know, it's important that we see consequences for what happened in Michigan in 2020 at the state and federal level, because right now, as we prepare for another presidential election next year, we need to assure voters and be assured ourselves that this isn't going to happen again. And so seeking consequences now for what happened in the past will help us prevent a reoccurrence of these instances in the future.
And let me ask you this. I mean, one argument that we've heard from defenders of these bogus electors, no matter what state they were in, is that they were just preparing to serve as legitimate electors in the event that Trump's legal efforts in the 2020 election were successful. I'm sure you've heard that argument made before. They've been made from people inside Trump world and so on. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I think we have to look at that in the context in which everything was unfolding. I mean, first at the time when these so-called fake electors allegedly met in the basement of the state party, Republican Party building, all of the court cases had by and large been resolved. There had been, the election results had been certified. We had begun the process of transmitting the Electoral College votes, and we had asked and answered all of the questions. There was zero evidence of any widespread fraud. All of the evidence suggested and indicated the results of the election were and indeed are an accurate reflection of the will of the people. So there was really no ground to stand on to somehow say that you thought something was going to happen to somehow change the results at a later date. The election was done. The will of the voters was unequivocally clear. And, you know, a lot of Republicans, including Republican leadership in the state legislature, recognized this and affirmed the results as well. And so when you look at...
Oh, I saw... I saw people complaining that Michigan taking action against false electors was actually unacceptable, and that I think it was Tim Pool who said it was a war now in America. It's like, bro, I thought you cared about integrity. Like, I thought you cared about election integrity. That was like the whole point. What happened? You know what I mean? What fucking happened, dude? Since when do we not care about election integrity? Dumbasses. It shouldn't matter, right? Who's attacking Turkey? Literally no one is attacking Turkey in the real world. It's probably some Reddit shit. It's r/place people have been like trickling in here nonstop because, you know, they can't help themselves. They get duped into playing a role in Spez's own personal way of getting everybody to forget. And it's, you know, I don't know. I don't really care. If it's like once every 5 years and that's fun and cool, but this time around I have not participated in it because I just don't really care that much.
Mayors and the former co-chair of the party who chose, instead of accepting the results, to sign these electors' papers, you have to see, and I think the evidence shows, a willful, intentional effort to lie about the results simply because they didn't agree with them.
And based on what you know, do you think that this is a part of the special counsel's indictment that they may be preparing for the former president?
Well, we know that Michigan was not the only state where these shenanigans were attempted. We know in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia, it was a similar effort afoot. And so when you have a nationally coordinated effort like that, you do need to have a national consequence. And so I'm hopeful that the federal investigation will continue down that route. But what it's also uniquely poised to do is recognize the connection of those attempts to overturn the election and the lies surrounding them to the threats and the violence that so many of us experienced and that, again, we saw unfold at our Capitol on January 6th. It's all connected. And as atrocious as it was, as unprecedented as it was, we have to see consequences, or else we have to prepare for it to unfold again.
And I was just about to ask.
The CNN layout is so bad. I know. Okay, I'm done. This is too much. All right, we're going to talk about Florida's new Black History curriculum and why it is being criticized. Because guess what, guys? There's both sides to every story. And of course, slavery is yet another story, at least according to the state of Florida and its new curriculum. In the new curriculum in the state of Florida, you can no longer just teach that slavery was bad and leave it like that. You also need to explain to people that maybe slavery had some good sides. Like, and I shit you not, this is real, maybe black people learned valuable skills, like job skills, on the job site. That's right. So that's what's going on in Florida. Let's take a look. That's, that's going to be in the textbooks. Making, or rather ensuring, that everyone from Florida is at least 10% dumber than they were the prior generation. And Florida, goddamn, has a lot of dumb folks. No? So think about how fucking stupid they will be now. Think about that. Unimaginable.
Now to the growing controversy over Florida's new education standards after Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill called the Stop Woke Act last year. The changes include teaching middle schoolers that some enslaved people actually benefited from slavery because it taught them skills. Nancy Cordes is following all of this at the White House. Good morning, Nancy.
Thank God that finally someone is defending slavery. Words that I did not think I would say ever in my entire life. Holy fuck.
Good
Let's
morning,
take a
John.
look at
Yes,
what
this
else is
debate
going
may
on.
have started in Florida, but it has now landed squarely in the middle of the presidential race.
I didn't do it, and I wasn't involved in it.
Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Little Rhonda. Are you scared, little Rhonda? Says he wasn't a part of this decision. That's not good leadership by little Rhonda.
To distance himself from the curriculum controversy, but it didn't work.
I didn't do it and I'm not involved in it are not the words of leadership.
Florida's new history teaching guidelines, approved last week, stem from a 2022 law. Governor DeSantis called the Stop Woke Act.
Governor DeSantis started this fire with the bill that he signed.
The new standards say Florida students should.
What's happening? Why are these fucking Republicans being so goddamn woke? I thought you wanted to take woke out. I thought you wanted to take woke out of schools. That's taking woke out of schools. Once again, yet another situation where Republicans like the way certain things sound, but don't like it in practice. Oh, we got to ban abortions. We got to ban abortions. Oh, no. Now the state of Florida is being sued by a woman who was forced to carry a pregnancy to term because the doctors did not want to risk going to jail for terminating an ectopic pregnancy. Oh, well, we didn't mean that. Whoa, what the fuck? Yes, you did. You fucking did. You did it from the jump, you fucking pieces of shit. This is exactly what you wanted to do. And now that it's actually coming to fruition, you're too much of a fucking cowardly bitch to turn around and be like, oh, what? What do you mean this is what's going on? That's crazy, dude. That's fucking nuts. You wanted exactly this. You wanted exactly this to happen, and now it's happening. But because people go, wait a minute, the fuck is happening here? I'm not a big fan of what's going on. I don't really like that. That's a little ridiculous. You have to turn around and say, oh, that wasn't what my intention was. What the fuck was your intention then? That was exactly your intention, you fucking asshole. That's what this is. When people talk about like, killing wokeness, this is what they're talking about. This is precisely what they're fucking talking about. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Okay? Say what you fucking mean, bitch. Or was it? There was another one that I thought I quote tweeted, but I guess I did not. It was about Ron DeSantis with the Black Sun logo, which was actually a pretty good tweet. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll show you. Okay? And for the record, Democrats do this shit too, and they're like, oh well, you know, health insurance and health care is a right, not a privilege. It's like, no, you don't fucking mean that, you asshole. You literally don't mean that. You don't believe that. You don't mean that. You worked against it over and over again. You're just saying that. Fuck you. Oh, here. This is what I wanted to show you guys, okay? We covered this yesterday. Ron DeSantis had like a straight up Nazi logo in one of his videos. And I've thought long and hard about why he keeps doing shit like this. And I realize it's partially because or who these Nazi groypers are that are fans of Ron DeSantis and why they're not fans of Donald Trump. And I realize it's because these young Zoomer, super ultra racist groypers that are always on 4chan, always on Twitter, they have a little bit of say in the campaign. I think they were able to genuinely convince some other decision makers in the Ron DeSantis campaign that Donald Trump was elected due to memes or something. And that's part of the reason why they're able to make this kind of dumb shit on their dime, okay? And then get clapped up for it. This is a real thing that happened in the Ron DeSantis campaign. They made it seem like it was independently created, but it was certainly created by someone with links to the campaign itself. Okay? And it's not because Ron DeSantis himself is a fucking Nazi. He's not. He is a institutional Republican. Okay? He is supposed to be the less Nazi version of Donald Trump, the one that's controllable, right? By the Republican Party. So why does this keep happening? Well, it keeps happening because there are a lot of racist fucking losers, actual real life super fucking far right racists that are in his campaign. He's a Nazi, dude. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Guys, there is no distinction between what Ron DeSantis wants to do. The reason why I'm saying he's not personally a Nazi is because right now, the situation that I'm about to describe to you is the reason why he's not really a fucking Nazi. What does that mean? Because every single American that is the average Republican, conservative, racist person, oh my God, scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit. Oh, dude, you texted me 1 minute before you walked in. Oh my God, I almost had a heart attack. I didn't even fucking see your text message. You just walked in. Oh my God. No, it's Austin, chat. He came in just to take a piss. He's lying. He said he came here to say happy birthday, but I do have to pee. All right, go pee. How do I figure out if Kai has fleas? Flea comb, just look for him. I am. Anyway, here is what's important for people to understand. Ron DeSantis is a machine politician. Ron DeSantis is a machine politician. Okay? You need to understand something. I'm not kidding. Maybe she might have fleas, actually. I think I... All right. Happy birthday to me. Thank you for coming. Yes. Maybe. She was hanging out. I mean, they can. Check behind ears and booty, ears and rears. Yeah, I'm going to look. We will start getting bites at night if she has fleas. We'll see, but... Yeah. Put down a white sheet, have her sit, lay on it while you pet her belly. Since fleas like moist, wet parts, as you scratch her belly, look across her belly and her lady parts to see if they're there. Little obvious black flecks will be visible. Rub your hair against her. If you start feeling itchy, she has fleas. Smart.
Hi everybody, Nurse Jane here. We're here with my little friend Tonky today.
Problem is her fur is so long.
And how to check your animals for fleas and what to do if you find little nasty creepies and crawlies. So Tonky's going to be a very good puppy and sit for me. Good Tonky. So dogs and cats get fleas. They feed on the animal's blood, and you're blocking my beautiful face, Tonky. They feed on the animal's blood, and so you may see the live insects crawling around on the pet, but the adult fleas, so the bugs that you actually see, are only 5% of the population. The rest of the population is eggs and larvae, which you won't see with the naked eye. So I know. So Tonky can see his person out there, so he's a bit distracted. Tonky, sit on. So a lot of people go, oh, I've only found one flea. But unfortunately, that's only, like I said, the amount of adult fleas is only 5% of the total number of fleas. So unfortunately, there's not really much to do. There's not really such a thing as a single flea. So when you've got short-haired animals like little Tonky here, you'll often see the fleas, and you'll see the flea dirt.
Fuck. She has long hair, dude. This sucks. Bathe her with Dawn dish soap. If you sit and run through her fur, you'll find fleas, but it can be rough with long hairs. I highly recommend flea pills that last months. Not the ones that simply kill fleas or are topical. You keep up with it and you'll have virtually no worries about fleas. The irony is, she's normally so fucking itchy, and she hasn't been itchy today at all. Comb her, wipe the residue on a paper towel, and wet it. If you see red, that's the blood from the fleas. Get a wet cotton pad and move it around her in her fur. Flea dirt has blood in it, so the cotton pad will leave red spots. Is she not on heartworm preventative? Most are combined with flea meds. Yeah, she is. This soap or Vaseline. If you want to be extra, buy some Dilemacatus Earth from Chewy. Theomacaceous Earth. Freshwater dry food grade Diatomacaceous Earth. What the fuck is that? Don't use the pills. She's too young. They build resistance. Vet recommends starts using them later. I mean, I did give her pills before. The vet gave pills. I think I just need to take her to a vet. Diatomaceous. I don't think I've ever had an issue like this. They're essentially microscopic seashells. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna fucking ask my vet. Get her a Sarah Stowe collar and be done. What is it, like a flea collar? What if I have fleas? What happens if I get fleas? Flea eggs can lay dormant for some long time. You'll have to get rid of them inside the home while treating her. Just don't use Nexstar, right? That's what people were saying. Doesn't have fleas, she's not even itching. Well, she itches a lot normally, so the fact that she's not itching today is rather weird. So I don't know why the fuck she's not itching today. Capstar is safe for puppies. I don't know what that is. I mean, Nexstar? Yeah, she's biting her ass, but she does it every fucking day. You know what I mean? Seresta? What is it? Guys, I'm already talking to my vet. I'm already literally texting my vet. Okay, let's get back to the little Rhonda situation.
Should be taught about the harsh conditions slaves endured, but also about how slaves developed skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit.
They're probably going to show some of the folks that eventually parlayed, being a blacksmith into doing things later in life.
That comment drew a swift rebuke from fellow Republican presidential candidate Will Hurd, who tweeted, "Slavery wasn't a jobs program that taught beneficial skills. It was literally dehumanizing." NAACP President Derek Johnson.
We all must stand together as a nation to ensure we don't find ourselves going backwards, that we stand united as a country and not try to remake history.
Two of the authors of the guidelines say they proudly stand behind them and that they were, quote, developed using a methodical process within our work group.
They want to replace history with lies.
The nation's first Black and Asian American vice president traveled to Florida Friday to condemn the new standards in person.
I am deeply concerned. Because let's be clear, I do believe this is not only about the state of Florida. There is a national agenda afoot.
This is likely to come up again when Vice President Harris appears at a Latino conference in Chicago today. Governor DeSantis is defending the new standards, saying they are probably the most robust African-American history standards in the country. Nancy?
Nancy, thank you.
Breaking news overnight and what we are learning about the U.S. soldier in North Korean custody as tension escalates between China and Taiwan. Britt Clinnett is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Britt.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, finally, some word on the mystery surrounding U.S. soldier Travis King, who crossed into North Korea last week. Talks are underway with Pyongyang. This morning, the UN command, which operates the DMZ, it said a conversation has begun with North Korea's military and that its primary concern is Private King's welfare. Now, North Korea is silent for now. In the past, Pyongyang has kind of used these defector cases as propaganda chips, but at the moment, we don't know his condition. We don't know his whereabouts. You'll remember that instead of boarding a plane to Texas, where he could have faced military punishment, Private King joined a...
I'm not done with the little Rhonda thing, okay? Hold on. There was another thing that I wanted to show you guys about. Oh, here's Jesse Waters defending little Rhonda.
He says this right here. This is well documented among historians. This is historical fact that slaves did develop skills while they were enslaved and then used those skills as blacksmiths, as in agriculture, tailoring, in the shipping business, to then use to benefit themselves and their families once they were freed. That's not controversial. And it actually speaks to the resilience and the aptitude of the enslaved African Americans who were at the time able to better themselves and able to...
Yeah, dude, totally. It's on-the-job training that they got, you know? Chattel slavery being described on such terms is not weird, you know? It's not bad, right? Insane. I mean, this is not a flea. This is not a flea thing, flea comb, but I ordered some. This is fucking nauseating and offensive. I feel like we're so far from the fucking plot with these politics and media personalities. They just can't say this shit. Mask off, and their base will nod. Yeah. Gutfeld also defended it. Nice.
It's weird. It's like the media wants you to believe the Osmond brothers came up with a curriculum, that it was all evil white people. It's actually, that's why they keep saying Floridians, because then you don't know what race it was. Again, though, I sound like a broken record. This is not a real story at all. This was completely made up. It was snippet journalism. Once again, she took one piece out of a huge thing and turned it into some kind of screed against racism and all this other stuff. It's not real. She sounded drunk, but I often sound drunk at times. You know what I hate most about this? That we all have to do the work that Kamala was supposed to do. So she comes out there, she lies, she did no preparation. What happens? Every fool like me this weekend has to like read the curriculum. I'm exhausted. I wanted to play. I wanted to hang out with my dog, but it.
Poor guy, dude. He has to do the work, man. He hates that. You know what I mean? He's just fuck. He has to put in the work, Sweaty, to make sure that the racism narrative is intact. Thanks, man. Thanks for this is keeping me up at night that Greg Gutfeld is out there doing the work that nobody else will do, which is defend the positives of slavery. Anyway, before I got so caught up in the possible flea situation, this statement from two of the people who work at Florida's new education standards on slavery. In it, they give several names of people who exemplify slaves who learned skills they applied to later in life. Let's go through the supposed truth on this list one by one. The first is Ned Cobb, who was listed as a blacksmith. Ned Cobb was a tenant farmer and activist who was born in 1885, 20 years after the emancipation of slaves. The second is Henry Blair, also listed as a blacksmith. There's no evidence Henry Blair was ever enslaved, and the fact that he could register patents is evidence he was not, in fact, ever enslaved. The third name is Lewis Latimer, who also listed as a blacksmith. Lewis's parents escaped slavery, obtained their freedom in Massachusetts, and eventually Lewis was born a free man in free Massachusetts. The fourth name is John Henry. So not only are they, she always scratches, chat, shut the fuck up. This is why I should not have even told you guys about this. The fourth name is John Henry, also listed as a blacksmith. Detailed facts about real John Henry are disputed. His status is principally a folk hero. Fifth name is James Fortin, listed as a shoemaker. He was a free-born African-American sailmaker, not shoemaker. The sixth name is Paul Cuffey, listed as a shoemaker. Paul was also born free, was a whaler. The seventh name is Betty Washington Lewis, listed as shoemaker. Betty was the free white sister of George Washington, the first president of the United States, and a slave owner. The eighth name is Jupiter Hammond, listed as a fishing and shipping industry worker. Jupiter is the first name on the list so far who was actually a slave all his life and was a writer and a poet. If he worked in that industry, it was in that capacity. The ninth is John Chavis, listed as a fishing and shipping industry worker. He was free from birth, never enslaved, and worked as a minister and teacher. The 10th name is William Whipper. So not only are they fucking trying to create a narrative that like there were positive aspects to slavery, okay, which is already like objectively insane. They also did it by lying because it's fucking ridiculous. Like, you know, it's ridiculous from the jump. And it's also not correct. It's incorrect information. It is ahistoric to already look for some kind of positive benefits to slavery, but then to do it in this way, where you also just fucking made up, falsely attributed to free black men the status of slavery, and just to make this false narrative stick is insane. Ball my pencil 50 22 22. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I'm sorry, I don't have enough mental bandwidth right now to give you a fucking sexy ass segue because I am all over the place with the situation at hand. But flat out revisionism is what's going on here. Exactly right, chatter. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than these people are fucking gross. They're disgusting. They're nasty freaks. This whole list is ridiculous, but this one's breaking me. The 13th name, James Thomas, listed as a tailor. This is a little bit more complicated. James was born a slave and had his freedom bought by his mother at age 6, but Tennessee law stipulated he would remain legally a slave until he left the state. He worked as an apprentice at a barbershop owned by another slave and eventually opened his own barbershop. He worked as a barber, eventually gained his real freedom, and then in his later years, he was a real estate investor. He was not a tailor. The 14th name is Mariah Carter, listed as a tailor. I cannot find any information on this one. The 12th name was Elizabeth Keckley, listed as a seamstress. Elizabeth was indeed a slave and learned how to be a seamstress while a slave, but it was her enslaved mother who taught her how to do that while her slavers raped her. Booker T. Washington. Booker was born in 1856. 9 years before the emancipation of slaves, he was illiterate throughout the entirety of his enslavement. He taught himself to read. So there's like famous examples that they just bastardize. But ultimately, you know, remember, it is objectively a ridiculous notion and ridiculous assertion, okay? To say this anyway. There is, in fact, abundant evidence in their life stories, in fact, that new skills were much more readily acquired as they got their freedom. How you, Alex Lanfran, or any of your fellow ghouls look at yourself in the mirror when you wake up in the morning, I don't know. It's crazy. is justifying slavery, but one step removed so you don't get immediately shit on. Yeah, it's trying to fight against, it's trying to do historical revisionism, not on direct terms that like, and not by saying like slavery was good, actually, you don't understand, but by masking it. And the reason why they do this is because they can't just say it outright, because nobody wants to be called a racist, okay? This is something that people fail to recognize, which is why I was talking about the DeSantis campaign, which it perfectly dovetails into. I think DeSantis' real problem isn't that just he's racist. It's that his campaign is racist in the same way that a really annoying teenager is. Your average xenophobic suburbanite dad looks at a Sun and Rad Wojak ad like his son crashed his car. A lot of people are arguing that your average 56-year-old Trump supporter isn't as racist as your average DeSantis supporting Zoomer. Arguably true, but that's not the point. Putting weird blood and soil shit in your ads smells. It's deeply uncool to the exact people you want to impress. And that's the precise point that a lot of people in the DeSantis campaign are either purposely just throwing aside or forgetting because they're too brain broken by being on 4chan and being on these like super groped up Discord circles. What do I mean by this? Every racist person will spend an incredible amount of time denying that they're fucking racist. And there are certain things that you do that make every racist person even understand that you're a gross racist of the nerdiest kind, of the nerdiest variety, and esoteric Nazi relics being put in your campaign ad is precisely that. That's it. You're not just a racist at that point. You're like a gross, nerdy racist. You're a nerd for racism. The worst kind of racist. You forgot that your main point here is supposed to be, oh, I'm not racist, because a lot of those racist people don't want to be called racist. There's a reason why Klansmen wore robes, okay? How do you fucking fail at that point? How do you not understand that? If you enjoy racism that much, how do you not get that people still don't want to be called a bad thing? Because racism is not seen as a good thing. It's still seen as a bad thing. Oh. Yet another circumstance where the DeSantis campaign is putting the cart before the horse. Okay? Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' administration rejects the African American AP course. The State Department of Education claims it does not comply with Florida law. No racist truly believes they're racist. Racism is a bad thing, and they don't think they're bad. Exactly. Exactly. There are only very, very, very few people that will openly just be like, oh, I'm fucking racist. Like, openly admit that. You know what I mean? And they only do so in private circumstances. Because ultimately, due to social conditioning, people at least understand that, like, certain things are bad. Okay? Racism being one of those certain things. Do you get it? I mean, think about it. Segregation was sold to the American population and was defended by plenty of fucking white supremacist pieces of shit on the virtue of not being a segregation policy, but on separate but equal. That's marketing. It's like if the Republicans started campaigning on abortion policies by saying, I want women to fucking suffer for the crime of fucking out of wedlock. You're not going to say that, because no matter how misogynistic people are, they still want to be sold that their idea is not rooted within harm to others, but instead for a positive note. That's why they say they're pro-life. They don't say that they're forcibly carrying pregnancy is the term. They say they're pro-life. They care about the baby's life. It's very odd when you have a situation like this where you just openly forget what Americans look like. Even the most Nazi American will literally still cringe at Nazi rhetoric, okay? Americans are anti-Nazi. That's the one honorable war we fought and won, remember? That's why you're supposed to say the Democrats are the real Nazis. That's why you say the Democrats are the real racists. That's why you say the Democrats are the Klan, the KKK Radic Party. So, I don't know how the fuck you get to a point where your campaign is so fucking dominated by the most idiotic groypers. The most idiotic groypers that you let them run amok. And you have campaign flubs like this. Or no one is advising you not to go the distance on this like anti-woke legislation. So much so that it has it gets to a point where, you know, even regular old racist Americans turn around and say, okay, that's a bridge too far.
It does gross you out. I think I get grossed out when I see this because I imagine how much a better country we'd be if people didn't go on this.
I think these guys are missing the mark trying to defend DeSantis here. They're trying to do the lift for DeSantis by actively saying things like, oh, no, it's not like that. You guys are wrong. Okay? Oh, no, that's not what they meant. And also, it's normal. There is definitely some positives to slavery. Like, they're fucking stupid. They're being stupid.
This crazy, fake, we're a divided country BS. I think we need like a colorblind summer. You know, how much better everyone would feel if blacks didn't feel oppressed because the media told them to, and that they're
yeah, blacks immediately. Blacks! Yeah, they only feel oppressed because the media tells them to. Isn't that racist as fuck, by the way? Imagine being a black person, hearing this fucking asshat be like, yeah, you're too stupid to recognize that you're not oppressed, and you're too stupid, and you watch the media, and the media tells you you're oppressed, so you're too stupid to make up your own mind, and you fucking think that that's where it's coming from. It's not real. You just made it up in your own mind. Even that sentiment in and of itself is very clearly a fucking racist one. It's so stupid. Oh, black people can't make up their own minds about the oppression that they face in society, that they experience. It's very real every single fucking day. They only made it up in television, and they're not smart enough to recognize that it's just like they're being duped. Yeah. Yeah, next time you get pulled over by a cop who's like harassing the fuck out of you, okay, calling you boy and shit, remember that it's just the media that told you that that's actually a form of oppression. He just sees you as a fatherly figure. He's looking out for you. That's why he's calling you boy. Okay, that's why his hand is on his gun, because he wants to show you his cool service weapon. Not because he's terrified of you, not because that cop might have been duped by the media into believing that you are violent due to the color of your skin, okay? But it's the other way around, as a matter of fact. It's just that guy is he's being nice. He wants to show you his cool toy. He's like, oh, come on. Come check out my service weapon.
their coworkers and their classmates weren't seen as oppressors because they happened to be white. That would be really nice. This was not the administration we were promised. It's weird. It's like,
yeah, it's hot labor summer, but for the Republican Party, it's hot racist summer. But that's every summer. And just like the climate reaching record highs, their racism is reaching record highs as well. What do I mean by this? Well, let's take a look at this Jason Aldean controversy. I am not super familiar with this man, But it turns out Jason Aldean has finally decried cancel culture while snagging the best performing single of his career. Now, what is this single? Well, of course, some of you already know that. It's called Try That in a Small Town. It was pulled from CMT's music video lineup, but he's so far emerged from the song's controversy relatively unscathed. It's been a long week, and I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff suggesting I'm this, suggesting I'm that. Here's the thing. Here's one thing I feel. I feel like everybody's entitled to their opinion, Aldean said during a concert at the Riverbend Music Center in Cincinnati, Ohio on Friday, which is pretty funny. Just my opinion, which is, of course, the states' rights argument, but for individual racism. You know what I mean? Like, what was the Civil War fought over? States' rights. States' rights to do what? States' rights to own slaves. They're like, hey, sir, your opinion is fucking stupid. He's like, oh, well, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Their opinion being what? Oh, their opinion that, like, BLM is racist. And that if you tried that BLM shit in my small town, I'd lynch you. That's his opinion. Why can't I be entitled to that? Well, because it's fucking racist. You know, you're entitled to your opinion, but like people are gonna, you know, you're gonna feel something when you put that out there, you know? Other people are also entitled to their individual opinions on your dumbass bullshit, right? Right? I thought this was America. Here are some of the lyrics. I want to watch it. Like, I actually just want to watch the whole thing. So I want to see. It's on YouTube, isn't it? From what I understand, the significance of this came out 10 days ago, 17 million views already. The significance of this is where it was filmed and what the imagery that you're going to see in this music video.
Sucker punch somebody on a sidewalk, carjacking old lady at a red light, pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. You think it's cool, act a fool if you like, cuss out a cop.
Okay, this song is fucking dog shit, dude. No shot. It doesn't even have like a good jingle to it. What the fuck? Bro, listen. We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Is a bop, okay? It's a bop that directly says people like myself, Muslims, specifically in the Muslim world, okay, are enemies to the American state. And I will ride by that song because it's a fucking bop, okay? I sing it all the time. I love that shit. I mean, it's really fucked up, and what it represented was, you know, danger for Muslims across the planet, but specifically in the United States of America post 9/11. But that shit was a bop. Okay? This doesn't even have that fucking quality to it. It just sucks. Yeah, the racism is just what's carrying the song for all these fucking dumbasses. You know? It's stupid as fuck, dude. Wait, oh, do you have the AI version of me singing that? Is that what it is?
Spit in his face, stomp on the flag and light it up.
Dude, these guys, I maintain the position that I've always maintained.
You know what bothers me most about
I've maintained the position that I always maintain. Country musicians are literally the gayest dude from their towns, okay? Country song singers and writers are straight up the gayest person from their individual towns. Like, you will never convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. These dudes would be so much happier if they were just like out and about. It's fucking nuts. I have a similar opinion on like the band kid, the nerdiest kid, becomes the rapper in the group from a impoverished neighborhood. And that's why a lot of rappers are the way that they are, which most people get fucking mad at me for saying. But like, this is the same dichotomy on the other side, okay? Rappers are straight up never like the cool kid, okay? They're never actually like the cool, very popular, very social person in their own friend groups. They're almost always the fucking nerdy kid. That's why on camera they're always like kind of shy, but they mask it by being like a tough guy. But it doesn't matter. That's a totally separate conversation. That's one that like really annoys people whenever I mention it. Okay? Don, this is very wrong. Okay. Gay people not be the cool kid? What the fuck? Azan? No, I'm not even talking about that now. I'm talking about country musicians also on the other side in, Republican towns, sundown towns and whatnot. They are literally the most theater kid in the group, possibly also in the closet gay.
Aldean situation, it's the insincerity of his response and the blatant ignorance that accompanied it. So if you don't know, Jason Aldean is a country singer who put out a music video called Try That in a Small Town. It's basically...
Bro, even they're not normal. They're normally not nerds, but loners / social anxiety. Yeah, I think they usually have a lot of social anxiety. They're usually they're loners. You see that, bro. You always see that whenever you see like your favorite rapper in a media environment. But I think a lot of people are conditioned to thinking that, I think a lot of people analyze black people differently than they analyze white people, no matter what their background is. You could be white, you could be black. The way you perceive black people in a white supremacist society is very different than the way you perceive white people. And so when you see a black person who is artistic, who is shy, you automatically are seeing it through the lens of white supremacy. So you don't have the same capacity of analyzing that person as like maybe neurodivergent, maybe nerdy, maybe shy. You always see it as, oh, this guy's like a real gangster. This guy's scary. Like something, you have the capacity, you literally will look to a black person behaving in a way that you yourself might be behaving on a daily basis and assume that person is actually like you look at it through the lens of white supremacy and see it as something that's like signaling violence. I've thought about this a lot. I don't know how the fuck we got here where we were talking about like wannabe rednecks or whatever, but I do feel that way. Rappers don't claim to be the cool kid. You are saying it. You say it like we're in 1999 and every rapper's acting hard and shit, bro. We're in 2023. Rap changed. There's a lot of different people. No, dude, come on. I know. I mean, look no further than like Opium, Vamp shit, Lil Uzi Vert. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, I think you see it in a lot of circumstances when like a lot of rappers will come on Kai's stream or whatever, and they're kind of quiet. And you think they're quiet because they're, hard, but it's not. I think it's like literally because like it's not because they're hard, it's because they're kind of shy. Don't talk with shadows about rap, they don't know shit. But anyway, let's get back to this racist ass bullshit.
Basically an anti-protester, pro-cop anthem. It starts out innocently enough, castigating anyone who thinks they can get away.
Chief Keef is a great example. It's such a good example. Bro, he has a fucking Lamborghini with a Scooby-Doo logo all over it. He has a Scooby-Doo painted Lamborghini. Like, perfect. All right, fuck.
It's the insincerity of his response and the blatant ignorance that accompanied it. So if you don't know, Jason Aldean is a country singer who put out a music video called Try That in a Small Town. It's basically an anti-protester, pro-cop anthem. It starts out innocently enough, castigating anyone who thinks they can get away with robbing and carjacking people in a small town. Fine, don't do bad things in my neighborhood because we look out for our own. Great. But by the second stanza, he's moved on to scolding people who disrespect cops and burn flags. So we shifted from describing behavior that's blatantly harmful to other human beings to behavior that's merely associated with people who don't share his political viewpoints. From here on, the whole timbre of the song shifts to a brazenly nationalistic, chest-thumping repudiation of people who would vaguely be described as woke, I'm sure. After that, he starts to make outright threats. See how far you make it down the road. Then he starts making false claims that they are coming for his guns. He goes on to describe the good old boys who are poised and ready for a fight. The songwriters are Kelly Lovelace, Nell Thrasher, Tully Kennedy, and Kurt Michael Allison, by the way. Some of Nashville's finest, I'm sure. The video, which was released on Friday, is even more egregious than the song itself. CMT had to pull it because there were so many complaints. It contains non-stop news footage of protesters being depicted as merely violent and
One of the funniest aspects of this, yes, is that like country musicians being outlaws, as Chatter also pointed out. Country musicians being outlaws, right? The song in and of itself is literally about like not offending the sensibilities of the police. What the fuck kind of outlaw mentality is that? You're literally crying that people are being mean to cops, you fucking asshole. There is no better representation of where country music is now than this music video popping off and like all of these pussies loving the shit out of this. They're like, yeah, this hits all the high notes. Okay? This hits all the fucking high notes. I love this because he's saying don't protest police brutality and don't offend the sensibilities of, racist suburbanites with their fucking king ranchers and shit.
Antisocial agitators making lewd gestures at cops and throwing Molotov cocktails at buildings, a reinforcement of right-wing messaging. And the whole thing is overlaid, of course, with giant, wholesome wheat fields where the good guys hang out, and the American flag is perpetually blowing in the wind. At one point, the video depicts protesters being assaulted by police in riot gear, and one scene even shows protesters being mowed down by a police car. It's a veritable right-wing wet dream. And then you have Aldean and his band trying their best to look like superheroes outside the Maury County Courthouse. The problem is that this courthouse in Columbia, Tennessee, has a history of some horrible racial violence dating all the way back to 1927. A white woman accused an 18-year-old black man named Henry Choate of attacking her. He was immediately arrested and placed in the county jail. A white mob then descended on the jail and attacked him. He was bashed in the head repeatedly with a hammer and killed. After that, the white mob tied him to a truck and dragged him to the Maury County Courthouse in Aldean's video and hung his body there for the...
For the record, when you... to be fair to Jason Aldean, which, of course... I'm not in the business of defending, so I'm doing it sarcastically. There aren't that many courthouses where this hasn't happened in the South. So, to be fair, if you're doing it outside of a Southern courthouse, you're most likely going to... You're almost always going to run into that problem. You know what I mean? I'm sure he did it intentionally, by the way. But, like, even if you didn't want to do that, and you were like, oh, fuck, I really want to not... do a racist ass fucking music video outside of a Southern courthouse, like you're gonna always run into that problem.
The whole town to witness. Then in 1946, a black Navy vet got into an altercation with a white shopkeeper. A white mob gathered at the Maury County Courthouse in Aldean's video to threaten the black community. A group of black citizens then gathered in the black business district known as Mink Slide to provide self-defense. Columbia officers then decided to descend on the Mink Slide neighborhood. The crowd warned them to back off, but when they didn't, 4 police officers were shot and wounded. As retaliation, the Tennessee State Highway Patrol, along with a mob of...
It's your responsibility to do diligence, know more than the general public about your context, though, obviously. Wait, no. I mean, I think he did it deliberately. Anyway, I was just joking when I said it's impossible for him to fucking do that. If you want to shoot something outside of a Southern courthouse, it's almost always going to have a historical context to lynching. It's not an accident. That's why they put the fucking Confederate flags outside of the courthouses. That's why they put the Confederate monuments outside of the courthouses. I've talked about this quite a lot when back in the day, the don't take down the statues of Robert E. Lee was like a big point of contention. Why were they not immediately built after the Civil War, but instead during the civil rights fight that was happening? Or also, why were they not built somewhere in like a museum or something, even though fuck that, who cares? But instead outside of courthouses? Well, that was because they wanted to tell black people that this is what's up. It doesn't matter if you got your quote-unquote freedom, that this system is still designed to fuck you over. Know who your masters are. It was built directly in front of these institutions of justice, specifically to reinforce that very real notion that those institutions still served a white supremacist attitude and a white supremacist interest.
White citizens descended on the Mink Slide district and completely vandalized it. They randomly fired into buildings, stole cash and belongings, raided homes, and took all of the guns that they could find from black homes and businesses, about 300 in total. They arrested over 100 black people and refused to allow them bail or legal counsel. Police later shot and killed 2 black detainees in the jail and injured a third after claiming that they tried to steal their guns. Now, did Jason Aldean or his band or any of the production crew know about the horrible racial history that this courthouse represented? I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think it's highly unlikely that they did. But that's the issue. They didn't know because they were so myopically focused on their own worldview that any outside perspective wouldn't have had the chance of getting through. Let's not forget that the Klan was started in one of these quaint Tennessee small towns. It's pretty obvious from Aldean's history on race that he isn't exactly hanging out with people that will introduce him to inconvenient truths about these small towns that he loves celebrating. I mean, this is a dude that was wearing blackface as recently as 2015.
Jesus, wait, what? Bro, no fucking way. What the fuck? Hey, another... Dude, what the fuck? 2015? Bro, you're like a famous celebrity. What's going on, man? Yeah, that's... Canadians in the chat like, wow, that's going to be our next prime minister, you know? That's like... That's leadership material right there. Except, no. Let me tell you something. No. Because we don't know if he painted his knees black as well. And Justin Trudeau certainly did. And that extra initiative from Trudeau is what makes leaders stand out. Do you understand? Because a lot of people will just paint their face and be done with it, right? Justin Trudeau, on the other hand, took the initiative and painted his whole body, it seems. And that's huge. Big deal. Big fucking deal. Jason Aldean also sang a song about how a girl can take a ride on his big green tractor. Wait, that's him? Okay, that's a bop. See, this is what I mean. Yo, stick to the fucking good shit, dude.
She had a shiny little Beamer with the rack top down, sitting in the drive, but she wouldn't get out.
Yeah, that's like that's fine. You know, that meets the muster of like fun. No, this didn't only get 2 million views, Fizz. This is an incredibly famous song. What are you talking about? Big Green Tractor is a huge bop. I'm sure you've heard it here.
Green tractor, we
Look.
here, and I can take you for a ride on my big
green tractor.
We can go slow or make it go faster, down through the woods and out to the pasture. Long as I'm with you, it really don't matter.
This song is like super famous. The Big Green Tractor one. It's a bop. So much Barbussy has been slain to this song. Oh yeah, 100%. Never heard it? I love how you know of this song, but nothing from today. What do you mean? I lived my entire life without hearing it. Why do you do this? This legit is the sort of country Bo Burnham parodied for pandering. Aldean sort of seems like a country version of Forgiato. Like he just writes about whatever the conservatives are harping on week over week. I mean, you just described conservative panderers in general, though. Dirt Road Anthem featuring Ludacris. Yeah, tell me this guy's not, zesty. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm chilling on the dirt road, laid back swerving like I'm George Jones. Smoke rolling out the window.
Yeah, not zesty, dude. Yeah, for sure.
Up in the headlights, it's got me reminiscing on them good times. I'm turning off a real life driving.
Anyway, let's hear where Luda comes in. Whoa! That's gay, son! God, I hate country music so much. I feel like there. Thing is, like, there is some about country music that, like, I guess hits me in the nostalgia bone a little bit. And that is that every single time I think about country music or I hear country music, I am reminded of going to like a Barnes and Noble. And like it's just faintly playing in the background. You know what I mean? Like quietly playing in the background.
And I'm feeling like $1 million stacked up all $100 bills. Got a whole 6-pack on ice, but I'm riding on the hottest wheel. Seat back and I'm curving, swerving, with my pedal to the metal like I'm racing.
Oh my God. Tractor song will not be stuck in my head all day. Fuck. Yes, everybody. Johnny Cash used to write songs about killing cops and how fucking unjustifiable the prison system was and yada yada. It's like basic. Barnes & Noble employees are in hell with those soundtracks that repeat 6 times a day. Listen, I know all this, okay? Oh, old bluegrass. Like, it was also a lot about indigenous rights. I know. I know. Let's hear the original song that we were listening to, though. Sucker punch somebody on a sidewalk, carjacking old lady at a red light, pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. You think it's cool to act a fool if you lie. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face, scope on a flag and light it up. Yeah, you think it's tough. Well, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find that. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Got a gun that my granddad gave me. They say one day they're gonna round up. Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town full of good old boys, raised up right by Wait, what the fuck? Wait, let's finish this goddamn TikTok. I forgot. All right, we'll get back to the song in a
It
second.
was 2015. He's worn clothing containing Confederate flag imagery and has even sold Confederate flag clothing as a part of his official tour merchandise. Aldean, who's a survivor of the horrific 2019 Las Vegas shooting, seemed shocked, I tell you, shocked, that the video might have come across as pro-lynching. He claims that there were no racial overtones whatsoever, and then he spun the whole thing this way. Try that in a small town for me refers to the feeling of a community that I had growing up where we took care of our neighbors regardless of differences of background or belief. I'm sorry, I must have missed that messaging. I was too busy.
Yeah, you know, our neighbors and no black people.
Listening to you make very thinly veiled threats of violence towards anyone who protested police brutality or burned a flag as a political statement. There is such a disconnect between the message that Jason Aldean is putting out there and how he wants to be perceived. And
Also, let me guess, dude. What the fuck's this dude's background? Okay, is he from a small town? Because, like, half of these dumb bumpkins actually are just, like, straight up, like, fucking used car dealership owner children. You know what I mean? Like, my daddy owned a jet ski dealership. Oh, he's from Macomb, Georgia. Macon. Okay, that's, I mean, definitely not a small town, but guys. It's Macon. Maconey. It's big, but his parents separated when he was 3. He was raised by his mother in Macon. During the summer, he spent time with his father in Homestead, Florida. Before his father went to his work, he would map out guitar chords on the notebook paper. Yes, Macon is big. It's a big city. It's not a fucking small town at all. I know. Try that in a suburb would be more accurate. True. Sit and practice all day while his daddy was at work. When his dad got home, he got out his own guitar and they played together. Soon he could play a song after hearing it only a few times. With his mother's help, he performed at the local VFW Hall in Macon. He sang John Anderson's song Seminole Wind and Tracy Lawrence's Sticks and Stones. He then began to perform at area talent contests and local fairs. At 15, he joined the house band at Georgia Night Spot, Nashville South. In order to stand out, Aldean changed the spelling of his middle name, Aldean, come up with the name Aldean.
And this is the history of soft bigotry and racism in this country. Oh, we're not anti-black. Nothing in that song or video specifically targeted black people, but it didn't have to. He could say and show just enough to get him right up to the line without crossing it. Maybe even...
I mean, he definitely crossed some lines, I think.
Did you know that the site where Jason Aldean filmed his latest music video was actually used for public lynchings as well as
Like I said,
other racist gatherings
kind of
in
a
the
given.
past? Hi, everyone, I'm Abiola Aguero, and this is DSR in a minute or less. And I want to caution any black or indigenous viewers to maybe not watch today's video if any of the information might be triggering to you. We're going to be talking about lynching and sundown towns. So, Jason Aldean's latest music video called In a Small Town has been considered controversial, but realistically, it's just racist. And here's why. One of the lyrics in the video that Jason Aldean says is that they're just a good old boys roundup, or that they're just a good old boys club. And where he filmed this video was in front of the Maury Courthouse in Tennessee, which was used on multiple occasions.
The whole video is black people. Yeah, that's pretty funny because it's like, yeah, this wasn't about black people, except the music video heavily features, multiple stereotypes of black people and just directly features black people in general. Protesting Black Lives Matter, like protesting police brutality, things of that nature. So, wonder why anyone would get that idea. Also, I filmed it outside of a southern courthouse, which, of course, immediately is a beacon of white supremacist values. both historically and in contemporary society. But ultimately, he didn't say the N-word, right? So how could you say I'm racist?
Occasions to lynch black folks and a couple of indigenous folks. In the 1920s and in the 1950s, I think, and the 60s, there were numerous lynchings that happened at this courthouse. And because of its historic significance to Southern white supremacists, it ended up being the site for an event called the Good Old Boys Roundup, which was held every single year from 1980 to 1995. And it was at least 10% law enforcement officers, and no black law enforcement officers were allowed. There were 4 out of like 2,000 people that came to this event over the years, and one of them was threatened to be murdered, and the person who brought him, who was a white man, kicked him out. So definitely not a question of whether or not it was just mainly a white event, because it's not really negotiable. Anyways, so the gatherings happen at this courthouse every single year. They were famous gatherings, so much so that they were put together by an ATF officer, who some of the ATF agents later on, a couple years later, tried to say that it was a covert mission, but it was not. One of the ATF directors during the time period which this started, who was removed later on because of the pushback he got from standing up for this and some other nonsense, said himself that this was a racist gathering that was not authorized because so many other things. So we're going to talk a little about that really quickly. One of the items that were sold at the gatherings were called inward cards, and they were hunting cards to hunt black folks. And they would give those out and sell them so that people felt like, hey, Pickles, people felt like they had the...
Bro, American racism is so wild. Like I mean, I've studied it pretty extensively. I talk about white supremacy regularly. And even then, there's always like some new shit that you find out. You're like, what the fuck? It's just like anytime you think you've reached the end of the racism rope, you know what I mean? There's more. There's always more. It'll surprise you. It'll always surprise you. There's just too much. There's too much racism to fully understand. You know what I mean?
Permission that they needed to go on lynching, what do you call it? You guys know what I mean? Lynching expeditions. And so, again, no debate. And don't forget also, Jason Aldean is from Macon, Georgia, which has been known to be a very large-scale site for racial segregation and has a very checkered past when it comes to white supremacy.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's like a lot of... Macon is, you know, there's definitely black people that live there too. It's, you know, Georgian city, but you know, there's a lot of racist people that live there as well.
And the Ku Klux Klan. And so Jason Aldean was not raised in the area that...
Macon, Georgia is documented as one of the most segregated cities in America with extreme poverty gaps between black and white populations.
And so Jason Aldean was not raised in the area that didn't talk about race. He was not raised in the area that is new to race. He was raised in the area that has served as a launching point in Georgia for significant racial discrimination, including most recently in which they passed multiple voting rights laws, anti-voting rights laws that tried to remove the voting rights of people that were black and indigenous in the area. Now, back to the lyrics. So there is a second set of lyrics that he uses in the song in which he says, try and punch a cop, and I'll put the rest below, but try and punch a cop, try and do XYZ, and you won't make it out of our small town. And I forget the exact lyrics, but the other part of it is saying that after dark, you shouldn't be in his small town. If you're unfamiliar, there's something called sundown towns, which many people hail it.
Yeah, that wasn't, dude, that's not, come on, you guys are misunderstanding. Like, that's not a call to violence or call to arms or even sundown towns, you know what I mean?
As being a past relic of American slavery and racism, but they still exist today. A sundown town is essentially and very likely a small town in various states in which there are not huge populations, and they very literally will have signs or will tell you, or it'll be known that if you are black or indigenous and you are there, once it gets dark, they will murder you, and that they have the right to lynch you. And this was something that has been touched on in a couple of different things. There is a green book called the Green the Green Motorist Negro Travel Book, which gave a list, an updated list of places that Black folks should not stop in or should try and drive around back in the day because there were so many sundown towns.
Wait, where is the sundown town reference? Wait, did I misunderstand it?
Part of it is saying that after dark, you shouldn't be in his small town. If you're
Wait, where does he say that?
that has served as a launching point in Georgia for significant racial discrimination, including most recently in which they passed multiple voting rights laws, anti-voting rights laws that tried to remove the voting rights of
I'm
people
looking
that
at
were
the
Black
lyrics.
individuals
Where
in
is
the area.
it?
Now, back to the lyrics. So there is a second set of lyrics that he uses in the song in which he says, try and punch a cop.
Plus a cop, stomp the flag and light it up. Yeah, you think you're tough?
And I'll put the rest below. But try and punch a cop, try and do X, Y, Z, and you won't make it out of our...
Around here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. Try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town. Oh. She's just talking about making. Okay, never mind. Because I don't think he says... No. He doesn't ever say, like, you won't make it out the night or anything like that.
Small town, and I forget the exact lyrics, but the other part of it is saying that after dark, you shouldn't be in his small town. If you're unfamiliar, there's something called sundown town.
Like he doesn't say you can't stay here after dark. Not that it matters. I mean, he's fucking racist. But where? And he said after dark too, apparently. Wait, where? No, he doesn't. Why are we hyper-focusing on a stupid fucking semantics thing? Like, I mean, this is already, like, very clear. Very clear. You need to go down the road as a country threat. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, he literally is saying, you won't make it out the town. Maybe there's a sunset at the end of the video, because I didn't watch the video.
Help, you'll get it.
Farmers are dropping their own crops for the day. A friend is in need, and they've come to help.
It's what this community and a lot of our communities stand for. Somebody needs some help, you'll get it.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that guy looks so fucking racist. I don't know what listen, chatters are gonna say, Hasan, I can't believe you just like accuse someone of racism. It's the worst thing you can do. But like I typecast him a little bit, but god damn. I don't know what it is, but like this is the guy you cast as like a guy who's like secretly leading the clan. There's like a quiet intensity to him. You know what I mean? I think the funniest part is, like I said, it's just like an objectively mid song. And it's still getting a lot of coverage because he just basically leaned on the racism. Like the racism is carrying the song in the charts. Like it's not a very good, this is not like going to be, nobody's bopping to this at the Walmart, okay? This is not being played at the fucking Barnes & Noble down the street over and over again because of his bop-like qualities. And I think it's just not a very good song at all. but it is being carried by. It is just being simply carried by the racist dog whistles in it. Literally 3 different sunsets at the end of the video. I can't. Yeah, no, he was definitely showing the sun setting. I mean, the entire video is also at night. But yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense that like he would be alluding to that as well. But I don't know. Is he smart enough to do that? I feel like he's just like,
which many people hail as being a past relic of American slavery and racism, but they still exist today. A sundown town is essentially and very likely a small town in various states in which there are not huge populations, and they very literally will have signs or will tell you, or it'll be known that if you are black or indigenous and you are there once it gets dark, they will murder you, and that they have the right to lynch you. And this was something that has been touched on in a couple different things. There is a green book called the Green Motorist Negro Travel Book, which gave a list, an updated list of places that black folks should not stop in or should try and drive around back in the day, because there were so many sundown towns. Now, there are less sundown towns now, but there are plenty that still exist. And many of the sundown towns would allow for certain groups of people, immigrants, and again, black folks, to come through during the day because they would have them as servants. But because they could not protect their actions during the day, they would tell them and make it a rule that, like, you can come here and work for us during the day and you can pass through very quickly, but if you're here when it gets dark, you are going to be killed, and we are telling you this. And so when he references the small town over and over again, and then references saying that you better not be here after dark, that is a direct correlation into talking about sundown towns. And again, he's from Macon, Georgia, which has many surrounding sundown towns in the past and has some aspects of sundown town history still today. And so I hope you guys consider all of these different things. I don't know, it's not that I don't know. So often people will try and cover up their racism and use coded language, but this was just a racist song, and there's no getting around that. And the video was racist too. And filming it at a courthouse where you know lynchings have occurred, it's not an accident. So, especially with so many people having to approve that to be done. So that's all for today. I'm Abiola Ogoro, and Princess is being so persistent today. Hello. And that's all for now. We'll see you later. Bye.
I got a flea comb. Notable sundown town recently highlighted Kenosha, Wisconsin. Home and welcome Kenosha, Wisconsin hero Kyle Rittenhouse. What? Most obvious one? Yeah, that's kind of wild. Like, very odd. Very odd to have like dudes with fucking sniper rifles and guns just walking home. They're just coming home after a long day of hunting. I mean, I don't think Jason Aldean himself is smart enough to like personally make this imagery stick. I think it's just like, I think it's quite literally just like someone on his team putting it together. But anyway.
Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a small town.
Yeah, what's that? What's that right there? What's going on? What's happening right there?
Town full of good old boys, raised up right. If you're looking for a fight, try that in a small town. Try that in a small town.
I stand with Jason Aldean. That's awesome, dude. God, it's sick. Anyway, like I said, TikTok sleuth appears to find Jim Crow era news story, and Jason Aldean's tried that in a small town teaser. Former minor league baseball player Danny Collins posted clippings from a 1956 Mississippi paper talking about segregation and white supremacy in a video posted by Aldean. Wait, what? In one of his promotional TikToks, zooming in on a newspaper article in the background of one of his video shots, Collins found that it appears to be a piece pulled from a since discounted small newspaper from Mississippi. Oh boy. Find the original article in an online archive. Collins shared that the clipping used for the video looks to be from a 1956 issue, the Pedal Paper in Pedal, Mississippi, in which a PR consultant for the NAACP wrote for the publication's editor, P.D. East, commending him for using his platform to ridicule white supremacists and criticize the Jim Crow era policy of segregation in schools. Collins goes on to read portions of East's response letter in which the editor detailed being called an N-word lover, losing subscriptions to his paper, and being bothered and harassed continually by the citizens of his town. Wait, what? This song is racist. The music video has imagery of BLM protests trying to imply BLM was racist. You need a small town style song. Listen to This Down by Casey Musgraves. Jason just performed in Arizona and the stadium AC went out on him, Lamau. Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot. He had a heat stroke, no?
Now, we just listened to that little clip of this song, and it's on Jason Aldean's TikTok page with this newspaper article right here. And you see this right here, and I'm going to zoom in for you in a second. We zoom in right here, you see it says NAACP, the Republican Party. Down in the bottom right, it says time, the weekly. It looks like the date says May 21st. And after we do a little digging, we find the article. It's the Pedal Paper in Pedal, Mississippi. And here we have the NAACP, the Republican Party, like we saw. Right here you have the date, the weekly, the May 21st time. Now, what could it possibly say? It looks like it's a letter to the editor, Mr. P.D. East. Dear Mr. East, as a public relations consultant to the NAACP, I get to see many newspapers from across the country. But never have I seen anything that startled me as much as the March 15th issue of the Pedal Paper with its incredible...
Wait, I don't get it. Isn't this like anti-racist? What the fuck? Yeah, they ran him out of town. Oh. Oh, he's mocking it. Try that in okay, this is someone in his marketing team mocking it. There's no way Jason Aldean is that fucking knowledgeable about, like, I'm telling you. I mean, Jason Aldean is just regular racist, right? Like, very clearly. And also hamming it up, his racism. But he certainly has surrounded himself with motherfuckers who know more than he does. You know what I mean? I don't think he's that smart to be like, ooh. He's not doing, like, Taylor Swift style, like, numerology to fucking point you in the direction of, like, what he's actually trying to say. That's probably, like, he's not even that clever. He's just fucking, he seems like an idiot. So someone on his team is probably just, like, pushing for that. Because this kind of stuff is not unintentional. It's absolutely intentional. I think we're giving him too much fucking credit. He has final approval on his content. Don't give him a pass. I'm not giving him a single pass on anything. I'm just simply saying that this is too highbrow for him to come up with on his own. You get it? Like, why? What? He's not clever enough to be like, ooh, I'm going to secretly hide this kind of messaging in there. I mean, Look at his song. The song is literally, try that in a small town, I'll fucking kill you. Like, that's not exactly subtle. He's not clever enough to do dog whistles. He's like too dumb.
Incredible ridiculing of the white Citizens Council crowd. I'm referring specifically to the full page ad I assume you wrote headed, "You too can be superior." I hope I'm not congratulating a dead man. This must have taken courage, and I hope you are still with us. I'm mighty curious to know what happened after you exploded this blockbuster in your community. And if you read Mr. East's response, he goes on to tell Mr. Gross that he was called an in-lover, that he lost over 200 subscriptions, and that he was pretty much bothered and harassed in his small town. Well, who exactly was P.D. East, may we ask? He was an American journalist who founded and edited the Petal, Mississippi's weekly newspaper, the Petal Paper. He's known for his use of satire to criticize white supremacy in Jim Crow-era Mississippi. And according to this article, he was ostracized from the community, he was spat on,
he was ran out of his small
he was threatened
town
with violence, his newspaper lost all its subscriptions. And why would this happen to Mr. P.D. East? Because he tried that in a small town. He challenged the Southern racist establishment. But let Jason Aldean tell it, and everybody that's supporting this song has nothing to do with race.
That adds a new meaning to the song. Not really. It's the same meaning. The entire first verse about how scared they are of liberal cities. Why do they think this is tough? Because that's how reactionary politics works. There's no way Jason is racist, though. His great-grandfather was a black man. His other great-grandfather was a Native American. And his other great-grandfather was a Viking king. Yeah, exactly. He's just defending the veterans, I think. He's defending his veterans, guys. Come on. There's no way. Anyway, I've been meaning to, the fucking Jason Aldean saga is so stupid. I've been meaning to cover this story, okay? Lemmino tackled the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And I am very excited to watch this. I've been meaning to watch this. I'm stoked on it. Okay? We're going to watch it. We're going to learn that John F. Kennedy was absolutely assassinated by the CIA. I hope. I hope this is not CIA propaganda. Oh, there's a YouTube note. I think it was suicide. Yeah, no, totally. It was an accident by a Secret Service. Yeah, totally. Like, accidentally at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and then, sometimes you're not ready for it. His head just kind of did that. Just like the top of the hour kind of just does that. You know what I mean? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. $34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs.
Right about here, in Dallas, Texas, American President John F. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22, 1963. The accused assassin was a man named Lee Harvey Oswald. After being held in custody for less than 2 days, Oswald himself would meet a violent end.
One of the wildest parts about this is that, this was pinned on him being a communist sympathizer, when it so clearly is not the case. He's like, oh yeah, he's a communist. Like, no, motherfucker, he was an asset. Like, how? It's one of the most obvious fucking pieces of information that the media has left out deliberately for the longest fucking time. Okay? Before this video starts, I'd like to say that no matter who shot it, the effects of that bullet to JFK's brain are nothing in comparison to what happens to my brain when a song gets stun locked in some dumb shit.
According to a subsequent investigation, Oswald had fired 3 rounds from the Texas schoolbook depository. Police recovered 3 shell casings and a
An impossible shot. I think everybody knows that at this point.
bolt-action rifle from the 6th floor of the building. But the shooting of Oswald sparked immediate suspicions of conspiracy. Suspicions that persist to this day and have driven most Americans to reject the government's conclusion that Oswald acted alone. The arguments for and against conspiracy take many shapes and forms. Far too many, in fact, to do them all justice in a...
They've recreated it multiple times? No, they have. Wait, what? One person. Do you think it'll ever be declassified, the involvement of the CIA, etc.? No. No, they failed to recreate it. What are you talking about? Okay, let's just...
a single video. Instead, in this video, I want to zoom in and focus on a very narrow slice of this case. Specifically, the events surrounding the Texas schoolbook depository. What exactly happened inside this building from where the shots that killed the president are believed to have been fired?
That video game
In September
thing
of
is so dumb.
1963, a young man named Wesley Frazier received a call from an employment agency. There was a potential job opening at the Texas schoolbook depository. On September the 13th, Frazier made his way from Irving, Texas, down to central Dallas. He met with Roy Truly, the superintendent of the building, and was hired on the spot. Back in Irving, Frazier lived with his older sister, Leanie Randall.
What? I'm definitely changing the station if you think the shot is impossible. All the bullet info makes complete sense, and you can listen to multiple doctors explain it. Could it still be CIA? Maybe, but Oswald shot him from that balcony. I thought the tree line absolutely covered it, and the 3 different fucking shots in sequence, in succession, in a matter of literal fucking seconds with a bolt action rifle made it straight up impossible. What are you talking about? What I am so like. Hasan's been eating too much red meat and cooked his brain. Okay, the video is going to tell us, but...
on the street lived a woman named Ruth Payne. On October the 14th, both Randall and Payne had a cup of coffee at the house of a neighbor. Payne brought along a friend and Russian immigrant named Marina Oswald, the wife of Lee Oswald. Marina could barely speak any English and had been staying with Payne for a few weeks, partly due to her husband's unemployment.
The subject of Lee looking for work and that he hadn't found work for a week came up while we were having coffee. And Mrs. Randall mentioned that her younger brother, Wesley Frazier, thought they needed another person at the Texas schoolbook depository where Wesley worked.
Payne and Marina returned home, spoke with Roy Truly over the phone, and secured a job interview on behalf of Lee Oswald. The following morning, he went down to the book depository and began his first day of work on October the 16th. So, an acquaintance with whom Oswald's wife was currently staying had a casual conversation with a neighbor. That neighbor happened to have a brother who recently got employed at the book depository. This prompted his wife to ask the acquaintance to call the superintendent of the building to inquire about any vacancies.
I told Mrs. Payne that to send Oswald down and I would talk to him, that I didn't have anything in mind for him of a permanent nature, but if he was suited, we could possibly use him for a brief time.
The position was not only temporary, but only existed due to a temporary shortage of staff.
It was the end of our fall rush, If it hadn't existed a week or 2 weeks longer, or if we had not been using some of our regular boys putting down this plywood floor, we would not have had any need for Lee Oswald at that time, which is a tragic thing for me to think about.
But it gets even more tragic because Oswald was not the only one to apply for a job.
I might have sent Oswald to work in a warehouse 2 blocks away. Oswald and another fellow reported for work on the same day, and I needed one of them for the depository building. I picked Oswald.
If Oswald was somehow entangled in a conspiracy, and the aim of that conspiracy was for him to become employed at the book depository, this roundabout sequence of events is a very strange way to go about it. As the name implies, the Texas School Book Depository.
You're reading too many conspiracy theories. The rifle used was tested in 1967 with various volunteers. CBS conducted a firing test at the H.B. White Ballistics Laboratory located in Street, Maryland. Many CBS 11 volunteer marksmen who, unlike Oswald, had no prior experience with a properly sighted Carcano, were able to hit the test target twice under the time allowed. Although they were all afforded multiple attempts and without the tension of an actual murder attempt, the only man who scored 3 hits was firearms examiner Howard Donahue from Maryland. For the test, 11 marksmen from diverse backgrounds were invited to participate. 3 Maryland State troopers, engineers. Oh, so they didn't actually, I get it. So they didn't actually conduct like a full-blown fucking firing test from the same circumstances. I don't know if this will cover it, but 6 months before the Kennedy assassination, Oswald tried to assassinate a far right-wing general named Edwin Walker. The round used in that attempt matched roughly the rounds used to assassinate Kennedy. One volunteer was unable to operate his rifle effectively, so the following statistics are based on the 10 remaining shooters. The first shooter led off the experiment was Al Sherman. The record of his effort, 5 seconds, 2 orange, 1 blue. All the shooters, Sherman was able to fire 8 rounds before his rifle jammed. Of all the shooters, the fastest times were 4.1 seconds, 4.3 seconds, 4.9 seconds, 5 seconds. The best accurate was 3 orange in 5.2 seconds. The rifles were oiled and allowed to cool down between shooters. CBS reporter Dan Rather attended this experiment. FBI conducted tests. He said it was a very accurate weapon. The targets we fired show that. Why does it matter if the shot is possible or not? I mean, it just plays another role. Like, it plays another role in a sea of conspiracies that surround why JFK was assassinated and how it happened. I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald being a fall guy or a patsy is I think, one of the most obvious circumstances. People say, like, oh, he was a sharpshooter and he could do it, but it's like one shooter being able to facilitate this at the time and place, especially when the original recreations did not prove to be so fruitful as chatters are claiming. Because, like, they'll do it in an isolated environment. They'll do it in a test environment. Can a Carcano rifle actually shoot 3 times in a row in rapid succession on a target? Sure. Okay. It was it was an incredibly difficult shot. Also, it doesn't even matter because, like, the shot was also being conducted by a guy who 100% was Navy intelligence. And was absolutely like one of those subversive, the type of person that you put into communist groups specifically to gather intelligence on them and also, disrupt the process of revolutionary organizing. Moving target that small, that like 3 times in a matter of seconds, ridiculous. Especially when you have to like also ballistics don't matter. It's motives that are far more convincing. Like, people make it seem like this is absolutely a fucking easy-ass shot or something. Is this one of your favorite conspiracies? Yeah, their tests are not on non-moving targets. Like, that's why I'm saying you can test this in a controlled environment to see if the gun is capable of doing such a thing. But that doesn't mean you're actually testing it in an identical circumstance. Like I said, it's a moving target. Okay? There's literally environmental factors. There's a reason why snipers also have a scout next to them when they're out in the field and they're operating in modern context, at least. And the guns that they're using are significantly better than those old-ass fucking rifles, especially the one that he was using. So you need a spotter to like look at the fucking wind and figure out distance. I mean, come the fuck on. Oswald kills 2 days after he killed Kennedy. Please use logic. It's so incredibly obvious there was a gang within the State Department that wanted Kennedy dead for so many different reasons. This shit's going to get declassified one day and everyone's going to surprise Pikachu phase. Steven Crowder recreated the assassination on his broadcast. Okay, stop. All right, let's continue.
Story was in the business of selling books. For $1.25 an hour, Oswald's job was to prepare the books for shipping. He did so by filling out forms and transporting cartons of books between the upper floors and the first. The building had 3 elevators, 2 staircases, and was 7 stories tall. In the northwest corner, 1 stairway and 2 freight elevators provided access to all 7 floors. A small passenger elevator near the front entrance stopped at level 4, while stories 1 and 2 were connected by a second flight of stairs. Lacking a driver's license, Oswald relied on Wesley Frazier to carpool between Irving and Dallas every Friday evening and Monday morning. He spent workdays at a rooming house in Dallas while spending the weekends with his wife and daughters in Irving. But on Thursday morning, November the 21st, the day before the assassination, Oswald decided to deviate from this routine.
I was standing there on the first floor getting the orders in, and Lee said, "Could I ride home with you this afternoon?" And I said, "Sure, like I told you. You can go home with me anytime you want to. Like I say, anytime you want to go see your wife, that is all right with me." Lee had never gone home in the middle of the week before, so I asked him why, and he stated that he was going home to get some curtain rods for his apartment. I asked if he was going home on Friday as well, and he said no.
Frazier drove Oswald back to Irving, where he arrived unannounced at the household of Ruth Payne. Both Payne and Marina were surprised to see Oswald on a Thursday. They assumed he'd come to make amends with Marina due to an argument they had had a few days before.
Did your husband give any reason for coming home on Thursday?
He said that he was lonely because he hadn't come the preceding weekend and he wanted to make his peace with me.
Was anything said about curtain rods or his taking curtain rods to town the following day?
No, I didn't have any.
He didn't say anything like that?
No.
The next day, Oswald said goodbye to his wife and left the Payne residence about 7:15. Atop a dresser in the bedroom, he left behind his wedding ring. Oswald was next seen walking down the street by Lenny Randall, carrying a package. He was soon joined by Frazier, and the two of them took a seat in his car to begin their commute.
When you got in the car, did you say anything to Oswald, or did he say anything to you?
I noticed there was a package lying on the back seat. I didn't pay too much attention, and I said, "What's the package, Lee?" And he said, "Curtain rods." And I said, "Oh yes, you told me you were going to bring some today."
Not only was Oswald carrying a large package, but he'd forgotten to bring a lunch bag.
When he rode with me, I say he always brought lunch, except that one day on November 22nd. He didn't bring his lunch that day. Right when I got in the car, I asked him where was his lunch, and he said he was going to buy his lunch that day.
They arrived in Dallas a few minutes before 8 o'clock. Typically, they would walk together from the parking lot to the book depository. But on this particular Friday, Oswald grabbed his curtain rods and rushed ahead into the building. Working on the ground floor, in view of the rear entrance, was their colleague, Jack Doherty.
Did you see Oswald come to work that morning?
Yes, when he first came into the door.
Did he have anything in his hands or arms?
Well, not that I could see of.
Frazier and Doherty are the only two people known to have seen Oswald entering the building. Frazier says he was carrying a package. Doherty says he was not. Contradictions like this one will become a recurring theme throughout the rest of this video. We'll take a closer look at the missing curtain rods in a later chapter, but for now, let's stay with Oswald. As the morning progressed, Oswald was seen working as normal. Roy Truly described him as an above-average worker who mostly kept himself. In fact, he was a bit of a mystery to his colleagues.
On the way back and forth between Irving and Dallas, did you talk very much to each other?
No, sir, not very much. He was one of these types that just didn't talk.
I was acquainted with Lee Oswald during the time he was employed at the book depository, but I never did get to know him well. He did not mix with the other employees and did not appear to want to make friends with me or any of the others.
Did you ever speak to Oswald?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever speak to you?
No, sir.
He never replied to you?
No, sir.
Would you say he was unfriendly?
Yes, sir, I would.
But there were exceptions to his reticence, and one of them occurred on this Friday morning. James Jarman was working on the ground floor when he observed Oswald staring at the window facing Elm Street.
Oswald was standing up in the window, and I went to the window also, and he asked me, what were people gathering around the corner for? And I told him that the president was supposed to pass in the morning, and he asked me did I know which way he was coming. And I told him, yes, he'll probably come down Main and turn on Houston and then back again on Elm. Then he said,
damn, this guy helped him assassinate the president, which he very clearly shot all the shots at and very clearly shot and killed him with from that corner, that window.
oh, I see. And that was all.
It's a brief yet fascinating moment.
Yeah, you know what's fascinating? Yeah, dude. Even if that's supposed to be wow, look, this is evidence that he probably did kill JFK. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, oh yeah, he didn't plan it out. He didn't plan it out ahead of time. He just like found out that day. He just happened to have his fucking rifle with him that he brought. And then, good day to do a fucking assassination.
It almost seems as though Oswald had no idea that Kennedy would pass by the book depository. This was indeed the case for some of his colleagues. Jarman himself had only been made aware of the fact shortly before he spoke with Oswald. There's no doubt that Oswald knew the president was coming to Dallas, but whether he knew the route of the motorcade is much more difficult to prove. The route of the motorcade had only been finalized a few days before the visit and hinged upon its destination. Kennedy was supposed to attend a banquet in Dallas.
I'm sorry, this has probably been asked to you tons of times today, but have you or do you intend to cover Kick severing ties with Adin Ross and ending his contract with them? First of all, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. Secondly, I don't care. And lastly, it's probably not even real, and you got debated by some literal dumbass fucking Adin Ross dick riding account that made a joke. You saw it and you took it seriously. I don't even know any of the details, but I almost am telling you with a certainty that that is what happened, most likely.
But no one could agree on a venue. It came down to two options: the Trade Mart northwest of downtown or the Women's Building to the east. One of the more vocal proponents of the Trade Mart was Texas Governor John Connally, and after much back and forth, he finally got his way on November the...
Don't be embarrassed. Just, think a little bit more critically next time.
14th. Had the Women's Building been selected, the motorcade would have sped through Dealey Plaza, east on Main Street, significantly further away and perpendicular to the book depository. Not to mention that First Lady Jacqueline would have been seated between the building and the president. The selection of the Trade Mart meant that the motorcade would now head west on Main Street and make these turns through Dealey Plaza to reach the northbound lanes on the freeway. Now, these turns could still have been avoided had the motorcade continued like so and not taken the freeway, but since the freeway was the more scenic and expedient route, it was the more attractive choice. All of that is to say, the success of the assassination was largely dependent upon the selection of the Trade Mart. It might therefore be tempting to cast suspicion upon Governor Connally, but it should be noted that he rode in the presidential limousine along with the Kennedys and suffered grave injuries during the shooting. Not only that, but Connally was actually opposed to a motorcade and favored a more direct route from the airport to the Trade Mart, a brief trip that would have bypassed Dealey Plaza altogether. He was unfortunately overruled by Kennedy himself, who wanted to see and be seen by the people of Dallas. Okay, so all that was happening behind the scenes, but as far as the public was aware, there wasn't even going to be a motorcade. As
Car-centric infrastructure killed JFK. That's awesome.
Late as November the 15th, the Dallas Morning News reported that a motorcade seemed unlikely. But the very next day, the parade was finally confirmed. While the precise route followed by maps and detailed descriptions was not officially disclosed until November the 19th, someone familiar with Dallas could have approximated the route a few days in advance. That is to say, the earliest point a member of the public could have deduced that Kennedy would be driven past the book depository was November the 16th, less than a week before the visit. There's a good chance that Oswald saw these articles because he'd been observed reading political columns in the very same newspapers. Furthermore, we know from other aspects of Oswald's life that he was politically inclined.
Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
But are you a Marxist? I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview that you consider yourself a Marxist.
Oh, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, there's a great deal of difference. Several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
Typical misunderstanding of Marxism. He was a debate lord? He was a CIA agent? Yes, he was.
A lack of interest in politics is precisely why at least one of Oswald's colleagues remained oblivious to the motorcade. So while it's understandable for someone apolitical to be taken off guard by a presidential visit, it makes far less sense for someone like Oswald.
On November 21st, the day before the assassination that you were describing, was there any discussion between you and your husband about President Kennedy's trip or proposed trip to Texas, Dallas, and the Fort Worth area?
I asked Lee whether he knew where the president would speak and told him that I would very much like to hear him and to see him. I asked him how this could be done, but he said he didn't know how to do that and didn't enlarge any further on the subject.
Had there ever
This was also somewhat unusual, his lack of desire to talk about that subject any further.
How did you think it was unusual? Could you explain that?
The fact that he didn't talk a lot about it. He merely said something as an answer and did not have any further comments.
Do you mean by that, usually he would discuss a matter of that kind and show considerable interest?
Yes, of course. He would have told me who would be there and where this would take place.
We'll never know what Oswald was thinking when he spoke with James Jarman shortly before the assassination. But it is worth repeating, though, that Oswald was hired on October the 15th. That's a full month before the motorcade route had been decided, let alone announced to the public.
Dude, sometimes it just clicks. You know what I'm saying? You got a Marxist guy who is just like very upset at JFK, right? And he wants to do this for communism. You know, he wants to just assassinate JFK for communism. And like, wow, look at that. Lo and behold, he was literally right place, right time, brought his fucking curtain rods, AKs, his rifle. And he just, you know, was really fucking good at shooting. Like, really fucking good.
On the morning of November the 22nd, a handful of employees had been assigned to install a new plywood floor on the 6th floor of the book depository. Every once in a while, they would catch a glimpse of Oswald.
I saw Lee Oswald shortly before lunchtime. He was by himself with a piece of paper in his hand. I had nothing to say to him, but some of the other male employees teased him and told him he ought to go get a haircut. Lee Oswald just laughed at this remark.
Shortly before noon, it was time for lunch. For a bit of fun, they decided to race the 2 elevators down to ground level. As they began descending, they observed Oswald now standing on the 5th floor. He shouted for them to stop or to close the gate to the elevator upon reaching the 1st floor. Charles Givens then realized he'd forgotten his jacket and cigarettes up on the 6th floor. About to return to ground level, Givens spotted Oswald approaching.
Lee was coming from the window up front where the shots.
The pic of him has him holding a Stalinist and a Trotskyist newspaper with his rifle. No real communist would be a fan of both. Also, every other interaction that he has with like leftist works, quite literally, is him trying to rile up people in a fight, or trying to rile up like actual organizers and communists. Man, listening to you be so misinformed about this is making me question if you bullshit everything you talk about. He lived in Russia. Okay. Yeah. I'm so confused. Okay. What is that? You know who else went to Russia for their honeymoon? Bernie Sanders, but that doesn't even mean anything. Bernie Sanders was actually sympathetic to socialism, whereas plenty of fucking people that lived in Russia and were easily able to come back into the United States of America were, guess what? Assets for the State Department. But I don't really understand.
Were fired from.
Did you watch where he walked to?
Well, no, sir. I didn't pay much attention. I was getting ready to get on the elevator, and I say, "Boy, are you going downstairs?"
What did he say to you?
I say, "It's near lunchtime," and he said, "No, sir. When you get downstairs, close the gate to the elevator." That meant the elevator on the west side. You can pull both gates down, and it'll come up by itself.
What else did he say?
That is all. I said, "Okay," and got on the elevator.
And with that, Givens became the last person inside the book depository known to have seen Oswald before the assassination. At least, that's the official story. The encounter was fixed at 11:55, more than half an hour before the shooting. But other employees claim to have seen Oswald in other parts of the building around the same time or even later than Givens. Givens himself provided conflicting accounts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This encounter notwithstanding, Givens was not the last person to visit the 6th floor. Shortly after Givens had left, Bonnie Williams grabbed his lunch and went upstairs. He sat down right about here to await the president's arrival.
Now, when you were sitting by the window, could you see down towards the southeast corner?
No, sir. I couldn't see anything as I remember there. About the only thing that I could see from there would be the top edge of the window because the boxes were stacked up.
Did you see anyone else up there that day?
No, I did not.
The southeast corner is the location from where the shots that kill the president are believed to have been fired, the so-called sniper's nest.
I still want to know what that one chatter implied, like about Lee Harvey Oswald living in Russia. Like, did he respond at all? He just said, like, you're so dumb because you seem nervous. Yeah. It's because I'm the one who killed JFK.
Williams says he was alone, but admits his view was obstructed by tall stacks of boxes. Meanwhile, down by the main entrance, someone was attempting to gain access to the building.
I met an elderly white man at the entrance of the building who asked me to direct him to a restroom. The man was very old and feeble and could hardly make it up the steps. About 5 minutes later, I saw this man leave the building and enter an old Buick automobile with 3 elderly white women. The Buick then drove away.
Did you see him talk to anyone in the building?
No, he went straight out.
This individual was never identified and is the only unknown person known to have entered the book depository before the shooting. After finishing his lunch up on the 6th floor, Bonnie Williams heard the voices of James Jarman and Harold Norman emanating from the floor below. Feeling a bit lonely, Williams went down to the 5th floor and joined his 2 colleagues. The exact time of Williams' departure is unclear, but it was likely no more than 10 or even 5 minutes before the shooting. On the grounds below, a sea of spectators lined the streets of Elm in Houston. Every once in a while, one of them would glance up at the book depository. Indeed, Jarman, Williams, and Norman were spotted on multiple occasions, leaning out the far east windows on the 5th floor. But movement could also be seen on the floor above them, a floor that, by all accounts, was now supposed to be empty. Awaiting the motorcade by the east curb of Houston was a young, newlywed couple named Arnold and Barbara Rowland. Some 15 minutes before the shooting, Arnold spotted a white man in the westernmost window.
Like, okay, as far as conspiracy theories goes, right, there's some that are purposely left unanswered. And I am an entertainer of certain conspiracy theories, specifically ones that revolve around 9/11 and like, agencies not communicating with one another, CIA assets being able to like get flight training in the continental United States of America, things of that nature. This has been answered? No, it hasn't. No, this is yet another circumstance where, like, I know that when people talk about, like, conspiracy theories, they're like, oh, like, Wayfair is trafficking children on their websites. Like, that shit's dumb as fuck. You have to bring in a lot of goddamn normies to be involved in a circumstance like this. If you're using, like, the website Wayfair, okay? That's not how trafficking happens, okay? Whereas when it comes down to something like this, it is very viable. It is incredibly it's more likely that it is conducted by the CIA and executed by the CIA.
Window on the 6th floor of the book depository. The man was holding a rifle, his gaze locked at Houston. Despite standing a few meters away from an officer, Arnold chose not to report the gunman.
Did it ever enter your mind that you should go and tell the policeman of this sight or this vision that you had seen?
Really, it didn't.
It never entered your mind?
I never dreamed of anything such as that. I mean, I must honestly say, my opinion was based on movies I have seen, on the attempted assassination of Theodore Roosevelt and the other one, Franklin Roosevelt. And both of these had Secret Service men up in windows or on top of the buildings with rifles. And this is how my opinion was based and why it didn't alarm me. Perhaps if I had been older and had more experience in life, it might have made a difference. It very well could have. Do you ever have reoccurring dreams, sir?
What?
Do you ever have reoccurring dreams?
Yes.
This is a reoccurring dream of mine, sir. all the time. What if I'd told someone about it? I knew about it enough in advance, and perhaps it could have been prevented. I mean, this is something which shakes me up at times.
If Rowland's recollection is accurate, it stands in direct conflict with that of Bonnie Williams, who claimed to have eaten lunch on the same floor at the same time. Williams neither saw nor heard anyone, despite having an unobstructed view down to the southwest corner of the building where Rowland claimed to have seen the gunman. A few minutes later, a different spectator named Howard Brennan spotted a white man pacing to and fro the easternmost window on the 6th floor. At 12:30, the presidential limousine emerged from behind a building and began driving north on Houston. As the car made a sharp left turn at Elm, a high school student named Amos Ewens glanced up at the book depository and caught sight of a protruding metal rod.
So that's look. So this is the interesting part. He has if I'm not mistaken, right? He has a clear line of sight here, and only chooses to take action as he's passing through the tree. As he's passing through the tree line, where his vision is actually impaired. So that also is another reason why it's like very odd.
A protruding metal rod. Few realized what had happened. Was it a firecracker, backfiring motorcycle, or presidential salute? People near the Rowlands even started laughing, perhaps feeling a bit foolish for being frightened by the ostensibly harmless explosion. Standing.
What? Hit this shot. Cars moving at a constant rate. Once you have a bead, you can follow him. Hit this shot myself in DOD/COD. Please tell me that's like an actual terminology for something that I don't know about and not fucking Call of Duty. No, no way. It's got to be like a term or something, right? That we don't understand.
By the northwest corner of Elm in Houston was James Worrell. He thought the explosion had come from directly overhead. Sure enough, on one of the upper floors, Worrell could see the barrel of a gun. At that moment, a second explosion echoed through Dealey Plaza. Worrell and Ewens witnessed the recoil and muzzle flash of the rifle in concurrence with the sound. Brennan had yet to realize what was happening. He thought a firecracker had been thrown from the book depository. He looked up, and the man he'd seen pacing only minutes before was now aiming down the sights of a rifle.
It's not known for sure, but it is believed that President Kennedy has been shot.
President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally shot by an assassin today in Dallas, Texas.
Brennan could only recall hearing 2 shots, but his testimony implies he might have heard 3. He confusingly said he saw the gunman fire the last shot, yet denied seeing the discharge of the rifle. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, the rifle was seen by a handful of witnesses as the gunman cautiously withdrew from the window.
The rifle, or what looked like a rifle, was drawn fairly slowly back into the building, and I saw no one in the window with it. I didn't even see a form in the window.
I could see his hand, you know, the rifle laying across his hand. And I could see his hand sticking out on the trigger part. After he got through, he just pulled it back in the window.
He drew the gun back from the window, as though he was drawing it back to his side, and maybe paused for another second, as though to assure himself that he hit his mark, and then he disappeared.
Neither Ewens nor Worrell saw the face of the gunman and could thus offer little to no information regarding his appearance. Arnold was quite some distance away, yet furnished a basic description of the man he'd seen about a quarter of an hour before the shooting, a description that was quite similar to the one provided by Brennan, who got the best look at the gunman. Taken together, these accounts paint a picture of an assassin on the 6th floor of the book depository.
So many goddamn contradictions in these accounts. Hilarious. I mean, to be fair, eyewitness testimony is really, really bad. It is notoriously bad. So that's not surprising. Plus, a lot of these are not even all that controversial.
Taking aim with a rifle and firing at the president from the sniper's nest. But other accounts leave room for a bit of doubt. As previously mentioned, Arnold Roland spotted a white man with a rifle in the westernmost window on the 6th floor about 12:15. But as late as 5 minutes before the shooting, Arnold observed an elderly black man leaning out the easternmost window on the same floor. He might have confused the 6th floor with the 5th, where James Jarman, Bonnie Williams and Harold Norman did indeed lean out the windows. In fact, they were the only black employees known to have watched the motorcade from a floor above the 1st. Except they could hardly be described as elderly. But then, take a listen to this.
Will you describe with as much particularity as you can what that man looked like?
It seemed to me an elderly black man. That is about all. I didn't pay very much attention to him.
This question was then repeated to Arnold a few minutes later, at which point his answer had dramatically changed.
He was very thin, an elderly gentleman, bald or practically bald, very thin hair if he wasn't bald. Had on a plaid shirt, I think it was red and green, very bright color, that is why I remember it.
Can you give us an estimate as to age?
50, possibly 55 or 60.
Can you give us an estimate as to height?
5'8", 5'10", in that neighborhood. He was very slender, very thin.
Can you give us a more definite description as to complexion?
Very dark or fairly dark. Not real dark compared to some black men, but fairly dark. Seemed like his face was either, I can't recall detail, but it was either very wrinkled or marked in some way.
So, in the span of a few minutes, Arnold went from "I didn't pay very much attention" to describing the man's complexion, hair, clothing, age, height, build, and even the blemishes on his face.
Sometimes some people are prone to exaggerate more than others, and without in any way meaning to take away from the testimony of your husband as to what he saw in the building at the time, just from your general experience, do you feel you can rely on everything that your husband says?
I don't feel that I can rely on everything anybody says.
Well, this is really an unfair question for me to ask any wife about her husband, and I am not asking it very correctly,
At
but...
times, my husband is prone to exaggerate. Does that answer it?
I think it does. Is there anything else you want to add to that, or not?
Usually, his exaggerations are not concerned with anything other than himself. They're usually to boost his ego. They usually say that he is really smarter than he is, or he's a better...
Damn, Barbara, you fucking ripped your husband a new one, dude. God damn. She's like, he fucking has a small penis, too. Yeah, put that on the goddamn record, okay? You understand? He lies about that, too. He keeps saying 4 inches is fine. One day, while he's sleeping, I took the goddamn ruler to his penis, pulled it all the way out, stretched it out. Let me tell you, 3.5.
salesman than he is. Something like that.
As leading as that line of questioning was, Barbara was not alone in doubting her husband's credibility. Officials at 2 separate high schools attended by Arnold explicitly warned authorities not to trust everything he says. He was characterized as someone who would not hesitate to fabricate a story and not tell the truth regarding any matter. Indeed, Roland lied or exaggerated on multiple occasions when he testified. Another witness who claimed to have seen a gunman in the Book Paul story was Carolyn Walter. Shortly before the arrival of the motorcade, Walter had seen a man with blonde or light brown hair in one of these windows on the 4th or 5th floor. She explicitly ruled out the 6th. It should be noted, however, that during the shooting, this window was closed with the blinds down, while this one, as you already know, was occupied by Bonnie Williams and Harold Norman. In any case, the light-haired man seen by Walter was holding a machine gun, and standing beside him was another man wearing a brown suit. Much like Arnold Roland, Walter assumed the gunman was a presidential guard and refrained from telling the police. In fact, there's no evidence she told anyone of what she'd seen, not even the colleague with whom she watched the motorcade. In Walter's defense, 2 other witnesses recalled seeing a man with light or light brown hair on the 5th or 6th floor, except they never saw a weapon nor an accomplice. Disagreements regarding the floors were at least in part due to the ground floor lacking visible windows.
How do you know it was the 6th floor? 6th floor rather than the 5th floor?
I went with the FBI and I showed them the window, and I didn't count the bottom floor.
You mean the first time you gave a statement, you didn't count the bottom floor?
That's right.
Another source of confusion was the distinct visual difference between the 7th floor and the ones below.
When you first glance at the building, you're thrown off a little as to the floors because there's a ridge. It almost looks like a structure added onto the top of the building, about 1 story above. So you have to recount.
Not only that, but multiple witnesses described the 6th floor as the 2nd floor from the top. But in the chaos that ensued, it seems the tail end of that sentence was not always recorded. Amos Ewens is another curious witness because even though he never saw the gunman's face, he did see the top of his head. Somehow.
What did you see in the building?
I saw a bald spot on this man's head. Trying to look out the window, he had a bald spot on his head. I was looking at the bald spot.
Oswald did not have a bald spot. He was thinning a bit in the front, but otherwise had a full head of hair. But the strength of Ewens' account is somewhat diminished by his inability to recall much of anything else.
Could you tell whether he was a black gentleman or a white man?
No, sir.
Couldn't even tell that, but you have described that he had a bald
spot in his head. Yes, sir. I could see the bald spot in his head.
Now, could you tell what color hair he had?
No, sir.
Could you tell whether his hair was dark or light?
No, sir.
Long after the assassination, 15 years to be precise, a journalist working for the Dallas Morning News tracked down a man named Johnny Powell. Powell had supposedly seen 2 men fiddling with a scope on a rifle in the sniper's nest. He described their complexion as darker than white, but that was about it. Once again, one has to wonder if he confused the gunmen with Jarman, Williams and Norman on the floor below. I mean, after 15 years of silence, there's no telling how Powell's memory could have been distorted. A good example of such distortion is Richard Carr. A few minutes before the shooting, Carr had been standing roughly here when he spotted a man on the 7th floor of the Book Depository, all the way over here. The man was white and wore a hat, glasses and sport coat. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Carr returned to ground level and caught sight of what he believed to be the same man now trotting south on Houston. He made a left turn right about here before being picked up by a station wagon. By 1969, however, Carr's story had notably changed. The man with a sport coat had now been standing on the 5th floor, not the 7th. After the shooting, Mr. Sportcoat had emerged from behind the Book Depository, accompanied by 2 other men. They too had been picked up by a separate station wagon before speeding away. It's unclear how Carr is supposed to have seen all of this, considering what he told the FBI back in '64.
Carr advised that from his location on the steel structure of the new courthouse building, it would have been impossible for him to observe the lower floors and entrance of the book depository, and that from his position,
James Worrell had seen a man emerge from a sport, wore a hat. Anyone?
Mr. Romack stated under his immediate time he heard the shots, he had looked.
Did I accidentally go forward or backwards?
Unclear how Carr is supposed to have seen all of this, considering what he told the FBI back in '64.
Sorry.
Carr advised that from his location on the steel structure of the new courthouse building, it would have been impossible for him to observe the lower floors and entrance of the book depository, and that from his position he could only see the top floor and the roof.
In Carr's defense, James Worrell had seen a man emerge from the rear entrance of the book depository about 3 minutes after the shooting. This man also wore a sport coat and headed south on Houston. Except the man seen by Carr was kinda stocky and wore a hat, while the man seen by Worrell had a slender build and was hatless. Besides, anyone connected with the shooting, leaving via the rear entrance, would surely have headed north, not towards the scene of the crime. As if that was not enough, 2 other witnesses, James Romack and George Rackley, stood roughly here for several minutes after the shooting. Both of them paid special attention to the rear entrance of the building.
Mr. Romack stated that from the time he heard the shots, he had looked toward the book depository and had under his immediate observation the loading dock and the back door. He stated he is positive that no one came out of this door or out of the loading dock doors.
Could you see the back door of the Texas School Book Depository?
Yes.
Were you looking towards that direction?
Yes, sir.
About how long did you keep your eyes fixed over there?
Oh, I would say 5 minutes anyhow, probably 10. I was looking up that way at all times.
Did you see any people leave the Texas School Book Depository by way of the rear exit?
No, sir.
Did you see any people running north on Houston Street?
No, sir.
Unfortunately, conflicting accounts were not limited to the book depository. Among the hundreds of witnesses in the vicinity of Dealey Plaza, nothing was as disputed as the number and origin of the gunshots.
And Governor Conley was holding his stomach.
And the shots were almost simultaneously, weren't they?
Yes, sir. They were probably 10 seconds apart.
Do you know who fired the third shot?
I didn't hear a third. I don't recall a third shot. There may have been. My family hit the ground, and I don't recall a third shot. I just couldn't. I'm not certain of that. I do know I heard 2 shots.
Yeah, I heard 3. I know
You
there were
heard
3.
Well,
yeah, I said to Jerry after the second shot, I said, my God, those are gunshots.
No one knows exactly how many spectators were in or near Dealey Plaza at the time of the assassination. Well over 200 were at some point questioned by a combination of authorities, journalists, and others.
Like that, the trees, for the record, people saying like the trees did not impact his line of sight. I'm pretty sure they did. They asked the same man the same question 5 minutes later, and he always was 8 shots. It doesn't matter. No, he had a clear shot when the car was turning over, but he didn't shoot then. He shot after the car changed, after the car started going down this street, which people will say it's because if he shot right here when he had a clear line of sight, they would have immediately caught him. Well, guess what? You know, he's shooting the motherfucking president, okay? At that point, it's like, you're probably not going to get away, dog. You know what I mean? So it didn't really matter too much, did it? Now, the other thing that is also stupid about this is when you say, oh, well, if you shot him here, then the car would go forward and would completely, and, you know, he would not be able to shoot him at all if he missed his shot. Well, turns out it didn't even matter because he shot him through the fucking tree line. He shot him through the fucking trees. He was such an OP shot that he was able to do it here. Not to mention he blew off his dome from the back, so his position of waiting for a spot makes 0 sense. People knew immediately. Anyway, but once again, it's a dumb conversation to have, especially when you look at eyewitness testimony, because eyewitness testimony, especially in a fucking insane situation like watching the president's brains fucking explode right in front of your eyes, is always going to lead to horrifyingly inconclusive eyewitness testimony, because you're in a panic mode at that point. Like, you can't fucking figure out what the hell you're looking at. Come on now. You know what I mean? Like, at the top of the hour, you're fucking panicking because you probably think a 3-minute ad break is coming, and you'd be right. But of course, you should not panic at the top of the hour as long as you're subscribed for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. What is this cake? R/Place 2023 cake? What the fuck does that mean? Got a piece of JFK's brain matter on your lip you would lick? Would you lick? What the fuck? Yo! Oh, I want to throw up. Why did you say that? Oh, God. Oh, God. The 3-minute ad break. 34 MKD 50. Think of the 50 big ones. Jesus Christ.
Attempts have been made to consolidate the various accounts, and it's clear from all such attempts that the majority
CIA,
of
this man right
heard
here.
3 shots. What's a bit
Right
less
there.
clear is the source of the explosions. The gunman was either placed in the vicinity of the book depository, marked here in red, or an area west of the building, marked in green, known as the grassy knoll. But as you can see from these pie charts, the assessment of earwitness testimony is highly susceptible to bias. It's a surprisingly subjective exercise that can lead to widely different results. Nevertheless, there were a substantial number of witnesses who pointed to the grassy knoll located roughly here, and many of them were scattered throughout the plaza. To give you some examples, August Campbell was standing near the front entrance of the book.
One thing we know is that George H.W. Bush was not at the grassy knoll. He was, however, in Dallas. He just didn't know what he was doing on that day, okay? On that wonderful occasion, on that wonderful day. He just cannot recall what he was doing there, but he certainly was not at the grassy knoll.
Book depository, yet believed the shots had come from the grassy knoll. Meanwhile, Marilyn Sitzman was standing on the grassy knoll, yet believed the shots had come from the book depository. Standing beside Campbell was a woman named Geraldine Reed, who believed the shots had come from the book depository. Standing by the curb in front of Sitzman was William Newman, who believed the shots had come from the grassy knoll. One might therefore conclude that there must have been 2 assassins, one in the book depository and one on the grassy knoll. Indeed, countless authors and even a congressional investigation have done precisely that. Now, the scope of this video is not nearly exhaustive enough for me to attempt any conclusions regarding a second gunman, but I do want to leave you with this. You might have seen these unlabeled blue slices before. Well, that's how many witnesses heard gunshots coming from multiple directions. That is to say, next to no one did. All the shots came either from the east or west, not both.
Mr. Campbell believed the noise came from away from the book depository. This illusion, he explained, may have been due to the sound bouncing off the building and other objects in the vicinity.
That does make sense for the record. I'm not even kidding. Like the bullet sounds would echo. I don't think that's that suspicious for people to not be able to exactly trace, especially if they're not like trained people. They're not going to be able to figure out exactly where the shots are coming from.
Campbell was far from alone in being deceived by the pronounced echoes of the gunshots.
Where did the noises or shots sound to you like they came from?
It was hard to tell because they had an echo, you know. There was actually 2 explosions with each one. There was the shot and then the echo from it. So it was hard to tell. There was too much reverberation. There was an echo which gave me a sound all over. In other words, that square is it had a sound all over. The sounds came either from up against the school depository building or near the mouth of the triple underpass. I had worked in this watchtower for some 10 or 12 years and was there during the time they were renovating the school depository building, and had noticed at that time the similarity of sounds occurring in either of those 2 locations. There's a reverberation which takes place from either location.
This auditory illusion was not a fluke. Not only did the building surrounding Dealey Plaza act as an echo chamber, but even experienced hunters can struggle to pinpoint the number and origin of gunshots by sound alone. Here's a quote from a book on that very topic, published a few years before the assassination.
Little credence should be put in what anyone says about a shot or even the number of shots. These things coming upon a person suddenly are generally extremely inaccurately recorded in their memory.
I don't disagree with that.
One of the authors asked one deer hunter last fall how many shots another hunter less than 100 yards away had fired. The answer was 5. Actually, only 2 shots were fired.
Employees in the book depository were no less confused about the gunshots than the spectators outside. To give you some examples, on the first floor, Eddie Piper heard 3 shots that appeared to come from inside the building. On the third floor, Edna Case and Sandra Ellison heard nothing. Meanwhile, Stephen Wilson on the same floor heard 3 shots, came from the west. On the fourth floor, Elsie Dorman, multiple shots came from this building across the street. Victoria Adams, 3 shots from the west. Mary Hollis, 3 shots inside the building. But some employees not only heard the shots, but could literally feel the explosions shake the building.
Could you tell where the shots were coming from?
Yes, sir. They came from inside the building.
How do you know that?
Because the building vibrated from the result of the explosion coming in.
Did you know they were shots at the time?
Yes, sir. They sounded almost like cannon shots. They were so terrific.
Much like Geneva Hine on the second floor, Bonnie Williams could feel the explosions up on the fifth. It sounded to Williams as though the shots had been fired from the floor above. His colleague, James Jarman, initially thought the shots had come from somewhere below, but then changed his mind and agreed with Williams. Harold Norman, meanwhile, heard far more than gunshots.
Just after the president passed by, I heard a shot. And several seconds later, I heard 2 more shots. I knew that the shots had come from directly above me, and I could hear the expended cartridges fall to the floor. I could also hear the bolt action of the rifle.
The explosions shook the building, and a piece of loose plaster or dirt was dislodged from the ledge above and struck Williams in the head. Meanwhile, spectators on the streets below could see them leaning out the windows, looking up at the 6th floor.
I just looked straight up ahead of me, which would have been looking at the school book depository, and I noticed 2 black men in a window, straining to see directly above them, and my eyes followed right up to the window above them, and I saw the rifle, or what looked like a rifle.
Frightened and somewhat entranced by the pandemonium outside, the 3 men remained on the 5th floor for several minutes. Meanwhile, the apparent assassin upstairs was now in a race against time.
Did you hear anything upstairs at all?
No, sir. I didn't hear anything.
Any footsteps?
No, sir. Probably.
I feel like anytime they put black in brackets on these testimonies, I feel like they're saying a different thing. Am I wrong for that? Like, I feel like they're not saying black. They're saying something different. So that's why it's black in brackets. You know what I mean?
The reason we didn't hear anything is because, after the shots, we were running too, and that was making a lot of noise.
Why didn't you go up to the 6th floor?
I really don't know. We just never did think about it. Maybe it's because we were frightened.
To be fair, it's the 60s in fucking Dallas. You know what I mean? They're not speaking Spanish, but they might be using the Spanish word for it. Hey,
when the
Has,
shooting
baby.
began, motorcycle policeman Marion Baker had just made a right turn from Main Street to Houston. Baker recognized the explosions as gunfire and could see a flock of pigeons fluttering above 2 buildings further up ahead. Baker made a split-second decision and headed for the book depository. Once inside, he was greeted by Roy Truly. Truly directed Baker to the elevators, but neither was available. He pressed the button while shouting up the elevator shaft for someone upstairs to close the gate. No response. Instead, they began running up the stairs.
As I came out to the 2nd floor there, Mr. Truly was ahead of me, and as I come out, I was kind of scanning, the rooms, and I caught a glimpse of this man walking away from this. I happened to see him through this window in this door. I don't know how come I saw him, but I had a glimpse of him coming down there.
Where was he coming from, do you know?
No, sir. All I seen of him was a glimpse of him go away from me.
What did you do?
I hollered at him at that time and said, "Come here." He turned and walked right straight back to me.
What did you say to him?
I didn't get anything out of him. Mr. Truly had come up to my side here, and I turned to Mr. Truly and I says, "Do you know this man? Does he work here?" And he said, "Yes." And I turned immediately and went on out up the stairs.
The man whom Baker and Truly encountered in the 2nd floor lunchroom was none other than Lee Harvey Oswald. The encounter was brief, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Oswald appeared calm and failed to evoke suspicion, so Truly and Baker left him in the lunchroom and proceeded up the stairs.
So we arrested every black guy in the building.
They spent some time searching the roof, but there was no assassin to be found. Down by the main entrance, Geraldine Reed was still trying to process what had just occurred. She decided to return to her office on the 2nd floor of the building. Here, about 2 minutes after the shooting, Reed became the last known person to have seen Oswald inside the book depository.
I kept walking and I looked up and Oswald was coming in the back door of the office. I met him by the time I passed my desk by several feet, and I told him, I said, "Oh, the president has been shot, but maybe they didn't hit him." He mumbled something to me. I kept walking. He did too. I didn't pay any attention to what he said because I had no thoughts of him having any connection with the shooting at all, because he was very calm.
Oswald is then presumed to have taken the front stairs and, on his way out the main entrance, encountered someone looking for a phone. There are at least 2 candidates for who this person might have been, but Oswald seems to have pointed out the phone inside the building before blending into the chaos outside. He was next observed boarding a bus a few blocks east on Elm. Nearly 4 months after the assassination, Truly and Baker participated in a crude reconstruction of the shooting to time their movements. The experiment was repeated twice. On the first attempt, it took them 1 minute and 30 seconds to reach the second floor lunchroom. Then, 1 minute and 15 seconds. These time trials were primarily conducted to determine whether Oswald could have fired the shots from the 6th floor and still made it down to the second in time for his encounter with Truly and Baker. After all, if there wasn't enough time, Oswald could not have been the assassin. A bunch of different routes were tested, and while Oswald could theoretically have taken one of the elevators or even the fire escape, in practice there wasn't enough time.
You do not think the assassin used any of the elevators at any time to get from the 6th to the 2nd floor?
You mean after the shooting? No, sir. He just could not, because those elevators, I saw myself, were both on the 5th floor. They were both even.
The only other means of descent was the stairway. A stand-in for the gunman trotted down from the 6th floor to the 2nd in 1 minute and 18 seconds. Then, at a slightly faster pace, in 1 minute and 14 seconds. There was just enough time. It's therefore possible that Oswald stopped on the 2nd floor, perhaps upon hearing Truly shouting up the elevator shaft, and attempted to hide in the lunchroom mere seconds ahead of Truly and Baker's arrival. But it's not quite that simple, because Oswald was not the only person using the stairway to escape the building. As previously mentioned, Victoria Adams watched the motorcade from an office on the 4th floor of the book depository. Within 30 seconds of the shooting, Adams ran down the stairs to the 1st floor along with her colleague, Sandra Stiles.
When you got to the bottom of the 1st floor, did you see anyone there as you entered the 1st floor from the stairway?
Yes, sir.
He had insane cardio because he was using a under-the-desk treadmill to control his heartbeat, ensuring that his active heart rate was very low, even when he was running down the stairs, you know what I mean?
Who did you see?
Mr. William Shelley and Billy Lovelady.
Now, what did you do after you encountered Mr. Shelley and Mr. Lovelady?
I said I believed the president was shot.
Do you remember what they said?
Nothing.
Then what did you do?
I proceeded out to the Houston Street dock.
There are 2 significant problems with Adams' account. The first being that she and Stiles supposedly left the 4th floor within 30 seconds of the shooting and then ran down the stairs to the 1st. This would place them in approximate sync with Oswald, descending from the 6th floor to the 2nd.
Now, as you were running down the stairs, did you encounter anyone?
Not during the actual running down the stairs. No, sir.
Did you hear anyone using the stairs?
No, sir.
But okay, perhaps Oswald was a few flights above, and his footsteps were drowned out by their own. This would mean that Stiles and Adams left the 4th floor mere seconds ahead of Oswald's arrival, reached the ground floor mere seconds ahead of Roy Truly and Marion Baker's ascent, before encountering William Shelley and Billy Lovelady right about here. But this is when problem number 2 makes an entrance. When the president was shot, Shelley and Lovelady stood on the front steps of the book depository. They spent several minutes roaming about outside before returning to the building. And that's the problem. How did Stiles and Adams encounter Shelley and Lovelady within seconds of the shooting if it took them several minutes to return to the building?
Who did you see on the 1st floor after returning to the book depository?
I saw a girl, but I wouldn't swear to it. It's Vicky.
What is her full name?
I wouldn't know.
Vicky Adams?
I believe so.
Would you say it was Vicky you saw?
I couldn't swear.
Where was the girl?
I don't remember what place she was, but I remember seeing a girl and she was talking to Shelley or saw Shelley or something.
Shelley could recall no such incident. Presuming that Lovelady was correct and Shelley had a lapse of memory, it's possible their encounter with Stiles and Adams occurred minutes rather than seconds after the shooting. After all, Adams could have been mistaken. This scenario implies that Oswald made his escape, Truly and Baker went upstairs, and then several minutes later, Stiles and Adams left the building. But it's not quite that simple. Watching the motorcade alongside Stiles and Adams was their supervisor, Dorothy Garner.
Miss Garner stated this morning that after Miss Adams went downstairs, Miss Garner, saw Mr. Truly and the policeman come up.
Not only does this account corroborate that of Adams, meaning they left within seconds, not minutes, but it implies that Garner was in a position to observe the stairway from somewhere on the 4th floor. In spite of this, Garner made no mention of seeing Oswald scampering down the stairs between Stiles and Adams' departure and Truly and Baker's arrival. What makes this conflict so difficult to resolve is that neither Stiles nor Garner were called to testify. We have but a few brief statements of what they witnessed. All we know about Sandra Stiles is that she went down the stairs with Adams. Did it happen within seconds of the shooting? We don't know. Did she see or hear anyone else while running down the stairs? We don't know. Did she encounter Shelley and Lovelady on the 1st floor? We don't know. Authorities appear to have presumed Adams unreliable and then ignored the witnesses who could have easily refuted or confirmed that presumption. A simple reenactment like the one granted Truly and Baker could have gone a long way to resolve this issue. But that never happened. Many decades after the assassination, author Barry Ernest was able to track down Sandra Stiles, Dorothy Garner, and Victoria Adams. Stiles confirmed that she and Adams left the window within seconds of the shooting, but she doesn't explicitly say they left the 4th floor within seconds. In any case, as they moved quickly down the stairs, she heard no footfall apart from their own. Garner confirmed she never witnessed the descent of Oswald, despite seeing Truly and Baker heading upstairs. Adams went a bit further and accused investigators of tampering with their testimony.
I'm beginning to wonder if the Shelley and Lovelady encounter was inserted into my testimony later. I remember saying to a fairly big black man inside the building, right near the loading dock, right after I got down the stairs, that I thought the president may have been shot.
Sandra Stiles apparently told Ernest something similar.
A few people were milling around on the 1st floor. One was a black man. Shelley and Lovelady were definitely not on the 1st floor when we got there.
The only black employees who could have possibly made it to the rear stairway in time were Carl Jones, Roy Lewis, Eddie Piper, and Troy West. What you see here are their approximate positions at the time of the shooting, but during the seconds and minutes that followed, only Piper is known to have paid any attention to the stairs in the back. As soon as the shooting began, Piper crossed the 1st floor to get a better view of a clock. He remained in roughly this location until he observed Truly and Baker running up the stairs.
Had anybody come down the steps before Truly and Baker went up the steps?
No, sir.
Did Vicky Adams come down before Truly and Baker went up the steps?
No, sir. No, sir. She didn't do it.
Remember James Romack and George Rackley? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you don't, there's like 100 different names to keep track of, but they were the ones who failed to spot anyone leaving the book depository via the rear entrance for several minutes after the shooting. Well, the thing is, according to both Stiles and Adams, they left the book depository via the rear entrance upon reaching the 1st floor. So if Romack and Rackley are to be believed, then once again, the descent of Stiles and Adams must have taken place minutes rather than seconds after the shooting. Not only that, but when Sandra Stiles was contacted by another researcher, she apparently expressed great uncertainty regarding the stairwell descent and thought it might in fact have occurred a couple of minutes after the shooting. I don't know what to make of all this. The conspiracy crowd will, of course, amplify the more suspicious elements, while those who support the official narrative will focus on that which discredits Adams.
I'm sorry, this video's bullshit. No mention of the Umbrella Man, no mention of the Grassy Knoll, no mention of the Mafia connections. Yet, we're only 52 minutes in. There's a second half to this.
But ultimately, we don't know the exact timeline of events. It's difficult enough to pin down the minute by...
I feel like Wendigoon did a better job
minute chronology, once you get down to seconds, there's a lot of guesswork at play. The time trials by Truly and Baker gives us a rough estimate, but
they mentioned the grassy knoll only to like immediately discount it. They said, like, a bunch of people said it was at the grassy knoll. Fuck. A bunch of people said that it was at the book depository, but nobody said 2 locations.
that's not cast in stone. They could have easily been a bit faster, a bit slower. So too could have Shelley, Lovelady, Garner, Styles, Adams, and Oswald.
Would you say that the reconstruction that we did on March the 20th was a minimum or a maximum time?
Oh, I would say that would be the minimum time. We did everything that I did that day, and this would be the minimum time, because I'm sure that it took me a little longer.
I must also mention that we don't know much about the layout of the 4th floor beyond this crude schematic. If the other floors are any indication, much of this space was occupied by bookshelves and tall stacks of boxes. This is significant because Dorothy Garner never actually saw Styles and Adams enter the stairway. She only heard footsteps of what she presumed to be them running down the stairs.
Yeah, I think this only focuses on, as the title suggests, the book depository aspect, and there probably will be additional videos on this assassination as well.
Following a quick sweep of the roof, Roy Truly and Marion Baker returned to the ground floor of the book depository.
What did you do when you got back to the 1st floor, or what did you see?
When I got back to the 1st floor, at first I didn't see anything except officers running around, reporters in the place. There was a regular madhouse.
Had they sealed off the building yet, do you know?
I am sure they had.
Then what?
Then, in a few minutes, it could have been moments or minutes at a time like that, I noticed some of my boys were over in the west corner of the shipping department, and there were several officers over there taking their names and addresses and so forth. I noticed that Lee Oswald was not among these boys.
Oswald was not the only absentee, but he was the only one whom Truly knew for a fact had left the building after the shooting. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, a stack of boxes in the southeast corner attracted the attention of Deputy Luke Mooney.
I went straight across to the southeast corner of the building, and I saw these high boxes, and the minute I squeezed between these 2 stacks of boxes, I had to turn myself sideways to get in there. That is when I saw the expended shells, and the boxes that were stacked up looked to be a rest for the weapon.
2 windows west of the sniper's nest, authorities found a bottle of Dr. Pepper and some chicken bones, leftovers from the lunch eaten by Bonnie Williams shortly before the assassination. But according to some officers, including Mooney, remains of a similar meal were also found in the sniper's nest.
Does this photograph show any place where you saw the chicken bone?
If I recall correctly, the chicken bone could have been laying on this box, or it might have been laying on this box right here. There was one of them partially eaten, and there was a little small paper poke.
Official bad bitch lunch. Yeah, this is girlie's dinner, dude.
By poke, you mean a paper sack?
Right. The assassin could just maybe take one step and lay it over there, if he was the one that put it there.
In spite of this, no such items were ever photographed. Apart from the sack of chicken bones found here, there are no records of leftovers being recovered from anywhere else near the sniper's nest.
Girl dinner.
Now, did you see a chicken bone over near the boxes in the southeast corner?
I don't believe there was one there.
You didn't see any. One witness, a deputy sheriff named Luke Mooney, said he found a piece of chicken partly eaten on top of one of the boxes. Did you see anything like that?
No.
Was anything like that called to your attention?
I can't recall anything like that.
But it wasn't just the chicken bones. There were similar disagreements regarding the 3 cartridge cases. According to Mooney, Dallas Police Captain William Fritz tampered with the evidence.
Are those the empty shells you found?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you take this marker and encircle the shells?
All right.
They were turned over to Captain Fritz?
Yes, sir. He was the first officer that picked him up, as far as I know, because I stood there and watched him go over and pick him up and look at him.
Is this the position of the cartridges, as shown in this photograph, as you saw them?
Yes, sir. That is just about the way they were laying. To the best of my knowledge, I do know there was one further away, and these other two were relatively close to each other on this particular area. But these cartridges, this one and this one, looks like they are further apart than they actually was.
Now, I didn't quite understand. Did you say that it was your memory that A and B were not that close together?
Just from my memory, it seems that this cartridge ought to have been over this way a little further.
You mean the B cartridge should be closer to the C?
Closer to the C, yes, sir.
Mooney did not explicitly state, but strongly implied that Captain Fritz moved at least one of the cartridge cases before they were photographed. According to Fritz, he did everything by the book.
I told him not to move the cartridges, not to touch anything till we could get the crime lab to take pictures of them, just as they were lying there. And I left an officer assigned there to see that that was done. And the crime lab came almost immediately and took pictures and dusted the shelves for prints.
Amidst the swarm of officers canvassing the 6th floor was a lone journalist by the name of Thomas Ollier. Ollier was equipped with a camera and actually filmed much of the frantic search effort. About 3 decades later, Ollier made some rather startling claims that were largely consistent with, but also expanded upon those made by Mooney.
After filming the casings, I asked Captain Fritz, who was standing at my side, if I could go behind the barricade and get a close-up shot of the casings. He told me that it would be better if I got my shots from outside the barricade. He then rounded the pile of boxes and entered the enclosure. This was the first time anybody walked between the barricade and the windows. Fritz then walked to the casings, picked them up, and held them in his hand over the top of the boxes for me to get a close-up shot of the evidence. I filmed about 8 seconds of a close-up shot of the shell casings in Captain Fritz's hand.
While these alleged portions of Ollier's film have never surfaced, preservation took a back seat while the film was being prepared for broadcast. Portions of the film were carelessly chopped up and discarded, and fragmentary clips are all that remains today.
That's
in any
insane.
case, after supposedly filming the casings in the hand of Captain Fritz, Ollier recalled how they were deceitfully returned to the floor.
Over 30 minutes later, Captain Fritz reached into his pocket.
It makes sense. Just like sloppy editing job. They don't give a fuck. Not considering it to be like important to the investigation later down the line. I don't think that part is like CIA.
And handed the casings to Detective Robert Studebaker. Studebaker never saw the original placement of the casings, so he tossed them on the floor and photographed them.
To counterbalance these allegations of foul play, I must also mention that there were those who found nothing amiss about the cartridge cases.
Did you see a picture taken of the holes?
Yes, sir.
When the picture was taken, were the holes in the same position as when you had first seen them?
Yes, sir, they were.
Even Mooney sort of agreed that the casings had not been moved, immediately after explaining that they had been moved. In the testimony we heard a few minutes ago, Mooney was shown this photograph. He then examined this one, taken from a different angle, before being shown this one. Now, these two are just differently cropped copies of the same photograph.
I have another picture. Here is a picture taken, also from another angle. Does that show the cartridges?
Yes, sir.
Now, compare that with the other photograph.
Yes, sir.
Is that about the way it looked?
I just don't understand why the shell casings being possibly moved makes, like, why, what is the relevance to this? Because, like, when you're firing a gun, it can fly in any which direction. I don't know why this would be super relevant. No. Arguing they were planted. I guess. But like, a couple things. It can fly in any which direction. And also, he could have accidentally kicked it. Could have rolled over. Does that make sense? Like, bro, sometimes that shit like flies into your shirt, okay? I mean, obviously, I've never shot this particular rifle. But So I don't know. I don't know how, like, it's bolt action. But I have shot bolt action rifles. Cartridges can fly in any which direction. Can fall literally on you. You know what I mean? Shit's hot. No, they can't. There's a whole SAT in the FBI for ballistics. They train to recognize ejection patterns. You can predict it, dum-dum. I guess.
Yes, sir. That is right. It sure is.
That doesn't really gel with the casing supposedly being picked up and haphazardly tossed back on the floor, as Thomas Ollier would claim decades later. While there are question marks surrounding the chicken bones and cartridge cases, there can be no doubt.
Cartridge ejects up and to the right. It can be tossed within a few feet of you if you're really going at it. It was literally an army sniper. Yeah, well, that tracks with what I'm saying, right? You're not saying I'm wrong. That's what I'm saying. You can map out a trajectory for where the casings goes, but ultimately when you're shooting a rifle, it can still, as long as it's going towards your right, it can still be right next to you. It can fly away, further away. It's just also entirely dependent on, I guess, how fast you pull, right?
That some of the boxes in the sniper's nest were moved prior to being photographed.
Do you have any pictures of the boxes near the window before they were moved, other than those you have showed me?
Just these two.
Then you don't have any pictures taken of the boxes before they were moved?
No.
Now, I will show you another picture. Was that taken by you?
Yes.
Does that show the position of the boxes before or after they were moved?
That's after they were dusted. There's fingerprint dust on every.
The implication is that there were no casings there and the guy planted them. That's why he didn't let them film. When they were there, he picked them up. Oh.
Box.
And they were not in that position then when you first saw them?
No.
Several minutes after the sniper's nest was discovered, a bolt-action rifle was found between two rows of boxes near the stairway.
Why? When I talk, can I stop walking? Why? Are you upset that I'm breathing a little bit? Like, is that what it is? So odd.
Now, there was some initial confusion regarding its make and model. Some thought it looked like a Mauser, but upon closer inspection, it was identified as an Italian Carcano. The officer who misidentified the rifle later explained that he did so at a glance. However, over a decade after the assassination in 1976, a former deputy sheriff by the name of Roger Craig claimed to have seen the marking 7.65 Mauser stamped right on the barrel of the rifle. To some, this is evidence that a Mauser was in fact discovered at the 6th floor before being swapped for a Carcano. But Craig was the only person to make this specific claim, did so many years after the assassination, and after telling a journalist the following.
Did you handle that rifle on the 6th floor?
Yes, I did. I couldn't give its name because I don't know foreign rifles. I know it was foreign made, and you loaded it downward into a built-in clip. But there was another rifle, a Mauser, found up on the roof of the depository that afternoon.
What?
There were no reports of a Mauser being found on the roof either.
No.
Besides, the only rifle seen in the film taken by Thomas Ollier is unmistakably a Carcano. Unique markings on the cartridge cases would later prove that this was indeed the rifle from which all three had been fired. Before the day was over, the rifle had been traced to a company in Chicago, Illinois. The company had sold the rifle to someone named A. Hiddell and shipped it to a post office box in Dallas in early 1963.
A. Hiddell, more like a Fidel Castro. Dun dun dun.
James Hiddell was a pseudonym known to have been used by Oswald. So there was now a direct link between the shells, the rifle, and Oswald. Not only that, but Oswald's prints were lifted from both the rifle and boxes in the sniper's nest. Apart from the spent shells and the rifle, authorities discovered one other key piece of evidence.
Did you find anything else up in the southeast corner of the 6th floor?
Yes, sir. We found this brown paper sack, or case. It was made out of heavy wrapping paper. Actually, it looked similar to the paper that those books in the building was wrapped in. It was just a long, narrow paper bag.
The bag was alleged to have been found here, yet this space is suspiciously empty in all the crime scene photographs.
How long was the paper bag, approximately?
I don't know. I picked it up and dusted it for prints, and they took it down there and sent it to Washington. And that's the last I'd seen of it, and I don't know.
Did you take a picture of it before you picked it up?
No.
Does that sack show in any of the pictures you took?
No, it doesn't show in any of the pictures.
Detective Robert Studebaker, who'd been working as a forensic assistant for less than 2 months, neglected to explain why he never photographed the bag. In Studebaker's defense, no one was on the lookout for a brown paper bag. Assassin, sure, rifle, casings absolutely, but some debris in a dark-lit corner of the room. It wasn't until the bag was picked up and inspected that its significance became apparent.
Do you remember anything about what the sack looked like?
Well, it was assumed at the time that it was the sack that the rifle was wrapped up in when it was brought into the building, and it appeared that it could have been used for that.
Now, as you may recall, Wesley Frazier drove Oswald back to Irving on November the 21st to pick up some curtain rods. The following morning, Oswald was seen carrying a package by both Frazier and his sister, Linnie Randall. According to
That was brisk 30-minute walk at a 3 kilometers an hour pace. And my heart rate was around 113. Nice little walk, you know, you got to get that in. Calorie wise, no, it's not 4 calories. I'm a big boy, chat. So it's definitely a lot more than you would suspect. So far today on my move, I've hit a new exercise record today, 113 exercise minutes total. But as far as my, I want all these fucking medals, man. So far I've spent I've burned 1,175 calories out of my daily goal, which is 750 calories. So I'm above it by 156%. My exercise calories, or my exercise minutes have been 113 minutes, and I've stood for 8 hours, totaling 4,637 steps, 0.27 miles the whole day. My last indoor walk was 30 minutes long, and I went for 0.74 miles, and I burned 251 total calories in that time frame, with the average heart rate being 116 BPM. And active calories were burned at 178. Brother, are you cows screaming? 8 hours? No. Not that bad. It's got to be miles per hour, not kilometers. Well, I was on a 3 on the fucking treadmill, and I only did, in half an hour, I only did 0.74 miles, so. Let's continue.
To Frazier, Oswald told him the package contained curtain rods.
Oh, yeah, stand hours are deceiving. It just means I stood at least a minute every hour for 8 hours, yeah. It doesn't mean I was standing for 8 hours straight.
Which you then brought back to Dallas. But you may also recall that Jack Doherty denied seeing such a package.
Did you see Oswald come to
Someone tell me why Hasan's doing all this. I noticed him walking on a treadmill in recent videos to be less sedentary.
Work that morning?
Yes, when he first came into the door.
Did he have anything in his hands or arms?
Well, not that I could see of.
The thing is, Doherty was not a reliable witness. When questioned by the FBI and Secret Service, he appeared very confused about times and places. He required assistance from his father due to considerable difficulty in coordinating his mental faculties with his speech. While Doherty denied having such issues, his testimony is nonetheless riddled with contradictions.
Wait a minute, did you go to lunch?
Well, I went back downstairs to eat lunch. Yes, sir.
What time?
Oh, it was 12 o'clock.
Wait a minute. Did you hear the shots before or after your lunch?
Before I ate my lunch.
You heard shots before you ate your lunch.
Let's see. Yes, I believe I did.
Now, did you hear a shot either before or after lunch?
It was before lunch. It was before lunch.
You think it was before lunch you heard the shot?
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
My man was just hungry, bro. Let him fucking live, you know what I
While
mean? He
Doherty
doesn't know any
insisted that
better.
Oswald had nothing in his hands when he arrived at work, it turned out that this certitude was based on nothing but a glance.
Now, is that a very definite impression that you saw Oswald that morning when he came to work?
Well, it's like this. I'll try to explain it to you this way. You see, I was sitting on the wrapping table, and when he came in the door, I just caught him out of the corner of my eye.
Given that Fraser had eyes on Oswald for several minutes, the weight of evidence suggests he
Right back after lunch after seeing Oswald get assassinated. Normal time to eat.
carried a package to work on the morning of November the 22nd. A far more contentious question is whether the package carried by Oswald was the same as the brown paper bag discovered on the 6th floor. According to both Randall and Fraser, the only two witnesses known to have seen the package, the answer was a definite no.
Now, was the length of the package any similar to the bag? Anywhere near similar?
Well, it wasn't that long. I mean, it was folded down at the top, as I told you. It definitely wasn't that long.
I told the FBI that as far as the length of the bag, I told them that was entirely too long.
Their main source of contention was that the package carried by Oswald was shorter than the brown paper bag. The bag was just long enough to store the rifle in its disassembled state, so if the package carried by Oswald was much shorter, then it could not.
Is the Zapruder film against the Twitch terms of service? The Zapruder film is probably against Twitch terms of service, but it also fails the Bechdel test. So I will not be watching. The only type of stuff that I watch is content that does not fail the Bechdel test. So, fun fact: 9/11 does not fail the Bechdel test. So that's why we watch 9/11 footage here.
Have contained the rifle. Except Randall saw it briefly at a distance through a window, while Fraser never paid it much attention.
Did it look to you as if there was something heavy in the package?
Well, I'll be frank with you, I didn't pay much attention to the package.
In fact, the length of the package seemed about as certain to Fraser as his lack of attention to it.
I didn't pay much attention. I didn't pay too much attention. I didn't pay any attention to it. I didn't pay much attention to the package. I didn't look at the package very much. Like I say, I didn't pay that much
God damn, bro. Okay, when you say it like that, we get it.
attention to it. I didn't pay too much attention to how he carried the package at all.
The tape and paper with which the brown paper bag had been constructed matched the tape and paper used to wrap books for shipping on the first floor of the book depository. Not only that, but a fingerprint and palm print matching that of Oswald were also found on the bag. In spite of all this, some authors refused to accept that the brown paper bag and the package carried by Oswald were one and the same. Instead, the argument tends to be that the bag was fabricated by authorities in an effort to frame Oswald. But you then have to square that against no curtain rods being found inside the book depository, Oswald already having curtains in his rented room in Dallas, him failing to obtain permission from his landlady to redecorate, him supposedly being in such urgent need of curtain rods that he just had to return to Irving on Thursday instead of waiting just one more day, him neglecting to mention anything about curtain rods to his wife and Ruth Payne upon his arrival, and that's despite the fact that Payne actually had some spare curtain rods in her garage. The same garage where Oswald stored his rifle.
How did you learn of the shooting of President Kennedy?
I was watching television and Ruth said someone had shot at the president.
What did you say?
It was hard for me to say anything. We both turned pale. I went to my room and cried.
Did you think immediately that your husband might have been involved?
No.
Did Mrs. Payne say anything about the possibility of your husband being involved?
No, but she only said that, by the way, they fired from the building in which Lee is working. My heart dropped. I then went to the garage to see whether the rifle was there, and I saw that the blanket was still there, and I said, thank God.
Did you look in the blanket to see if the rifle was there?
I didn't unroll the blanket. It was in its usual position, and it appeared to have something inside.
When did you learn that the rifle was not in the blanket?
When the police arrived and asked whether my husband had a rifle, and I said yes.
Then what happened?
They began to search the apartment. When they came to the garage and took the blanket, I thought, well, now they will find it. They opened the blanket, but there was no rifle there.
Around the time of the rifle's discovery on the 6th floor of the Book Depository, Captain William Fritz was appraised of Oswald's absence.
Playing Steam Deck during the film? No. I saw some fucking sumo game that Moon was playing and immediately downloaded it.
Fritz immediately left the building and returned to police headquarters.
We were standing in the hallway when Captain Fritz walked in. He walked up to my colleagues and made the statement to them, "Go get a search warrant and pick up a man named Lee Oswald." And I asked the captain why he wanted him, and he said, well, he was employed down at the Book Depository, and he had not been present for a roll call of employees. And we said, "Captain, we will save you a trip, because there he sits."
After escaping the Book Depository, Oswald boarded a bus right about here. But
Revenant
the assassination
2?
ground
Wait, what do you
traffic to a
mean?
halt, so Oswald soon left the bus and hailed a cab. After returning to his rooming house in Oak Cliff, a neighborhood in southwestern Dallas, Oswald changed his clothes, grabbed a gun, and left in a hurry.
I don't know what Remnant 2 is. No, I'm talking about Morodoshi Sumo.
78. You are in the Oak Cliff area, are you not? Lines to nose. You will be at large. Freaking mercy comes in.
Police patrolman J.D. Tippett encountered Oswald some 45 minutes after the shooting, a bit further south, right about here. As soon as Tippett stepped out of the vehicle, Oswald drew his gun and fired 4 shots in rapid succession.
Hello, police operator. Go ahead, it says news. Hello, we've had a shooting out here. Where is it at? Between Marsalis and Buckley. It's a police officer. Somebody shot him. What's it? 404 Chest Street. 78. It's in a police car. Notify one that the officer involved in the shooting, which is Officer J.D. Tippett, we believe, was pronounced DOA at Methodist 128. Well, any indication that it has any connection with this other shooting? Well, the descriptions on the suspects are similar. It is possible.
Oswald was then caught sneaking into a nearby movie theater without purchasing a ticket.
We have information that a suspect just went in the Texas theater on West Jefferson. Simple.
A large contingent of officers descended upon the theater. They surrounded the building, switched on the lights, and approached the suspect. Flanked by officers, Oswald drew a gun and a brief scuffle ensued. But this time he was quickly subdued, handcuffed, and taken to police headquarters back in downtown Dallas.
Me at Barbenheimer. He didn't do nothing
Over the
wrong.
next
He
2
wanted to
days,
see
between
it.
his arrest and untimely death, Lee Harvey Oswald was interrogated by members of the Dallas Police, FBI, Secret Service, among others. None of it was recorded.
Did you have any tape recorders?
No, sir. I don't have a tape recorder. We need one. If we had one at this time, we could have handled these conversations far better.
The Dallas Police Department doesn't have one.
No, sir. I have requested one several times, but so far, they haven't got me one.
So, no one knows exactly what was said inside this room. Instead, we have to settle for the cliff notes. And of especial interest to us is Oswald's alibi.
These people have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything.
You shoot the president?
I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
You just had Oswald, who said he did not shoot anybody.
Oswald vehemently denied any involvement in the assassination. Instead, he claimed to have eaten lunch with 2 co-workers on the 1st floor of the Book Depository. One of them was a black...
They didn't record the interrogation of someone who supposedly assassinated the president. No JCS React Lord, dude. I thought it was, for a second I got scared. I thought it was the not like him getting out of the interrogation. I thought it was like when they're...
co-worker whose name Oswald could not recall. The other was James Jarman.
Were you with anybody when you were walking around on the first floor finishing your sandwich?
No, I wasn't. I was trying to get through so I could get out on the street.
Did you see Lee Oswald?
No, I didn't.
After his arrest, he stated to a police officer that he had had lunch with you. Did you have lunch with him?
No, sir, I didn't.
But according to another interrogator, Oswald's claim was not to have eaten lunch with Jarman and his unnamed co-worker, but merely that he saw them pass through the lunchroom while he was eating.
Oswald stated that he had eaten lunch in the lunchroom at the Texas School Book Depository alone, but recalled possibly 2 black employees walking through the room during this period. He stated possibly one of these employees was called...
I don't get, like, it doesn't matter if recording interrogations is not normal at the time. It seems insane to me that they wouldn't record this interrogation. He is, like, the most viable suspect. He fits numerous eyewitness profiles. They fucking can't find his gun in his house. They find a gun that is connected to his other name, like his alter ego or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, the media has recorders. Everybody has recorders. His alias, not alter ego. Shut up. I'm ESL. Fuck you, okay? I'm ESL. I lived in Russia, and that's suspicious.
Jr., and the other was a short individual whose name he could not recall, but whom he would be able to recognize.
So, according to this version of events, Oswald's alibi was that he possibly saw 2 co-workers, one whose name he could not recall, enter and traverse the lunchroom, together or separately, during an unspecified period of time. Whether Oswald claimed to have eaten lunch with or in proximity of his colleagues, it makes no difference because neither alibi could be substantiated. Instead, James Jarman had last seen Oswald taking an elevator upstairs sometime between 11:30 and 12 o'clock. William Shelley and Eddie Piper had last seen Oswald roaming about the first floor around noon, at which time Oswald had told Piper that he was either going out or going up to eat lunch. Then there's the account of Charles Givens. You may recall that Givens is officially recognized as the last person inside the book depository known to have seen Oswald before the assassination. Their encounter was fixed at 11:55 and is supposed to have taken place on the 6th floor. But prior to relating this version of events, Givens had reportedly told the FBI that he saw Oswald on the 1st floor at 11:50, a statement which he later denied ever making. Either way, Oswald being on the 1st floor at noon does absolutely nothing to prevent him from being on the 6th half an hour later. Unless Carolyn Arnold is to be believed.
As Mrs. Arnold was standing in front of the building, she stated she thought she caught a fleeting glimpse of Lee Harvey Oswald standing in the hallway between the front door and the double doors leading to the warehouse located on the 1st floor. She could not be sure that this was Oswald, but she said she felt it was and believed the time to be a few minutes before 12:15 p.m.
So that would be about here. In a subsequent statement, Arnold claimed to have gone outside as late as 12:25, thereby pushing the time of her potential ground floor sighting of Oswald as close as 5 minutes before the shooting. Putting aside the fact that her observation was described as a fleeting glimpse and that she could not be certain of the man's identity, Arnold herself will later deny it ever happened.
That is completely foreign to me. It would have forced me to have been turning back around to the building when, in fact, I was trying to watch the parade. Why would I be looking back inside the building? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Instead, Arnold claimed that this encounter had actually taken place in the 2nd floor lunchroom.
I do not recall that Oswald was doing anything. I just recall that he was sitting there in one of the booth seats on the right-hand side of the room as you go in. He was alone, as usual, and appeared to be having lunch. I did not speak to him, but I recognized him clearly.
The problem with both of these accounts is that none of her colleagues reported anything remotely similar. Whether it was the 1st or 2nd floor, Oswald was apparently invisible to everyone but Arnold. Besides, it took Arnold 15 years to relate her revised version of events. Not ideal for such a time-sensitive issue. That being said, depending on what conspiracy theory you're willing to entertain, there are ways to interpret what Oswald told his interrogators so that it aligns with either one of Arnold's accounts.
Bro, this is one half of an Oppenheimer flick. Like, it's crazy. I don't know. I feel like the pacing Could be a little bit faster.
Take this one, for instance.
Oswald stated he
I'm
was
starting to
present
get
for
tired.
work at the book depository on the morning of November the 22nd, and at noon went to lunch. He went to the second floor to get a Coca-Cola and returned to the first floor to eat lunch. Then he went outside to watch the presidential...
I just remembered, isn't he free like in house arrest currently? No, he's dead. Spoiler alert. Dead. He got killed shortly after while in police custody. You're thinking of you're thinking of the other Kennedy, and who also had mysterious circumstances about his assassination by Sirhan, who is free now. Yes. There were certainly other Kennedys that also died under mysterious circumstances.
Parade.
This claim is interesting because in the early days of the assassination, it appeared to be supported by photographic evidence. But this figure was quickly identified as Billy Lovelady, a man who bore such a close resemblance to Oswald that when footage of Oswald first appeared on television, Lovelady's stepchildren thought it was him. Now, speaking only for myself here, really? Am I missing something here? Because they're not exactly doppelgangers, right? Anyway, in recent years, another such figure, this time with even fewer pixels to work with, has once...
Anti-white racism, brother, that's what it is. It's just like classic, many such cases. That's what happened there.
Again, been the subject of debate. Because this much of a person can't be positively identified, some believe it, therefore, must be Oswald. On the other hand, Oswald explicitly denied watching the motorcade when he spoke with another interrogator, not to mention that his presence outside went completely unnoticed.
Oh, not Sirhan. Hinckley. That's the one who got out. You're right. Sirhan was slated to be released. The guy who shot Reagan. Now, of course, in my opinion, you keep him in there. You know what I mean? Because when you come at the king, you best not miss, or use a 22. And Hinckley, of course, unfortunately failed.
By all those who did watch the motorcade. Now, there's one final account of Oswald's supposed alibi that stands out from the rest. It stands out because it really skirts the line of self-incrimination.
When asked as to his whereabouts at the time of the shooting, Oswald stated that when lunchtime came and he didn't say which floor he was on, he said one of the black employees invited him to eat lunch with him, and he stated, "You go on down and send the elevator back up, and I will join you in a few minutes." Before he could finish whatever he was doing, he stated the commotion surrounding the assassination took place. And when he went downstairs, a policeman questioned him as to his identification, and his boss stated that he is one of our employees, whereupon the policeman had him step aside momentarily. Following this, he simply walked out the front door of the building.
If this is an accurate recollection of what Oswald said, he placed himself on a floor above the second at the time of the shooting. While he neglected to mention which floor, he described a conversation between himself and an unnamed black co-worker, which sounds remarkably similar to the one described by Charles Givens. This would mean that Oswald, seemingly by accident, placed himself on the 6th floor during the shooting. After that horribly confusing mishmash of stories, what have we learned? Well, Oswald appears to have contradicted himself by offering multiple alibis. It's also possible that what he said was misunderstood or otherwise misrepresented by the interrogation participants. As mentioned at the beginning of all this, we don't actually know what Oswald said. This is all based on second-hand accounts related days, weeks, or even months after the assassination. But the main takeaway has to be the lack of corroboration. With the exception of Carolyn Arnold, a highly unreliable witness, no one laid eyes on Oswald between roughly noon and the shooting. At least, no one inside the book depository. Among those who witnessed the sniper in the sniper's nest, Howard Brennan was the only one who thought he could identify the gunman. At least, that's what he stated initially. Within a few hours of the shooting, Brennan had become far less certain.
Upon arrival at the police station, Mr. Brennan said, "I don't know if I can do you any good or not, because I've seen the man that they have under arrest on television." And he said, "I just don't know whether I can identify him positively or not." Because he said that the man on television was a bit disheveled and his shirt was open or something like that. And he said, "The man I saw in the book depository was not in that condition."
Brennan was then brought down to the basement of the police station to view a lineup of suspects. Among them was Oswald.
Mr. Brennan looked very carefully and he said, "I cannot positively say." I said, "Well, is there anyone there that looks like the man in the book depository?" He said, "Well, that second man from the left, who was Oswald, he looks like him." Then he
Like an Oscar is scab shit.
repeated that the man he saw in the book depository was not disheveled.
So that's not ideal. While Brennan did pick Oswald from a lineup, that identification was far from certain. But if Brennan is to be believed, this uncertainty was not genuine, but merely an act intended to protect his family.
I believed at that time, and I still believe, the assassination was a communist activity. And I felt like there hadn't been more than one eyewitness. And if it got to be a known fact that I was an eyewitness, my family or I, either one, might not be safe.
Well, if you wouldn't have identified Oswald during the lineup, might he not have been released by the police?
No, I already knew they had the man for murder, and I knew he would not be released.
The murder of whom?
Of Officer J.D. Tippett.
Well, what happened in between to change your mind that you later decided to come forth and tell the FBI that you could identify him?
After Oswald was killed, I was relieved quite a bit that as far as pressure on myself of somebody not wanting me to identify anybody, there was no longer that immediate danger.
Mr. Brennan, could you tell us now whether you can or cannot positively identify the man you saw in the 6th floor window as the same man that you saw in the police station?
I could at that time. I could, with all sincerity, identify him as being the same man.
So, according to Brennan, within a few hours of the assassination, he'd become concerned that it...
Okay, bro, what the fuck? Are they just straight showing it? Are they... I mean, they don't have this footage anyway. It's got to be a reenactment, right? This is not the right angle.
It was the product of a communist conspiracy. He feared that should he attempt to identify the gunman, he could become a target and thereby endanger...
Oh, it says right underneath it is a reconstruction.
...his family.
Did you and your wife...
Yeah, I didn't think it was an actual lens, but I thought they put a lens effect on like the Zapruder film, but then I realized it's not the right angle.
Discuss any aspect of the assassination?
Unless it was fucking CIA footage that they found. They found the CIA footage, dude.
And you being present more or less at the scene of the assassination?
Yes, we discussed it. We talked. I talked of moving her and my grandson, who was living with us at that time, and my daughter, moving them out of town somewhere in secrecy. My wife seemed to think that a person can't get away wherever they go.
So when Brennan...
Which he doesn't even know how bad that gets with the internet, you know what I'm saying? Like where they even serve you a top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour, sometimes 8 minutes in because you forgot to run it at the top of the hour exactly. Just saying. Were they simultaneously claiming JFK was communist and that his assassin was a communist? Is the Zapruder film the first assassination of a world leader caught on film? No, probably not. Zapruder. Zapruder. Okay, I'm running the 3-minute ad break. Dude, I'm so fucking tired. Holy shit.
Brennan was brought down to view a lineup later that evening. He feigned uncertainty to protect his family. At least, so he claimed. I leave it up to you to decide whether to believe or disbelieve Brennan's story.
I don't think they will declassify JFK's assassination. I know I said something to that. I know I said something about that recently, but I don't believe it.
November the 24th, Oswald was scheduled for transfer from the city to the county jail. Reporting from outside the police station, a local news correspondent couldn't help but to jinx the whole shebang.
Now, this is the armored truck that will carry Lee Harold Oswald from the basement here of Dallas Police Headquarters downtown to the Dallas County Sheriff's Office and the Dallas County Jail. Strict security precautions have been exercised from the very beginning and have been even increased this morning as fear arises and grows stronger that someone may attempt to take the life of the man accused of murdering the President of the United States.
Oh, they don't show it. They don't show it at all. It's odd. Here, look. Reporter pre-watch, dude. It's fucking nuts. Look, this man right here. Look alive! Thank you for protecting us. Yeah, thank you, Twitch, for protecting us from the scariness of history, which is right.
He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
The doctors at Parkland Hospital said that the single shot could scarcely have done more damage to a body than that shot did to Lee Harvey Oswald. It penetrated his spleen, his pancreas, the aorta, the kidney, and the liver.
Oswald expired at 1:07 p.m. He died at 1:07 p.m. We have arrested the man. The man will be charged with murder.
Who is he?
The suspect's name is Jack Rubenstein, I believe. He goes by the name of Jack Ruby. That's all I have to say.
As he can play, you advertise the time he was going to be here.
Who was a more significant death in prison, Lee Harvey Oswald or Epstein? Ooh.
Throughout this video, we've encountered witnesses who not only contradicted each other, but also themselves. Central to many arguments of conspiracies that these contradictions represent attempts by the conspirators to conceal the truth. To give you an example, Charles Givens initially claimed to have seen Oswald on the first floor at 11:50. Then he denied ever saying that and claimed to have spoken with Oswald on the 6th floor at 11:55. Some authors have found this change a bit too convenient and suspected Givens was coerced to change his story by the conspirators. In support of that conclusion, we have this document in which Dallas Police Lieutenant Jack Revel said the following.
Lieutenant Revel stated that Givens had been previously handled by the Dallas Police Department on a marijuana charge, and he believes that Givens would change his story for money.
About 2 months later, Givens did precisely that. He changed his story. But let's have a think about this. According to this interpretation of events, the conspirators had free rein to dictate Givens' testimony. They could have told him what to say or perhaps rewritten his testimony after the fact. You may recall that that is precisely what Victoria Adams claimed and Carolyn Arnold implied earlier in the video, that someone had put words in their mouth by altering the written record. Okay, so wielding that near limitless power, what words did the conspirators choose to put in the mouth of Givens? Well, they supposedly invented a brief conversation about lunch in elevators, away from the sniper's nest, more than half an hour before the shooting. I guess I saw Oswald sitting in the sniper's nest, or even I saw Oswald carrying a large package heading for the sniper's nest, was a bit too on the nose. The same is of course true of every other witness in Dealey Plaza. Apart from the doubtful identification by Howard Brennan, no one could actually place Oswald in the sniper's nest at the time of the shooting. I really cannot stress this enough. it apparently did not occur to the conspirators to have at least one witness unambiguously identify Oswald as the assassin. Better yet, take a photograph. For all this talk of witness coercion and evidence tampering, that seems like a bit of an oversight. What I'm trying to illustrate is that it's surprisingly trivial to pluck a stray document here, an unfounded allegation there, and sprinkle in some thoughts about means and motive, and you'll end up with a conspiracy theory that, at least on the surface, sounds convincing. Whether it's organized crime, a foreign government, or domestic agency, there's enough material here to make a compelling case against countless groups and individuals, something upon which many authors, filmmakers, and others have capitalized to great success. I don't know if all of them are right or wrong. This video clearly doesn't cover enough ground for me to determine that. But to ascribe a conspiratorial motive to anything remotely suspicious seems irresponsibly black and white for a case so clouded by shades of grey. A person acting in a way that's unlawful, unethical, untruthful does not prove they colluded in a plot to assassinate the President of the United States. Such thrilling leaps of conspiracy make for entertaining stories, but that doesn't make them true. Remember Thomas Ollier? He was the journalist filming on the 6th floor during the initial search for the assassin. Decades later, Ollier began accusing officers of tampering with the evidence, staging photographs, and lying on their oath. The veracity of those allegations aside, the fascinating thing about Ollier is that he never...
I think the most suspicious thing is that they picked up one white man in a building full of black men when it would have been so easy for them to do so, to go with like the regular order of business for the Dallas Police Department and be like, a black man must have done it. Is that what you mean? That tree line didn't look too concealing. Good line of sight. No, the tree line directly during the shot was interfering with his line of sight.
Believed Kennedy fell victim to a conspiracy. Ollier had a refreshingly nuanced take on the assassination by recognizing that evidence of corruption is not the same as evidence of conspiracy. Sloppy police work neither began nor ended with the Kennedy assassination, and people lie for all sorts of reasons. Loyalty, embarrassment, fear, pride, attention, power, money. There's no shortage of motivations to choose from. Besides, what kind of clueless masterminds would allow a cameraman to casually film their supposed cover-up? Something I found myself doing a lot while making this video was attempting to view the assassination from the perspective of the alleged conspiracy.
You're spreading misinformation? About what? By watching this? Is that what you're saying? The first shot missed, hit the street light crossing the pole, and ricocheted. The tree line didn't affect anything. I can't tell if this guy's like baiting or not.
You could, for instance, question the logic of placing an assassin in this specific window, a window in which he ran the risk of being caught red-handed by other workers inside the building, a window in which he could have easily been and actually was spotted by spectators in the approaching motorcade, a window from which his view was partially obstructed by a tree. You can also question the logic of using a sniper to shoot at a moving target in the first place, especially when that person had a tendency to stand still in very exposed public places. If Oswald acted alone and the assassination was a crime of opportunity, these less than ideal choices start to make a lot more sense. He found himself at the right place at the right time, had mere days to prepare, and used the only building to which he had access. But for a group of conspirators to handicap their own assassination plot requires a bit more ingenuity to explain. He was a patsy, he was supposed to get caught, there were multiple assassins, you know the drill. But there's so much of that in this case. So much had to go just right for a conspiracy and the subsequent cover-up to succeed. From the roundabout process by which Oswald was hired at the book depository to the selection of the motorcade route. From Oswald's narrow escape and subsequent arrest to him being given multiple chances to speak with the press.
You said not sure how much this tree line affects his visibility, but like it still does. First of all, I don't even know if this is from the same. I don't think this is from the same date, obviously. And also, you're showing me in like you could be showing me the fucking trees in the winter when they're significantly skinnier versus when it actually. This is Zoomer speak using social justice and therapy language on shit they barely know about. No, in the video that they're showing, it's a recreation. And I am saying he was on the tree. Yeah, he shot him from the tree. And then it ricocheted. Get out of there. That's craziness. That's what is that? We have reached new, okay, I have to explain something here. We've reached new puzzle moves. There is in a bag underneath my table, all of Kaya's puzzles are there. I didn't realize that some of those puzzles still had treats in them. Kaya went into the bag, picked one of the puzzles, picked the cap off the puzzle, carried the treat inside of the cap, dropped it over there, ate the treat, and now is just chewing on the puzzle piece. Actually insane. My favorite theory is the additional accidental shot from the car behind the recruit who was holding an AR without full metal jacket. The head explosion. The car lurches forward and he was getting up out of the seat. Okay, she's going back in there. Let's see. Going back in the bag. Trying to pick up another. Wait, hold on. Being ridiculous right now. Being absolutely ridiculous.
From the supposed tampering, suppression, and planting of evidence to dozens of expert witnesses being successfully fooled or coaxed to lie under oath. Not only would a plan as complex and prolonged as this one have been difficult to predict with countless points of failure, but it seems, and excuse my language here, a bit overkill. Yes, Kennedy was the President of the United States, but he was not exactly difficult to access. He was rather famous for abandoning his Secret Service detail and wandering off into crowds. In fact, that's precisely what he did on multiple occasions during this very trip.
Now decided to shake hands with one or two more people, but this is the moment where the Secret Service has its point of tension. They say when the president stops moving, that's when we're concerned, because that is when the possibility of trouble comes to the forefront. This was one of those impromptu moments for which President Kennedy is so well known. So many times you have heard that the Secret Service men suddenly find themselves without the president, that suddenly he has left them and stepped into the crowd and decided to shake hands and give his personal greetings. You could say perhaps that this is more the norm now than the unexpected, because it has been done so many times.
As this news correspondent was alluding to just a few minutes before the actual shooting, all it takes is one person with a gun at point-blank range. Not unlike the shooting of Oswald. Think about that the next time you watch a documentary or read one of the thousands of books implicating members of the Secret Service, FBI, CIA, Dallas Police Department, politicians, lawyers, doctors, investigators, witnesses, and so forth. Think about how all these alleged co-conspirators did not have to be a part of any of this. Just one person in a crowd whose guilt is assured the moment they pull the trigger. By roping in this ensemble cast of characters, it inadvertently makes the conspirators seem clueless. I like to imagine a conference room, and up against the wall stands a board upon which they've mapped out the whole thing. All the people they need to manipulate, all the evidence they have to fabricate. The entire patchwork of needless risk-taking laid out bare.
I like that he's saying that. Whereas, like, in an effort to put together a conspiracy to kill fucking Kennedy in other circumstances, okay, you would have an infinitely larger number of eyewitnesses, so that would make it significantly more difficult to craft. You also do not have an accurate route of where he's going. In most other circumstances, when a president, regardless of what they're doing, is not going to go, the president, when he's doing like a speech or whatever, there's always it's going to be more difficult to execute something like that during a speech, because I feel like there's more Secret Service detail during a speech. I don't know. JFK wasn't even fucking assassinated. Trump decided to become president after meeting him in 2014. JFK and his son have been in witness protection for decades. Where we go one, we go all. The video is assuming the conspiracy has to be grand when it literally can be a CIA paying a guy to kill JFK and then killing him instead. You're wrong. JFK was infamously shitty at following security advice. Okay. Here's the issue. Being infamously shitty at following security advice still is completely up to JFK. So you can't plan an event around that. Whereas you can plan an event around a scheduled motorcade. You see what I'm saying? Like, you keep saying, oh, there's easier ways to kill him. Sure, but there aren't easier ways to schedule it if you are to put together like a scheduled event. I don't think he's actually carrying water for the CIA, even though like his take is that it's not a conspiracy and he just like kind of did that. I guess like he'll get into more details in more videos. I do think the CIA had Kennedy killed, but even if it was declassified and everyone knew it, it wouldn't change anything. Maybe a few Netflix docs and conspiracy theories would be vindicated, but in the end, everyone will move on. And like everyone else, everything else, people will think the government sucks, but what can I do? You're really clutching here. He talked about the haphazard way Oswald got that job and how the route was chosen. You have a video that's pro-conspiracy? There's so many. It's also the same CIA they use Looney Tunes as cigars against Castro and failed. Just because it's convoluted doesn't mean it's untrue. The case for CIA involvement revolves around Lee Harvey Oswald being a patsy or an asset for the CIA, possibly naval intelligence, and the CIA working a rogue unit under the CIA, or potentially the CIA working to assassinate JFK because of the Bay of Pigs, and also the JFK saying he was going to rip the CIA to bits and pieces. I disagree, actually. I think JFK being one of the most popular presidents personally killed by the CIA would definitely be a huge case legally and politically. It's not like the CIA is doing shit internationally. It's not like the CIA doing shit internationally. Oh, that's what you're saying. Stop guessing. You sound insane. Alan Dulles, the longest-standing and first civilian director of the CIA, was fired by Kennedy. He was also on the Warren Commission and that investigated Kennedy's assassination, also a corporate lawyer. So Oswald is a CIA asset that randomly gets a job at a bookstore 2 weeks before the route is even decided to go past the building. I mean, that part isn't that suspicious to me at all. I don't understand. Like, they say, oh, they haphazardly decided on that route, but I don't think presidential security detail makes decisions like that haphazardly. I just don't believe that. I think that they probably would arrange something like that ahead of time, knowing full well that that was going to happen in advance. I don't know why people immediately are like, oh yeah, that was a random route. Like, that seems off. If anything, him getting the job randomly, that is more suspicious. GDF did a video on the JFK assassination. JFK changed the route on the 18th, and it's documented, and it happened on the 22nd, and the guy had been working there for a while. Guys, chill out. You know. Why are links disabled right now? GDF is 24 minutes. I don't know if I want to watch another 24-minute video. I have to pee.
And they looked at that and then looked at each other and went, yep, that's a solid plan. But even then, even if we assume the conspirators didn't really think it through or I don't know, made it up as they went along, that doesn't really jive with them not getting caught. Something that would have taken a lot of planning, skill, and ingenuity. So I guess you somehow have to convince yourself that they were clueless enough to wing the crime of the century, yet clever enough to get away with it. And therefore, there was no conspiracy. No, I don't believe any of these arguments make it impossible for others to be involved. They just make it a bit more difficult to keep that tinfoil hat firmly in place. I mean, if there was an argument with which to close the book on this case, I would not be the first to think of it nearly 6 decades and a continent removed from the events in question. I can guarantee you that much. Also, the word conspiracy doesn't even necessarily mean that there were other people involved in the planning and execution of the assassination. For instance, there's what some refer to as a benign conspiracy. This typically means that there was a cover-up, but it was not motivated by the concealment of complicity as is so often assumed. Instead, Oswald did act alone, but there was some other motive behind the suppression of evidence. A common one being that federal agencies attempted to save face by concealing or downplaying the full extent of their failure to prevent the assassination. I mean, a known communist with ties to Russia blindsiding the entire intelligence community by assassinating the commander-in-chief on a public street in broad daylight at the height of the Cold War is not exactly resume material. Point being,
the search continues for answers to lingering questions stemming from the JFK assassination. A judge upheld an order by President Joe Brandon keeping thousands of documents from the investigation under wraps. Wait, what the fuck? But according to the New York Times, 4,684 of the files remain either partially or fully withheld from the public's eye. Yeah, you know a name that should be a name that people should be thinking of? Joe Brandon, baby. That's right. We know who did it. Just come clean, bitch. Come fucking clean, man. Look alive, Jack. Timestamp real quick.
Lee Harvey Oswald, the man accused of Kennedy's assassination, is...
Dude, I'm scared of GDI's videos because they often have TOS stuff in them.
now known to have been an asset for American intelligence agencies. Upon his arrest, Oswald attempted to call a military intelligence officer in Raleigh, North Carolina. He was probably calling his cutout. He was calling somebody who could put him in touch with his case officer. Prior to the assassination, Oswald was the subject of secret intelligence reports at CIA, FBI, State Department, and the Office of Naval Intelligence. Everywhere you look with him, there are the fingerprints of intelligence. After Kennedy's death, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover immediately pulled CIA surveillance tapes of phone calls supposedly made by Oswald. It quickly became clear that the voice on the tapes was not Oswald's. They were an impersonator, calling the Cuban and Soviet embassies in Mexico. Hoover informed Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, who was stunned by this fact, since it revealed that Oswald was deeply involved in espionage activities. Lee was also being groomed by George de Mohrenschildt, the man from the beginning of the story who recanted his testimony. Mohrenschildt's spy handler was Colonel Lawrence Orloff, a CIA informant who was a partner of J. Walton Moore, the CIA's...
QAnon for leftists? I mean, I think QAnon is like insane. I don't think that a government agency that like has facilitated executions, many attempted and failed, and some successful, and has had its hands in coup d'etats all around the fucking planet. JFK was killed. Like, he was assassinated. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane to say this is like QAnon. It's so weird. It's just like, it blows my mind to be like, wow, this is just like QAnon. It's like, no, motherfucker, it's not just like QAnon because this happened. Unless you literally think his head just did it on his own. You know what I mean? Like, we're not over here talking about how fucking Tom Hanks is actually secretly in in a supermax prison for his crimes of pedophilia, and his body double is the one doing the acting now for the Democratic Party. That's QAnon.
Station chief in Dallas. But here's perhaps one of the most damning pieces of evidence. In September of 1963, Oswald was spotted in Dallas by Cuban exile leader Antonio Veciana. What makes this sighting so spectacular is that Oswald was accompanied by David Atlee Phillips, a CIA legend and a major player in Latin American intelligence operations. He would later be investigated for his role in the assassination by the 1976 House Committee. This gave much further weight to his close ties with American intelligence agencies. So, was Oswald the CIA shooter? Well, there are serious issues with the evidence.
Even though the CIA has done some shady shit in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, there was no reform. It's conspiratory to think they still do shady shit or have done shady shit in the time frame that they were most well known perhaps for doing shady shit.
We need only look directly from the Warren Commission and House Committee investigation reports and transcripts. What follows is just some of that evidence that throws a wrench at the official narrative. Starting with the gun. According to the government's firearms expert for the Warren Commission, a gunsmith from Aberdeen Proving Ground, the sight on the rifle was built for a left-handed shooter. Also during the Warren Commission, Oswald's brother John testified that Lee was right-handed. The rifle, an Italian Mannlicher Carcano, was also horribly inaccurate. Test firing done by Ronald Simmons, the chief of infantry weapons for the Army, showed it fired high and to the right. Then there was Sebastian Latona, the FBI expert for the Warren Commission. He personally dusted the gun for fingerprints, and, well, here's an exchange with him and assistant counsel Melvin Eisenberg. I was not successful in developing any prints at all on the weapon. I also had one of the firearm examiners dismantle the weapon, and I processed the complete weapon, all parts, everything else, and no latent prints of value were developed. Does that include the clip? That included the clip, that included the bolt, it included the underside of the barrel, which is covered by the stock. Were cartridge cases furnished to you at that time? They were, which I processed, and from which I got no prints. Therefore, the net result of your work on Exhibit 139 was that you could not produce an identifiable print? That's correct. After shots were fired at Dealey Plaza, the scene of the crime, dozens of people, including at least 21 Dallas police officers, immediately rushed the so-called grassy knoll, searching for the killer. The grassy knoll at Dealey Plaza stands in front of where Kennedy was shot, while the Warren Committee concluded that all shots were fired from the president's rear. Out of 216 witnesses, 52 said they heard shots coming from the grassy knoll, while 48 said the book depository. 37 couldn't tell where the shots came from, and 70 weren't asked at all. An hour after the assassination, Secret Service agent Richard Johnson received the so-called magic bullet, which traveled through Kennedy's throat, from Parkland Hospital head of security O.P. Wright. Wright was previously a Dallas police officer himself, and well-versed in rifle cartridges. He described the bullet as a .30-30 round with a pointed tip. It did not resemble the magic bullet that was shown to him later, the one now held at the National Archives. That one has a flat tip. It wasn't only Wright who didn't recognize this new bullet, but also Secret Service agent Richard Johnson, Secret Service Director James J. Rowley, and the orderly who found the bullet at Parkland Hospital, Darrell Tomlinson. Also at Parkland Hospital were the two surgeons who operated on Kennedy and attempted to save his life. Both surgeons believed that Kennedy had been struck from the front as well as the rear.
The bullet that killed him, I think, was fired from the front and hit him in the hairline and then blew out the back of his skull on the right side.
And this is where your thinking differs from the Warren Commission report.
Yes.
They reportedly came under intense pressure to remain quiet about it and wouldn't come forward for nearly 30 years. Dulles would claim that after he heard the news of Kennedy's death, he would head back home to Washington, but his own personal datebook reveals that this was a lie, and he actually spent the entire weekend at Camp Peary, known by CIA case officers as the Farm. The Farm is the location of a secret training base for CIA officers of the Directorate of Operations, the clandestine service of the agency. Here, recruits are trained in espionage before they're sent overseas. From November 22nd through the 24th, Dulles, the now retired spy chief, would set up a base of operations there. This highly eventful weekend would see the arrest of Oswald, his questioning by Dallas police, the return of Kennedy's body to Washington, and the return of his limousine, where Secret Service agents dumped water into the bloodstains in the upholstery, completely destroying the evidence. Oswald would also be murdered over the weekend. Future CIA Director Richard Helms would personally persuade President Johnson to appoint Dulles to the Warren Commission. He wanted to make sure no agency secrets came out during the investigation. And of course, if Dulles was on the commission, that would ensure the agency would be safe. Johnson felt the same way. He didn't want the investigation to dig up anything strange. Over the course of the investigations, Dulles would write novelist Rebecca West, struggling to come up with a motive for Oswald. I wish sometime you would sit down and write me a line as to why you think Lee Oswald did the dastardly deed. All I can tell you is that there is not one iota of evidence that he had any personal vindictiveness against the man Kennedy. 3 years after the Warren Commission ended, 2/3 of Americans polled did not agree with its outcome, which said that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. At the end of 1969, Allen Dulles came down.
It just feels like no matter what happens, it always, I don't know if there's a second shooter. I don't know if Lee Harvey Oswald is the only person who shot it. Ultimately, it always felt like it was slated to happen regardless of who was pulling the trigger. You know what I mean? And ultimately, because eyewitness testimony is so unreliable in a situation like this, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm banning this guy. It's not irregardless. Please never stop. I never do that ever again. I'm going to unban you. I'm going to give you a day off, but it's very, very fucking annoying. It's not irregardless. Shut the fuck up. It's just like so frustrating because you're wrong. It's regardless, okay? Irregardless is technically now a word. It wasn't. They added it into the fucking dictionary, but it doesn't matter. It's a redundancy. I just get so frustrated when dumbasses will, in the chat, so confidently keep repeating shit, okay? No, I'm pretty sure it is a word now. Yeah. Yes. It is a word. See? It has been in use for well over 200 years, employed by a large number of people across a wide geographic range with a consistent meaning. I hate it because it is redundant. Okay? Please stop.
With a bad case of the flu, which was so severe that it left him bedridden. By Christmas Eve, Dulles would be in Georgetown University Hospital. The infection had spread to his chest and turned into pneumonia. A month later, on January 29th, 1969, Allen Dulles finally passed away due to complications from his illness. He lived to be 75 years old. So, who do you think killed Kennedy? Let me know in the comments.
That's such a funny way to end this. I mean, I kind of want to watch all of it now, not just that part. Yeah, I mean, the real conspiracy in the situation is that Kennedy's still alive, so he's wrong about that. Hey, Kai. Oh, go. Slow news week, is it? Bitch, it's 8 hours and 21 minutes in. What the fuck do you mean? Like, at what point am I covering news this late into the night? You know what I mean? The very fact that I'm still covering, like, serious shit instead of gaming is an anomaly. Kaya, get out of there. WVid, HasanAbi. This YouTuber's video got him 5 years in prison.
On May 16th, 2019, YouTuber Omi in a Hellcat uploaded his first video titled Payday at Reloaded Construction. The vlog ends with a very deep message.
Always remember, live life the way you will want to live it. You only get one chance at this, one shot at life. One chance, one shot, that's it. Any mistake that you make, it's done. You're done.
Little did Omi know, starting this YouTube channel could have been the one mistake that would ultimately land him in
This dude's entire branding is that he owns a Hellcat? That's awesome.
federal prison. That very first video that Omi posted got 60,000 views in the first 3 days. The video shows Omar stepping out of his mansion, walking down his long driveway with more than 15 all-white cars parked in it, and telling the viewers about his entrepreneurial endeavors. From there, he drives to his first nightclub that he owns, where they are doing renovations. Then he goes to his second nightclub, where they just made the final touches before opening. Omi continued to post vlogs that started with motivational messages about life.
You have one thing, an advantage over a lot of people. You're free, you're young, and you're healthy.
Did he go to jail for fucking not paying attention to the road? I fucking doubt it. Because depending on where he is, it's like not only not illegal, but also encouraged.
No excuses. Stop trying to keep up with everybody. Stop going out buying Balenciaga.
Typically, the middle of his videos would be him tending to his businesses, buying expensive clothes, jewelry, new cars, vintage cars.
They put him in jail for owning a Hellcat, dude. This is the government. They are not going to stop.
Cars, tour buses, and even houses. For a wildly successful man, he was relatable, down to earth, and kind. Far from the narcissistic rich assholes we typically see on the internet. Within 2 months, he reached 100,000 subscribers. By the end of summer 2019, he had 300,000 subscribers. But every time he was asked about how he obtained his wealth, his answers were extremely vague.
What do I do for a living? Started off as an app developer.
By the way, drink water. But as Omi spent more time showcasing his lifestyle on the internet and being more open about how he made his money, he caught the attention of the FBI. And on November 20th...
Bro, that's crazy. The FBI was like, a black man who's wealthy? Not on my watch, okay? This is very suspicious. We need to look into this.
2019, just 6 months after his first video, they raided his home. This case file shows 88 lines of personal property that the federal government seized from Omi. Over the next couple of months, the FBI confiscated $5,875,000, 58 vehicles, including a 2020 Lamborghini Huracan, a 2019 Lamborghini Aventador, and a 2019 Audi A7. They also took 21 properties, including buildings in downtown Philadelphia and mansions in the suburbs. You would think that in a situation as serious as this, Omi would keep quiet. But as soon as this happened, he went live on YouTube to tell his fans about the raid. At first, he thought the feds were after him for tax evasion, which was partially true, and Omi claimed that he was innocent. But it wasn't just taxes that the feds were worried about.
Bro, when I tell you they took everything, they took every SD card, every camera, every television in my house. Houses, IPTV is a gray area. You know, the Copyright Act hasn't been updated since the 1960s. And you know, I hit a fucking gray area and exploited it, and they just didn't like it.
Omi thought he had found a loophole in the US copyright law and was exploiting it. Now, if at this point you're feeling extremely confused as to how this guy even got into this situation in the first place, this is exactly how his hundreds of thousands of fans felt. Ironically, once the feds raided him, that's when Omi started opening up about exactly how he made his fortune. But first, a word from today's sponsor.
No shot, dude. You went to jail for piracy? I fucking hate that.
B20 at checkout, or go to bespokepost.com/PatrickCC20. Omi in a Hellcat, whose real name is Bill Omar Carrasquillo, operated a large-scale Internet Protocol Television, or IPTV, piracy scheme in which they fraudulently obtained cable.
Fuck the government, dude. Actually, motherfuck the government, dude. Fuck the government. So lame, dude. Let the man be a pirate, dude. Free my man. He has not done anything wrong.
Television accounts, and then resold copyrighted content to thousands of their own subscribers who could then stream or play back content. This piracy scheme all started on Kodi. Kodi is essentially...
Oh, I remember this.
Just a media player that's available on any device. People use Kodi to watch videos, podcasts, movies, play games, listen to music, etc. However, Kodi doesn't make its own content. It's an open source streaming platform that anyone can make apps on. Because of this, it's mostly known for people who watch pirated or stolen content. Most people used Kodi on Amazon Fire Sticks. They would go on the Kodi app, install all their favorite networks, and stream content for free. But it's not that easy. A lot of these add-ons can be riddled with malware or just end up being bogus apps that don't work or stream low-quality content, which leads to people Googling things like best Kodi add-ons for free and searching through blogs to find out what apps are the most trusted, like The Crew or Daddy Live. Not only does researching and installing these apps take a little bit of technical skill, it also is just a lot of work. Around 2016, Omi was exposed to this and saw a huge opportunity. Omi would buy Amazon Fire Sticks for $40, jailbreak them, or install all the best and most trusted apps onto Kodi, then resell them for about $120 to $150 to his customers, essentially giving customers cable TV for a one-time fee. The reason we know this is because he had no problem telling people his scheme.
And back when Kodi was popping, you know what I'm saying, I was one of...
That's so funny, dude, fuck that. Fuck that. He went to jail for that. Yo, fuck the government, dude. Okay? Absolutely fuck the government. My man is just industrious, okay? He was smart. He was a businessman. And he got fucking arrested for being a businessman. That is so fucked up.
One of the first ones doing Kodi sticks. And that's how I started making a lot of money.
He is... Why are you saying it? Why are you revealing it? It says say cheese on the bottom corner. What is happening?
Buying these boxes from Amazon already preloaded and just reselling them for more money. I'll buy them for $50, sell them for $120, $150. Now I was selling thousands of fire sticks. I'm talking about a lot of fire sticks.
In 2016, Omi said that he made $1 million flipping fire sticks. That gave him enough money to fund his next piracy venture, which would make him tens of millions of dollars. Ooh! By this point, Omar was kind of a regular in the online piracy community, which is surprisingly large.
I was a negative person in Kodi because I was like a wrestler. There was good guys and there were bad guys. I was the bad guy because that's how I got people's attention.
He was known by the username Target in 1080p. His YouTube channel was originally named Target in 1080p and featured videos of him.
Bro, he's a nerd too. He's doing Gears of War builds and shit. Yo, this guy's fucking... Bro, seriously did everything right and they indicted him? Chat saying base for a man selling free software and free pirated content for $100+ markup. Listen. You just hate to see somebody win, Weeby, you fucking communist. That's what it is. Okay? This is the same exact, this is the same. Yeah, you hate crime. More like this is a hate crime. The things that you're saying about my man. Look, all I'm going to say is this. I love being I just love the principle behind giving people free access to shit that they would not be able to get. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So whenever someone is like even making a little profit off the top, you know what I mean? It's hard for me to shit on that. I mean, it's even better if he did it for free, obviously. Out of there. Get out. Come here. Come here. Saya. Get out of there. 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 Oh my God. Oh my God. Chill. Chill. Okay, let's keep going.
Discussing things in the IPTV space. One particular man named...
Like, he basically is charging a very high fee for downloading the correct add-ons. He's basically, like, people will pay for the convenience of that, and that's pretty much it. You know what I mean? He's, like, saving people a headache. The labor theory of value in that regard is the labor that he's putting in to download and, like, set these things up correctly. I don't even see anything totally wrong with that.
Named Dexter took a liking to him. Dexter was a developer and Omi was the financial backbone. Together, they made an app for Cody called Gears TV, which was inspired by his favorite video game, Gears of War. Gears TV was Omi's all-in-one digital content package with some of your favorite shows like Game of Thrones, Better Call Saul, Twin Peaks, all of the major networks like ABC, ESPN, and Fox, channels that are only shown in the UK and Canada, and even more premium packages like NFL Sunday Ticket. Gears TV provided all of that content in 1080p resolution for as low as $15 per month. If someone were to pay for regular cable, it could cost them anywhere from $60 to $200 per month. But how was he able to do this? Essentially what Omi did was purchase cable subscriptions from Comcast, Spectrum, Verizon, DirecTV, and Frontier Communications. These cable subscriptions come with a box that contains encrypted media. Omi purchased decoders from China to remove the encryption, then capture cards to download the content and send it to a server where it would be redistributed over the internet to his subscribers. Gears TV was cheap and provided way more value and content than any cable company could ever compete with, and word spreads fast in the IPTV community. Omi went from making $5,000 per week to $400.
Bro, he is the fucking GOAT. An actual legend. That's very illegal, but I respect it. Dude, come on. Think about how many fucked up industries are built on morally questionable boundaries, okay, that actually have an output that is overall bad. We're talking crypto gambling. We're talking all this shit. This guy literally was selling something that was infinitely better than that, dude. That's crazy. Like, the entire medical industry is built around fraud, okay? The entire medical industry is built around paywalling access to things that help you survive. That's totally legal and good. This motherfucker was taking something that was incredibly expensive and allowing people to have it, okay? Like a Twitch Prime subscription at the top of the fucking month. Or top of the hour. Fuck. That would have been such a good segue. I fucked it up. God damn it! At the top of the hour is a streamer ad break. Fuck you, bitch. I don't give a shit, okay? I'm paywalling you. Unless you subscribe for $5 for free. Or if I get a gifted a sub or other measures. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Suck my dick.
$100,000 per week in just a few months. The indictment claims that in total,
Quick, someone restream Hasan and play ads? Like, you think I give a shit about this? It's such a funny fucking take.
defendants received more than $30 million in subscriber fees. Omi said he was still living in the hood of Philly at this point, and nobody knew the kind of money he was raking in. His first purchase was a 2016 Camaro SS 50th Edition, his dream car. Keep in mind,
yeah, he didn't even have to fucking sell his body to the American military. Okay? Think about that.
Gears TV was no small operation. They had large servers, customer service representatives, and the government did have their eye on these schemes. As it got more popular, the monthly price increased, which pissed off customers as their $15 per month turned into $20, then $30, then $40, getting closer and closer to regular cable prices.
Okay, that's
Omi
ridiculous.
sold his app to a private investment company in 2018 for a whopping $40 million.
Oh, wait, what private investment company was like, that's fire? It's like selling drugs to a private investment company. In the eyes of the government, this is as bad as the drugs, okay? For the record. It's as bad as the drugs, if not worse than the drugs, because if there is no digital enclosure surrounding the fucking IP that you have to pay however much a month to get, then it's over. You know what I mean? It's all fun and games until Gears TV restreams HasanAbi without ads. Dude, I love this man. And I wish him well, and I hoped... I mean, it's kind of fucked up that he went to jail.
This was perhaps his most genius move, because not too long after, Gears TV shut down. But it did not stop there. Omi used his large payout and expertise to build a new and improved app.
No, you gotta stop at that point, man. Come on. 40 mil? Just, you got the bag. Run. What are you doing? Oh, no. The first double down was questionable with the Gears TV situation. And now the triple down, like, you can't fucking... Oh, mistake. Rookie mistake. I used all these. They were great for the time.
Called Reloaded TV. This was everything Gears was and more, with a way
he said, I got another one in me. Yeah, he's like, I got one more.
better interface and higher quality content. Reloaded very quickly became one of the biggest apps in the IPTV space because of its great user interface and reliability. It's unclear what exactly happened to Reloaded TV. It seems like it wasn't around for very long, because in 2019 Omar abandoned the Target in 1080p name and changed it to Omi and a Hellcat, and he stopped talking about the IPTV space as a whole. He claims he knew the industry was dying and the feds were cracking down on other apps similar to Reloaded. Now, is it possible that Omi's YouTube channel alerted the FBI? Not necessarily, but it didn't help his case. Anyone who is in the business of distributing media knows there are others trying to steal it, but Omi's YouTube channel promoting his own brand and attaching a face to the scheme just made it that much easier to identify the perpetrator. Bragging and flaunting his wealth could have pissed off authorities, and yeah, they're human. Maybe they did want to put him in his place a little bit. Maybe they were harsher on him than others to make an example out of him. In one vlog, Omi found out that federal agents boarded his flight to the Dominican Republic to make sure he wasn't trying to flee the country. But you have to remember that all of the information I just gave you, his audience didn't know about. They had no idea why the FBI was after him. They just knew Omi had to restart his life.
Bro, if I knew the FBI was after him, I would be extra supportive, okay? If I knew why the FBI was after him, I'd be extra supportive.
Please continue to support this channel. I'm going to stay strong. I'm going to try to beat this shit. They broke me. They broke one of the strongest people I know, which is me. They broke me.
I love that. That's such a funny, that's bars. They broke one of the strongest people I know, me. That's funny.
But no one got me to this position. Only but me. Start taking responsibility for your actions.
Omi's YouTube channel after the raid became dedicated to him trying to regain his wealth, start new business.
Holy fuck, he was popping, dude. He got like 628K views selling all of his motorcycles. Wait, does his username change after that? He's like no longer Omi and a Hellcat?
Gain his wealth, start new businesses, buy more cars, all while the feds were watching him. He started a printing company / merch brand under the name Reloaded, where he made and sold all different types of clothing out of a room in his house. Keep in mind he had his construction business and various other side hustles that kept him paid. Plus, it's not like the feds emptied his bank accounts entirely. Omi kept saying he was broke, but his version of broke is going from tens of millions to maybe just a few millions. But it wouldn't be long before the FBI came back.
The whole FBI situation, it seems.
Why is he filming all of this? Yo, this dude is awesome. Bro, just like me for real, dude. He can't stop. Cannot put the camera down, okay? He's like, man, the FBI's at it again, dude.
Money laundering charges.
His lawyer's in the fucking back room going, oh, no. Stop.
Tax evasion charges.
From 2016 to 2018, when Omi made tens of millions of dollars, he admits that he did not pay his taxes. However, he had a reason. He claims that the accountant he hired told him that she was CPA certified when she wasn't, and that she never paid his taxes the right way, but he was more than willing to pay the millions he owed. However, once he finally got together the money to pay his taxes, it was stolen from him. He posted a video titled, "I got robbed for $1 million."
Okay, well, now that seems a little bit suspicious. I'm no big city lawyer, but what was he getting the money together to pay his taxes in cash? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I wanted to believe him when he was like, oh, the CPA is like fake. Sure, maybe that happens, right? But then he's like, oh man, I got robbed for $1 million. By the way, Ludwig as title, bro. Ludwig stole from this man. Okay, I'm realizing Ludwig steals all of his content, right? All the good ideas he got from someone else, including every single time he's talked about how he's been robbed.
$1 million, in which he claims that he took $920,000 out of the bank in cash to give to his accountant. He left for Dallas for 2 days, and while he was gone, someone cut the power off from his house and stole the cash.
What? Okay, that's okay. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry. This is the one part. This is the one aspect of the story that I do not believe. I do not believe that.
electronics, and his girlfriend's purses. The funny part is, a lot of his own fans were suspicious. It seemed like Omi was trying to stash $1 million and throw off the feds by setting up a robbery. Sorry IRS, I can't pay my taxes because somebody stole my money and here's my YouTube video to prove it. Plus you have to think, why would anyone bother stealing Xboxes and TVs when you have $1 million cash? Conveniently, this video was posted on the same day that Omi released his very first sneaker, the Omi Zeros, which was just a Nike Jordan 1 silhouette that replaced the swoosh with a lightning bolt.
I mean, again, this man is the Ariana Grande of cheating IP, okay? If you think Ariana Grande is like a serial cheater, this man is serially violating IP. Also, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you guys have a problem with this? Nobody had an issue with Bape, though? Really? They fucking took the dunk, right? Isn't that what they did? They did. Isn't that what the Bapes were originally? The fucking, what was it, Air Force One lows? Yeah. Oh, it's fine when they do it, but when my main man Omi does it, all of a sudden, we got problems. I'm seeing it. Bape is getting sued by Nike, lol. Exactly, and Bape was all right to do it as well, even though I don't like the brand as much. All I'm saying is all of a sudden, when a black man is winning, everybody's got some ideas, okay? Everybody's got some problems. Also, these are fire.
He even took the Air Jordan branding and replaced it with Air Omi. Now, taking the Nike silhouette for a shoe brand isn't something new. It was a really hot trend for the past few years. I even bought myself a pair. Omi would slap the word Reloaded on a popular team's logo, or really any iconic brand trade dress. It's pretty clear that Omi's specialty is copyright infringement. Building an original brand is way too much work and too risky. However, things got really bad for Omi in September of 2021 when he was formally indicted with criminal copyright infringement, wire fraud, money laundering, and several other crimes. The feds came back once again and raided his house for the second time.
Okay, I love him. I actually do love him. He was the Michael Jordan of copyright infringement, okay? He is so good. He's so sick. Like, he's such a go-getter, dude. He literally would make anything. He was just like, oh, shoes? Yeah, say no more. I got you. Like, he's so awesome. Like, you got motherfuckers like Soulja Boy trying to make gaming systems and just failing, okay? This guy making very real shit.
This time, he made much bigger headlines and was even interviewed on the news.
Just to be crystal clear, the indictment that came down...
You just gotta stay away from the camera. That's the one thing. Just stay away from the cameras, my man. What was happening there? You just kept filming and he just kept filming through it. And also you talk to television? Like, why are you doing that?
Down today, you're saying you're completely innocent of those?
Not completely innocent would be a false statement. Now, ignorance is no excuse for the law.
Again, you'd imagine someone would be quiet during this instance, or at the very least have their lawyer speak for them. But Omi was still convinced that he exploited the system.
Come on, man! He literally is like, yeah, I mean, kind of did that, actually. I did.
At this point was dedicated to fighting this case. He barely uploaded YouTube videos, maybe once a month. And when he did, you could just tell this man's spirit was broken. But after months of deliberation from his legal counsel, Omi pleaded guilty in February of 2022.
I'm like,
he made a video. He said, Omi the Hellcat is guilty. Oh! He made a YouTube video about that too.
You guys know that I'm pleading guilty. Long talks with my attorney, and it's the best option, you know. Ignorance is no excuse, like I've always said, and to me it's about, you know, accepting responsibility.
Now he was going to serve some time in prison. 3 U.S. government attorneys say
15 years? Fuck the government, dude. 15? Suck my dick, dude. I mean, it says 5 years in prison in the title, but like
that Omar, aka
like the fucking U.S. government attorney said that he should serve 15 years and 8 months. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Omi and a Hellcat should serve 15 years and 8 months in prison for crimes related to his pirate IPTV service, Gears TV. So he spent all of his time grinding to get his business affairs in order so his family can survive while he is away. But on March 7th, 2023, Omi finally met his fate. United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, Judge Harvey Bartle III acknowledged that the advisory guidelines of 24 years would be highly unusual for a copyright matter.
Dude, the feds are such cocksucking motherfucking scumbags, dude. They're like, dude, they want to throw the book at you for violating IP. They want to kill you for violating IP. I swear to fucking God, if they had the capacity, they would just like execute you with a battalion. Oh, you violated IP for our mega corporations? Well, sorry, we're going to fucking kill you now. Dude, are you joking? Are you fucking joking? From 500 plus years imprisonment to a theoretical 98 years for the crimes listed in the plea agreement, the U.S. government recently acknowledged that the advisory guidelines of 24 would be highly unusual. Like, directly a victimless crime. As a matter of fact, not only is it not a victimless crime, it is a crime that instead of creating victims, created happy people. You did something nice, okay? You made money, but you literally did something nice while doing something that was objectively good. Rest in power, Aaron Schwartz. Another example. Like, I hate that. I fucking hate that. They're saying 500 years is highly unusual. They recommend a minimum of 16 years.
And therefore decided that 66 months would be enough to punish Omar and send a deterrent message to any of his followers considering the same type of behavior. On top of the 5.5 years in prison, Omar got 5 years of supervised release. He had to forfeit $30 million worth of assets, which was mostly vehicles and properties. And he had to pay more than $16 million in restitution.
Chat, he literally stole from the rich to give to the poor, okay? He certainly made a profit. I agree, okay? He did. He definitely made a lot of profit. I'm not saying he's a fucking socialist or something, okay? But ultimately, like, that's insane. He stole from the poor too. Who did he steal? What are you talking about? He stole from the rich and sold it a bit cheaper. Not a bit cheaper. It was infinitely more accessible. Even at a $40 price point, you recognize that, like, the amount of content that he was stealing and restreaming and repurposing for people was still infinitely cheaper than all of those television packages that you would purchase. You know that, right? Like, so much more. No, it wasn't a one-time payment. The Gears TV scheme that he had was actually not a one-time payment. That was a monthly payment. And he went from $15 a month fee to $40 a month fee. Yeah, he made 0.000001% of what the cable companies would have made. Like, people still had to buy the merch talking about him like he clothed homeless children. No, we're not talking about the merchandising. Nobody cares about that. Even the feds don't give a fuck about that. Come on. No, I'm talking about how he made so much cable television accessible to a much, much poorer audience of people. The only reason why he also was like able to sell so much of that was because the price point was so profoundly high for all those packages. The irony is things that he was probably engaging in a more immoral capacity were completely legal and above board under capitalist understandings of the economy and also how you run businesses. Like, I don't even know anything he did about his nightclubs or his construction, but like those are way shadier in my opinion. I think people are being critical because he's black. No, I don't think so. I think people have like this weird attitude about IP that they can't shake themselves from. I mean, I'm sure him being black factors into it as well. Chat is also very aggressive against black people sometimes. Again, it's white supremacist social conditioning for sure. He did the TV what Uber did the taxis and they put him in jail for it. Not necessarily. Uber didn't fucking take taxis and the app allowed you to fucking use a taxi by getting like a driver to drive the same taxi the taxi companies own. But Uber's impact is significantly worse. Uber deregulated labor in a very serious way. So what Uber did is absolutely way worse than what this guy did.
$10 million to the cable companies and $5 million to the IRS. But surprisingly, Omi was happy with this outcome.
He could have gave me 15 years if he wanted to.
No!
He really could have. He really could have. He could have gave.
Look at how nice of a guy he is. He's just like being kind about the judge who gave him only 5 years. Like, he stole 5 years of your life, brother. But this guy, I bet he's fucking killing it in prison, okay? He is so industrious. He's so smart, dude. He's probably running that goddamn prison right now.
Gave me 15 years, and I guess no one would have questioned him on it. And to the fact that he gave me...
I think him also being big plays a role in me loving him more. I'm not even kidding. Maybe if he was like super skinny, I wouldn't like him that much. Honestly.
Another chance for my kids.
I love big boys.
Like I said, man, I'm always going to have that man in the back of my mind.
Throughout this entire time, Omi's supporters have had his back, and a lot of them don't look at him as a scammer nor a fraudster, probably because most people don't have sympathy for billion-dollar corporations.
Yeah.
Omi was stealing from corporations and giving their product to regular people for a fair price. He came from nothing in the streets of Philadelphia and built an empire. However,
Bro, this is what I mean. Like, look. Elon Musk is a fucking con man, okay? He's a fucking con man. You guys know this already. Elon Musk will never get punished for his misconduct, for his cons, his schemes. When he gets punished, it's literally a gentle tap on the wrist, like for stock manipulation or whatever. He gets like a fine that is a baby fine. I would go so far as to say the same things about, oh no, this is his website. My man is this is fire. This is fire. This guy is awesome. I love that. He doesn't care. He's a king. Dude, he doesn't give a shit. This does not change my opinion on him one bit, okay? I don't give a fuck. He knows what shirts to sell, dude. Are you kidding me? This goes so hard.
Empire wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the people who created the demand in the first place. Omi knows what he did was wrong, and he has accepted that he needs to do the time to pay for what he did. Just a few weeks ago, he surrendered himself into prison. If we have any faith in the justice system, we just have to hope that Omi comes out a better and changed man.
Yeah, no. I don't want him to come out changed or better. He's already good. Yeah, better as in I hope he knows how to fucking figure out a new way to avoid the authorities while still doing the same shit. They give corporations a slap on the wrist for destroying our ecosystems and they throw this guy in jail for 5 years for what he did. Fuck the corporations. Yeah. He could have walked away with 40 mil. What a dumbass. Yeah, that's the saddest part of the story. Yeah, I saw this video. I don't know what it's about. Bro successfully de-whitened himself and became Chinese. What is this? It's a 5-minute video?
我插句一算，今天是良辰吉日，简简单单搞一个隆重的开国仪式。走，赶紧去。
I love dudes like this.
你做的？卖多少钱？2块啊。
哎呦，这个油条好啊！哎，挺好吃。16块钱。
What up？
啊，这个快服了，我办理一下哈。
哦，行。哎呀，6个真好。
哎呀，还有。哎，大哥，西瓜怎么卖的？1块。好说。是吧？哎呀，刚点了啊，老板。来，袋子真的不要，我要环保一下，谢谢大哥。你看看，没问题。
你不给我交了你？
那跑不了。哎 ，sorry。你好。红山娃串的。
He's rolling that motherfucking tongue so well. The all of that. Those noises he's doing so well. What's going on here? I know it was muted. Shut the fuck up. Like those are hard ass noises to make with the angloid mouth. You know what I mean? These are some noise the sounds that you can't make.
多少钱呀？这个
9块钱一斤。
哪个水一点？
我也不知道哪个帅。
不，哪个比较像我？我是属猪的。这再上，这先保养。
No！
你不给我交了你？
他跑不了。
Damn, bro, he just revealed where he puts his key. Dude, that's not cool. Don't do that. This is your dream, but Japanese. I mean, this is also my dream, to be honest. Even also Chinese too.
2里地没问题啊。二哥，我来点菜脯吧，可以吗？
The error sound is that Beijing accent. Oh, this is my shit. God damn.
点火了，阿门上下就不缺海带。
I watched that black guy a lot who also does this. What's his name? I think it's like, is it Lao Wai or something? Something. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Lao Shu? Lao Wai? I don't know. He does like a very similar thing as well. He's like also... He passed away? He died during COVID? Wait, no, he fucking didn't. No. Wait, a few years ago? What the fuck? Is someone re-uploading his TikToks? I'm so confused. No, this isn't him. No, this is not. Wait, this is him? Man, he got fat as hell. Wait, what the fuck? No, this is a different guy, dude. No, that's not him. There's no way that's him. No, this is the wrong guy. There's a different guy that I watch on TikTok. Yeah, it's Lao Wai on TikTok. Yes, dude. Thank you. Yeah, this is the guy. He's very much alive. I'm like, I watched his videos recently. What the fuck are you guys talking about? He's dead.
哎呀，二舅子，干啥去了，二伯子？没多沉儿，也就20多斤儿。我问他多大鱼了吗？老舅啊，哈，没多沉儿，也就。
He's super alive, dude. Fuck you guys. You guys scared the shit out of me, dude. Fuck. And it's always. It's always that song.
也就20多斤儿，叔啊。这鱼我从头钓的，也没多沉儿，20多斤儿。
Okay, first of all, yeah, from this to that, that's why I said, damn, he got fat as hell. If that was him.
哎呀，哎呀，二手搁家呢。
我看你溜达好几圈了。
二手你不懂，钓鱼的乐趣不在于，
那是啥呀？
就在钓上之后的显摆。20多斤儿。这也不趁手啊！哎。
Yeah, he's actually lost some weight, I think. Man, Lawai is doing great, dude. He's fucking walking around. I don't know how he... Someone said that he used to actually be, like, way skinnier in his earlier videos. I don't fully understand how he got, like, fatter in China, if that's the case. But, yeah, this is, like... These are some of the earlier videos I watched of him. Yeah, Lawai means foreigner. Yeah. But what Somali? Oh my God, he did get, bro. No way. Oh my God, he went to China and actually got fat. How is that possible? And the food is dank, but like it's so walkable, dude. How the fuck do you get fatter? I've never seen these old videos of him, but
and I'm feeling good.
This guy's awesome.
I'm feeling good.
This guy rules, dude. He's so sick. Yeah, normal day in remote area. This is what I don't actually understand. I don't know why, like, a lot of dudes, I don't know why dudes go and, like, live in a rural-ass part of China, too. Because, like, it's cheaper? Bro, what do you mean? It's fucking... Brother, China, as far as I understand, not just rural areas, but, like, China is just simply cheaper. Whether you live in a rural area or not, it's still cheap. Like, legitimately cheaper. It's probably so much cheaper in a rural area, but like, some people just like rural life might be that. Yeah, I will never understand that because I'm not giving you the boozy fade while chicken cooking. The spa.
闲着呗，
你进去看看呗，在哪儿呢？走吧。
哪儿呢？ 洗完了，寄我这儿啊。
好，来啊。
走了，这奶sway真滑溜啊。给它做样马杀鸡入味儿。这玩意儿得搁样泡，要不原影破。
Monthly cost of living in Chongqing.
How much I pay living in Chongqing, China? Housing 1,200 Chinese yuan. Utilities.
Bro, monthly housing is 176 USD. Yeah, I told you. Chat's about to be like, I'm moving. Dude, food is even cheaper. Watch this shit.
Utilities 200 Chinese yuan. Transportation 500 Chinese yuan. Food 1,500 Chinese yuan.
His monthly food, wait, what the fuck? Her monthly food bill is more expensive than her rent, dude. What the fuck? She must eat out a lot. Yeah, but even then, think about how cheap that is.
Going out 1,500 Chinese yuan. Wi-Fi 50 Chinese yuan. In total 4,000.
$7 a month for Wi-Fi.
950 Chinese yuan. What about living in your city?
God damn. And you get some bomb ass fucking food. Jesus Christ. My rent was $175. If my rent was $175, I'd go out all the fucking time. This is the same, but in reverse. Chinese perfected English. Wait, what?
As an English teacher, I think my English is one of the best, if not the best. If you guys want to improve your English grammar.
This is literally not even remotely impressive, bro. It's like a Chinese dude who's just speaking English. You know what I mean? It's like, sorry. It's not. Everybody fucking is forced to learn English. You know what I mean? It's just normal. You know what I mean? He seems like he's speaking. English in HD. I don't know how to explain it, but. Oops.
Watch this video. Now, as someone who was born in Guangzhou, the way I learned grammar was through a technique called imitation learning. To simplify, imitation learning is just imitating other people. Let me show you.
How do you say this?
原来不是 how to say. How do you say this? If you're a beginner, start by imitating small portions of a speech first, like phrases or short sentences, like this.
Hi, I'm Max. Who wants tapioca?
Hi, I'm Max. Who wants tapioca?
I mean, that's kind of how I learned it too, but at a much earlier age. What is this? China versus USA. Which country is safer? Americans shocked. Americans shocked.
How safe is China?
We never finished the original tweet. What was the original tweet? Oh, this one? I mean, it's too long. So you're saying I can learn Japanese by watching anime? No. I feel like that's much harder. Bro, $50 USD for a 2-bedroom apartment? Yeah, dude. It be like that.
I did this every day for 30 minutes for years, even till this day. And the benefits are huge. You get to listen and imitate correct English, and that helps you to learn sentences properly. This is where you learn something without your awareness. That's how babies and children learn their grammar rules. It's the same logic. When you imitate, you don't think about grammar rules. And you're not.
Ben Shapiro is excited that the Barbie movie is not doing well in China, which is very weird. Whether you find this endearing or infuriating is a good indicator as to whether or not you deserve a partner. Wife didn't want anything from BK. I got home and went to the bathroom and came back to this. Real husbands know you always bring the burg into the bathroom with you. I live in UAE and Barbie's coming out August 31st, meaning it may get banned like the Spider-Man movie. They don't like Simu? Wait, really? Why? Has he said some shit about Taiwan? Chinese people don't like Simu Liu? Why? Chinese people think Simu is ugly? What the fuck? China thinks Simu is ugly, Lamau? They think he's average looking? Dude, that's so weird. What the fuck? Shang-Chi may be banned from China for perceived insults, even as some Chinese viewers praise it. Wait, that's different than what we're talking about. Many Chinese viewers discuss their appreciation that there being so much Chinese dialogue. Okay, this is irrelevant to the grand scheme of things, okay? A video recently went viral showing people in the streets of Beijing slighting Simu Liu's looks and saying he may be attractive to Americans, but he's not up to the Chinese standards of beauty. The actor responded to reports, and he responded so well, it just served to prove he's pretty much perfect inside and out. Fans are now flooding his mentions with compliments, so the sour limit of this video is now officially Sweet Summer Lemonade. Oh my God. Asian Boss posted a video on the topic and then deleted it, seems. Although the Chinese accents of the American-born Chinese and Hong Kong stars are a bit hard to get through, they were done with sincerity. Wait, where's the Asian Boss thing that we were just looking at? Oh, That's actually true. My Chinese national ex-girlfriend used to say things like Chinese people in Marvel movies and other popular movies are ugly and bad representations of China. That's really funny. Because, like, what... I feel like what Chinese people consider attractive and what Americans consider attractive is just different. Which makes sense. I mean, that's normal. It's very different. I think because he's not like... Maybe the Chinese are hiding super hotties from us. First of all, the Chinese are not hiding anything. If you go to their social medias, you will see what they consider to be attractive. It's just, I think, significantly more androgynous than American standards. That's what it is. Like, they probably look at his facial structure and assume that it's like maybe too it's too masculine, probably a little bit. Fuck. He's kind of white coated. White man, Xiao man, New York City contacts remote tribe and haunts them naked but censored. Okay, I don't want that. Jacked and he has a nice 3. How is he not good looking? No, he is good looking. He's just like it's just not Chinese good looking. I think what people find. What does a nice 3 mean? He's a very attractive man, but I think, like I said, by Chinese standards, he's maybe not like androgynous looking enough. You know what I mean?
大家好，我是李灿，今天咱们就聊一聊为什么中国人觉得刘思慕长得难看、长得丑。其实这涉及审美标准的问题。同样作为华裔，中国人会比较认同吴彦祖和王力宏的长相，觉得他们长得帅。为什么？主要是因为他们的眼睛比较大。所以刘思慕最让中国人觉得长得不好看的地方，就是他的眼睛太小了。这一切就是审美标准的问题。其实我觉得刘思慕的长相特别像中国北方老爷们的。
Yeah, this is why people say beauty standards are the same throughout the ages. Is the funniest shit. We don't even agree on the same standards right now. Exactly. Bro, literally, one of a TikTok that I did in Japan on this particular thing went viral, like not super viral, but like kind of viral on my TikTok, where I was talking to Kaho about this exact same thing.
Probably not very attractive to the Japanese people.
I get the feeling I'm not a Japanese girl or not really into hair on guys. So
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it doesn't matter to me, obviously, but I'm considered to be too big and too hairy, especially like I have too much body hair too. Whereas like in the Western world, I am considered attractive. And especially I think if I go to what was I going to say? Especially if I go to like Nordic countries, I think even then you get considered more exotic. Whereas if I go to like Italy or Turkey, I'm just like a normal dude. This TikTok slide about you? What? He engages in leftist discourse with her and learns about her niche hyperfixations. I don't think this is about me. Why would that mean? Hasan, are you aware that you are very, very controversial? Yeah, man, I know. It's fucked up, but it's true. Guys, he's a boomer. Please stop. I saw a video where they asked Japanese women what they liked. The muscular, hairy men was at the bottom of the list. Yeah. But hey, guess what, dude? I'm living in the Western world, okay? So, to me, it doesn't matter. How do we get to this video from a guy pirating media? You know, this is the classic HasanAbi glazes up China hour. That's what happened. All right, anyway. It's controversial to be Hasan. It's true. All right, well, that's enough for me on this wonderful, glorious day. I think I'm going to end it here. Okay. You know, a little short 9-hour and 20-minute stream today. I'm going to be 32 at 12 tonight. Well, I guess technically I'm going to be 32 in 12 minutes, as a matter of fact, because of where I was born. But But it's happening. I will see you tomorrow. Of course, I will be streaming on my birthday as always. It's my birthday. So I got to do what I want to do, which is stream. So get excited for that. And that's it. You know? Wouldn't have it any other way.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
But yeah, we'll go hang out with Kaya. Have a succulent Chinese meal. Probably not.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to
Anyway,
the
love you all and see you tomorrow as a 32-year-old man. Bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty